I should just tell you that ABC listeners and BBC website and app listeners will stay with the cricket. 5 Sports Extra listeners, though, are heading off to Premier League action. You will be back with us after the Premier League match today between West Ham and Newcastle, but we can now say goodbye to our 5 Sports Extra listeners because you are going to Chris Wise at West Ham.
Simon, thank you very much. Welcome everybody to London Stadium here in East London, and we are ready for West Ham against Newcastle United on this sunny Sunday afternoon in the Premier League. And what an occasion this promises to be as well. The two teams right next to each other in the Premier League table. West Ham 7th, Newcastle 8th, both off the back of brilliant results in their respective European competitions this week as well. West Ham winning in Germany against Freiburg. Newcastle at St James's Park under the lights, absolutely thrashing PSG. So this is set up beautifully, Matt Jarvis, for what should be a very entertaining afternoon of football. Hello to you.
Hello to you. Absolutely. What an incredible week of football both these teams have had. Obviously, West Ham, they're used to being in Europe now. A couple of seasons been in, winning the trophy last year in the competition. So this season, you just feel like there's a little bit better from the team, the way that they're set out, the way they're structured. But then you watch the Newcastle game and you just see the atmosphere and the players, the passion and the desire that they're putting in last-ditch challenges and tackles in the halfway line, and the crowd, the roar. So both teams will be really looking forward to this, and hopefully no hangovers for either team.
Well, here they come onto the pitch now, West Ham and Newcastle United. West Ham in those familiar claret and blue shirts with bubbles swirling around above their own heads at the moment as they turn and face us up here, the two teams. And Newcastle United, who will feel like they are walking on cloud 9 at the moment, not just off the back of that PSG win, but of course it was only a couple of weeks ago that they beat the champions of England, Manchester City, in the League Cup. Everything at the moment is black and white for them. And now, this afternoon, these two teams seeing if they can push themselves a little closer to the top 4 in the Premier League table. Let me give you the team news then from both. For West Ham United, it's the same 11 that started against Sheffield United in their last Premier League game. They made 5 changes in the week for that Europa League game against Freiburg, but they've gone back to the 11 that beat Sheffield United here 2-0. So it's Areola in goal, a back 4 of Sofal, Zuma, Agard and Emerson. The 2 holding midfielders are Soucek and Alvarez, and then Bowen, Ward-Prowse, who's had such a brilliant start to his Hammers career, and Lucas Paquetá, and leading the line, Mikel Antonio, who is fit to play. He missed that Europa League game during the week with an adductor problem. For Newcastle, there are quite a few injury problems, and adding to that list today, there's no Anthony Gordon, who is missing because of suspension. So it is one change for Newcastle from their last league game, which was a victory over Burnley. It means that Elliot Anderson comes into the team to replace Gordon. So Pope is in goal, Trippier, Lascelles, Cher and Byrne the back 4, as it has been now for the past few games. Longstaff, Guimaraes and Tonali in midfield, Almiron and Anderson either side of Alexander Isak up front. And the good news for Newcastle, just to ease their injury concerns a little bit, is that Callum Wilson, who has such a fabulous goal-scoring record against West Ham United through his career, is back on the bench for Newcastle. This is set up to be entertaining, set up to be fast-flowing, though West Ham won't want to remember the last time Newcastle were here back in April, because they completely took them apart. They won here by 5-1.
Yes, I mean, the thing is, the West Ham team is completely different from last season. The structure, the passing style, even the personnel. So this game is going to be really entertaining. I think both teams West Ham have scored 9 in the last 5 games. Newcastle are second in the league for scoring most goals. It's all written in the stars for it to be a 0-0, isn't it? But it should be such an entertaining attacking game as well. Both teams like to attack. Both teams like to put the ball in the box, and we've got 2 centre forwards that want to get on the end of everything. So it should be a cracker.
I'm just looking, Matt, down at those Newcastle United players, because obviously you're obviously a former West Ham player, so you know all about this particular stadium, and you do some work here as well on match days, but you're so far from the pitch here in our media position, and the Newcastle team in the week, because of UEFA rules, they had those numbers very clearly imprinted on the back of their shirts because they can't have the stripes, but of course in the Premier League they do still have the stripes, so it's so difficult at the best of times to distinguish numbers. You've got absolutely no chance from here, so we're going on boot colours, we're going on gait, we're going on hair colour, all of that this afternoon to try and exactly work out who is in possession for Newcastle United. It should be relatively straightforward. We're about to get underway. So West Ham in those claret and blue home shirts with the claret shorts and the blue socks are going from left to right as the players take the knee to continue to remind us there is no room for racism in football, in any sport, in society. And away we go with West Ham sending the ball back from Ward-Prowse to Aguerd, who lifts an early long ball forward up to the edge of Newcastle's penalty area, and it's headed away by Jamal Lascelles, and Newcastle United going from right to left in the black and white shirts, the black shorts and the white socks, and they have an early free kick, and the ball has been thudded into the ground by Lucas Paquetá in a fit of anger, and he's going to be spoken to by Peter Banks, but under the new rules, really, he should be booked for that, and he hasn't been booked. Exactly.
I was very interested to see if he was going to be, because literally first 10 seconds of the game, if that's 5 minutes later, he's getting booked for that. So, you're going to have to set your stall out early, these referees.
I am surprised, actually, that Peter Banks hasn't dipped into his pocket there, because the rules are the rules. It doesn't matter if it happens 10 seconds in or 10 seconds from the end of the game. Lucas Paquetá is very lucky not to get an early caution there.
That's something that West Ham can't afford either. He's a vital player. He's shown his qualities in these, well, especially this season, but you see clips of him in Europe, and he's holding off 4 players, he's twisting and turning, still keeping the ball. His skills, his creativity, he's got everything, so he's vital to this West Ham team.
I enjoyed David Moyes' comments this week saying that sometimes Lucas Paquetá drives him absolutely mad, but he says he's a maverick, and I don't mind that at times.
I think you've got to let him do what he needs to do.
West Ham 0, Newcastle 0, 90 seconds in at London Stadium, and Newcastle have it with Jamal Lascelles in their back line, who has now started the last 4 games for Newcastle United. It's 2 years since he last did that, so he'll be very appreciative for his run at the team at the moment in the absence of the injured Sven Botman. And now Jared Bowen down the right side for West Ham, inside Newcastle's half. He's got it again, Bowen, and it's well cut out, and Newcastle will be able to sweep it up and send it out towards Trippier on the right-hand side, and with nothing on for him, he nods it back to his goalkeeper, Nick Pope, in the all-blue.
Well, you can see West Ham, they're looking to get on straight up and make sure they're putting pressure high up. Bowen wins the ball back and drives forward. It's something that they need to do. They need to start well at home. Last season was very different, but this season they've started well.
Clipped forward down the left-hand side by Dan Burn, one of the heroes from that win against PSG on Wednesday night with his goal, which took an age to determine whether it was going to count or not. And then a ball out to the far right-hand side where Trippier collects it in the blazing sunshine in the capital, and back with Lascelles, who is about 5 yards or so inside West Ham's half. Lifted down that right-hand side, back towards Trippier again, not too much on, so again it's returned back towards the halfway line. Newcastle patiently keeping possession. 3 minutes in, it's still 0-0, but they have it on the right-hand side with Almiron, and off the challenge of Emerson, it's out for a Newcastle throw.
Yeah, it's good possession from Newcastle. They're just starting to find their feet, pass it round. The right-hand side with Trippier seems to be an outlet for them. They like where Paquetá's, occupying that left-hand side for West Ham. It seems that, does he want to be doing that defensive work all of the time? Trippier is going to be running down the right-hand side all day, and that's where West Ham are going to have to be careful and see defensively what Paquetá can do.
It's a good little spell of possession at the moment from Newcastle. They're right on cue. Dan Burn has passed it out of their possession, but it's straight back to them and to Burn from Vladimir Sofal. And then things slowed down in midfield by Guimaraes, who's given it to Lascelles, who sent it out to the far right-hand side for Trippier. There was a bursting run from Almiron down that right side, but Trippier didn't want to play that ball. So it's back on the halfway line with Jamal Lascelles, 0-0. Here is Isak, who is breezing up towards the edge of West Ham's penalty area, caught in a bit of a claret and blue trap. Nowhere to go. Back out on the right-hand side with Trippier. Trippier's cross in. Anderson's header, who was on the stretch. It was a difficult one, and he sent it well over the top of the crossbar. In the end, the youngster...
It was a good run. He's made a good run from the left-hand side. Trippier's looked up and he's put his arm up, and he's got the wrong side of Soufal as well. So he's unfortunate not to hit the target, really. He's got the wrong side of Soufal, so he just needed to direct that back across goal.
He's another that's enjoying a bit of a run in the team at the moment, Elliot Anderson. South Shields born. Has never before scored in the Premier League, and Newcastle have won themselves a free kick here, 15 yards inside West Ham's half, over on the far right-hand side, and Kieran Trippier is just rolling that ball out ahead of him because he is going to be the one to send in this free kick. West Ham feel like they're pinned in at the moment.
They do, but set pieces would be vital. Both teams got a very good size squad as well, and Trippier and Ward-Prowse, great delivery, so this could be vital for the game, really.
Byrne, Lascelles, Cher, they're all in there for this free kick, which actually never reached any of them because Lucas Paquetá was lurking on the edge of his own penalty area, and he has headed it back out to play on that far side for a throw.
Just as we were saying about the delivery, is going to be great with Ward-Prowse and Trippier. It hits the first man, but that is going to be a really interesting opportunity for both sides, set pieces. You can see the size of the back four for Newcastle, and the same with West Ham, so real opportunity.
Got a hat-trick of assists, didn't he, Kieran Trippier, in that massive win for Newcastle a couple of weeks ago against Sheffield United. And the ball is back with Nick Pope. Since losing to Brighton, Newcastle at the start of September, they have beaten Brentford, Sheffield United and Burnley in the Premier League, Manchester City in the League Cup. They've drawn with AC Milan, and they've beaten Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League. They are really beginning to motor now, aren't they?
When you put it like that, it's such a great run of form, and these players must be just brimming with confidence.
Here's Longstaff for Newcastle, out to the left-hand side for Tonali, on towards Anderson, back in field for Guimaraes, who is going to get plenty of length on that pass, out to the right-hand side for Trippier, into the box towards Almiron, off the top of his head, and out to claim is Alphonse Areola, the West Ham United goalkeeper, who has been preferred to Lucas Fabianski for the Premier League games this season, and in the green he overarm bowls it out towards Soufal on the right.
Yeah, the thing is, we can see Newcastle, they're so comfortable in possession, but it seems they're little intricate passes down the middle, it goes to the left, it comes back, and that diagonal to Trippier is on all of the time, and that's where that last attack came from.
Soufal trying to get this free kick moving quickly. It was Paquetá was bursting through the middle. The ball has bounced through to Nick Pope, the Newcastle goalkeeper. 0-0 between West Ham and Newcastle here on 5 Live Sports Extra. We are 7 minutes in, as Soufal stops the crossfield pass with 2 Newcastle players either side of him. Jared Bowen is trying to wriggle his way upfield. There's nowhere to go at the moment. He's been forced backwards and indeed has relinquished possession under pressure, Jared Bowen. So Newcastle have a throw on the left-hand side, and it's 2/3 of the way in West Ham's half.
Defensively, Newcastle, as soon as they lose the ball, they were straight on to West Ham there. Jared Bowen actually trying to jink his way past Byrne, but he's a very big player to sort of manoeuvre your way round, and he's just in the end kicked it out of play, trying to pass it back to Soufal.
Cher has wasted that pass forward straight through to Areola, but really I think Eddie Howe will be very pleased, won't he, Matt, with the way that Newcastle have started in the first 7 minutes, because they've had all of the ball. All of it.
They're the ones dominating possession. They're the ones making the runs.
But now they're in a bit of trouble. Out comes Pope. Oh, he's been beaten to it. Emerson squares it, and Souček scores it, and West Ham United leads. 8 minutes in, the first West Ham attack has led to a goal. Newcastle undone by simplicity. A ball over the top. Emerson scampered onto it. Pope was caught in no man's land. Emerson went beyond him and then squared it for Souček, who's tapped it into an empty net, and it's West Ham 1, Newcastle 0.
Incredible first attack, but that's what happens when you have players that run in behind. Emerson, it looked like there was nothing on. The ball goes up to Antonio, who does brilliantly to keep hold of it, keep his team in the game, sets it back to Paquetá, who puts a nice ball over the top, but it's just a ball over the top. Nick Pope can't get anywhere near it. He goes round him, sets it up for Souček, and that's the easiest goal he's ever going to score, but completely against the run of play.
Well, that is quite remarkable. West Ham have barely ventured into Newcastle's half, let alone into their penalty area. And from West Ham's first attack, they have startled the Magpies. And Thomas Souček, who's been in great form of late, now has 4 goals in his last 6 games in all competitions. And there are lots of Hammers fans smiling inside this stadium now.
Absolutely. What an incredible turn of events. But the thing is now for West Ham is this is set up perfect for them. They love to be a goal up, get themselves back in as a team and a squad, get nice and compact, and they've got players that you can break. And for all of the possession and the passing stats for Newcastle, they haven't had a shot on goal. West Ham have 1 ball over the top and it ends in a goal.
Well, that will have certainly taken the wind out of Newcastle's sails and maybe just disrupted the flow a little bit, because Sean Longstaff from midfield there has just tried to play a ball out to this near left-hand side for Dan Burn. It was a good 5 yards behind him. It's gone out for a West Ham throw.
It's amazing how quickly things can change in a game of football. West Ham score and then all of the Newcastle players, everything's a rush. The first touch just goes away from someone. He's just trying to play a nice little pass out to the left back and it goes out of play. It's amazing.
Snowfell's throw down the line off the chest of Jared Bowen, out for a Newcastle goal kick. Well, those Newcastle fans who are making an awful lot of noise in the first 10 minutes are now being drowned out by the sound of 60 or so thousand West Ham United supporters inside this packed stadium.
It's a really difficult place to come with West Ham this season, especially here. The atmosphere, get going 1-0 up as well. Everything adds to what they're good at as a team. And they've got set pieces in the delivery of Ward-Prowse. We haven't even seen him yet take anything, so there's always that to come.
Well, they have won their last 3, West Ham, in 3 different competitions. They beat Lincoln in the League Cup, Sheffield United in the Premier League here, and then of course that win against Freiburg in Germany in the Europa League on Thursday. Not been beaten since Liverpool saw them off a few weeks ago at Anfield. And they have made a great start to here in terms of the scoreline. West Ham 1, Newcastle 0. We've just moved into the 12th minute, and it is Thomas Souček with the goal. And I saw David Moyes, Matt Jarvis a moment ago, just down on the touchline scribbling a few notes on a piece of paper. I'm sure whatever was written on that paper before the goal might have changed a little bit now, because he would have been nervous before, I think.
Definitely, but as I said, it's the first time that someone's actually made a run beyond the defenders. It creates space for players like Paquetá to come and receive the ball, but Antonio does so well to make that run in behind, hold the ball up, bring his teammates into play, and then it's the third man run. It's Emerson. This particular occasion, it could be Bowen, it could be Soufal on the other side, but you've got to make that run in behind to create space for someone else, and Nick Pope found himself in a little bit of no man's land.
So West Ham 1, Newcastle 0. No goals in the other 2 o'clock games in the Premier League so far. Brighton 0, Liverpool 0. Goalless between Wolves and Aston Villa. And that huge game from 4:30 in North London, not too far from here. Arsenal against Manchester City. You can hear that game live on 5 Live this afternoon, as you can Brighton Liverpool right now over on the station too. But here on 5 Live Sports Extra and via BBC Sounds and the BBC Sport website, it is West Ham United 7th in the Premier League, 4 wins from their first 7 games, leading Newcastle United, who started the day a point behind the Hammers in the Premier League table. After a tricky start to their campaign, they really felt like they got moving, but it's West Ham who have started quick, and they've got the ball again here, but Souček unable to feed it through for Antonio, and now Newcastle trying to turn them round with Almiron on the halfway line. Out to that right-hand side for Longstaff, who doesn't have anywhere to go, so he's coming back infield, and now in the centre circle it is Guimarães, up towards the Italian Tonali with the jet black hair. Now towards this left-hand side for Anderson, back in field for Guimarães, who's 30 yards out. He's lifted it up towards the far post. Trippier's won the header, and Areola's claimed it at his near post.
I think Trippier's hurt himself there as well. I think Emerson, I think, did really well with him. He's seen the run. Paquetá gave a little shout, didn't want to go himself. Gave the shout to Emerson, and he's just jumped into him. Even though Trippier won the header, he put him off so much that it just went straight through.
Well, we wondered how this game might play out, considering when these two were last together in April of this year. Newcastle won 5-1 here, but West Ham have got the advantage through that Souček goal. It was Kurt Zouma who scored the 1 for the Hammers last season. Callum Wilson got a couple, Joe Linton did 2 for Newcastle that day. They totally ripped West Ham apart, but so far so good for the Hammers. Here's Emerson on the far left-hand side, trying to poke it towards Ward-Prowse. Didn't quite come all the way through to him. And now Elliot Anderson retrieves it halfway inside his own half, and he's giving it back to Dan Burn.
I think even just then that last little bit of interchange from West Ham, that's the difference from them this season to last. Paquetá's floating in that midfield, getting the ball, threading little passes. There was into Alvarez, back to him, out to the left, into Ward-Prowse. They're doing all of these little passes in and around the corner, whereas before it was a case of they needed to Antonio to run the channel. They knocked it long, hoped that he hold it up, and then they could work from there. It's a completely different way of playing, and it's really working for them.
Newcastle in possession in midfield. There was so much talk, wasn't there, about Declan Rice and his departure in the summer and how this would affect this West Ham United team, but they have adapted and they have improved where necessary. This is Tonali though for Newcastle, 35 yards out, right in the centre of the pitch. Now for Burn. Newcastle going from right to left in the first half at London Stadium in their black and white shirts. Now back with Guimaraes, who has fed it in towards the feet of Tonali, who has given it to Longstaff, who's tried to curl it into the channel for Trippier, but didn't get the pass right there, Sean Longstaff. And it is, in fact, it was Anderson's delivery, which was wayward, and it's a goal kick.
Yeah, again, nice passing, little intricacy, round the corners, give and goes, and it was just that one. He's edging forward all the time on that right-hand side. Paquetá's hoping that he doesn't go because he has to track him, but he just went to go, stopped, and then the pass went too far behind.
So 1-0 West Ham United lead against Newcastle United. Matt Jarvis, former Wolves, West Ham, of course, and Norwich City, played for all of them in the Premier League, is with us on this Sunday afternoon in London, and there is a yellow card here, and I can't quite see who that's been distributed. I think it's Bruno Guimaraes who's been cautioned for the challenge on Emerson.
I think Emerson also got a yellow card for asking for the yellow card. It was a foul by Bruno. He dragged Emerson down. I wouldn't say they're on the break, but again, it's Paquetá with a great little flick round the corner into Emerson, and he just gets away and brings him down. But it really shows that this West Ham team are able to cope with the soak up of the pressure of Newcastle dominating possession, and then just be able to exploit the weaknesses.
Sorry, Matt, I was just going to say the free kick's come in, but Antonio's failed to deal with it and Newcastle have cleared.
But it's Newcastle that have shown this season especially that they can come through difficult circumstances, and it is going to be very interesting from now on to see how the game develops.
Lascelles and Trippier getting themselves out of a tricky situation, though. Paquetá's pinched it back off Lascelles, who was caught on his heels. Paquetá's cross a little too deep and into the outstretched upward grasp of Nick Pope, the Newcastle goalkeeper, who has immediately sent it out towards Tonali on the near left.
It shows the strength of Paquetá, because it's not often you see Lascelles get bullied off the ball, but the final ball just went a bit too high for Pope to come and claim. But you can hear the atmosphere now of the West Ham fans. They're really getting behind their team.
By the way, that was a great spot from you, Matt, to pick out that Emerson had been cautioned as well as Bruno Guimaraes a moment ago.
Far side from us.
It was, yeah. But you spotted the fact that there were 2 yellow cards being distributed, and there might be another one coming here because Ward-Prowse has been scythed down. It's Bruno Guimaraes again, and the West Ham players are surrounding Peter Banks and asking whether that is worthy of a second yellow card.
To be honest, that is worse. That's more of a yellow card than the first one, in my opinion. The first one, he wasn't really going anywhere. That one, Ward-Prowse has nicked it, and it's them, him and Antonio against the 2 centre-half. So it's very, very interesting. He's taking his time, the referee.
Well, you're going to have another look at this because we're seeing this replay again for the first time, Matt. So just talk us through what's gone on here.
So it was a pass back. I think it was from Longstaff to Bruno, who just didn't quite get there, and Ward-Prowse nicked it. It was from Tonali back to him, and Ward-Prowse nicked it, and he's been caught. It is a yellow card. I think the referee's given him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, that is a huge benefit of the doubt as the ball is sent forward towards Ward-Prowse. It's headed away by Dan Burn. I think that's going to be a contentious one from a West Ham perspective, depending on how this game plays out, because under all normal circumstances, as the ball trickles out of play for a Newcastle throw on the left, that is a second yellow card offence.
Absolutely. I think you can still see David Moyes now. He's trying to understand with the fourth official how that has not been a yellow card. It's a breakaway. Any other point in the game, any other player, that is a yellow card. Like I said, I think the first yellow card might have been a bit harsh, but that is a definite yellow card.
Well, the Brazilian who wears yellow for his country, lucky not to see a second one there, Bruno Guimaraes. It is still West Ham 1, Newcastle 0. We are 20 minutes in here on 5 Live Sports Extra. West Ham leading through Thomas Souček's goal, scored after Emerson's play on the left-hand side. And here is Sandro Tonali, the 5th Italian ever to play for Newcastle United. Now Guimaraes, who is still out on the pitch, out to the right-hand side for Trippier. Trippier inside the final third, deep cross towards the far post, over the head of Anderson and Sofal, who are now in a foot race to try and retrieve the loose ball. And the decision has gone West Ham United's way.
Yes, definitely. I think that it was a foot race and tried to get a little shoulder to shoulder as you're running at full pelt, and Sofal's gone to ground, and he's won himself, I think, a free kick.
He's covered more distance for West Ham United so far in this Premier League season than any other player in the Hammers squad. Vladimir Sofal up and down on that right-hand side. He's giving his right thigh a bit of a rub at the moment after that coming together.
Absolutely. I think, with Bowen, he's so effective coming in on that left hand, cutting in on his left foot from the right-hand side. It just means that you have to have that player that runs down the wing, and that is Sofal, and that's what his job is in the attacking third. He needs to get round Bowen to give them an attacking threat on this right.
Ball is fizzed back to the West Ham goalkeeper Areola, who shifts it onto his right foot, kicks it up towards Bowen. He got enough on his header to send it on towards Antonio, who has Lascelles with him. He's got it on towards Bowen. Bowen's got support coming on that left-hand side as well. Paquetá in the box, drives it low, and it is cleared away by Fabian Schär for Newcastle. Picked up again by Aguirre on the halfway line. Now Emerson to that left-hand side for Paquetá with his back towards goal at the midway point in Newcastle's half, with the white wristband on his left wrist, and he sends it out to the right side for Sofal, who's controlled it. He's kept it in play. He's sent in a deep cross. There's nobody at the back post, and Trippier very calmly with the inside of his right boot just settles it all down for Newcastle.
Yeah, brilliant defending from Trippier. He's able to just control it with his right foot and clear it.
And now Newcastle break. Tonali and Isak with a little 1-2. Isak 5 yards outside West Ham's box. He's got a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of West Ham players ahead of him at the moment. He's had to check his run slightly, and he's given it to Anderson on the left-hand side. Back with Tonali, who is 10 yards outside West Ham's penalty area. Left of centre, they're trailing 1-0 Newcastle. Here's Guimaraes forcing it on. Almiron, Trippier on the overlap, fizzed in the near post. Caught at chest height by Areola.
Again, really well intricate play from Newcastle. For a minute there, it was the first time that West Ham have really been caught where Newcastle have just got forward and outnumbered a little bit, but they did really well to get back in numbers and force them back. But that right-hand side for Newcastle is where the attacking threat is. Trippier keeps bombing on, and that it was his cross that went into Areola that was cut out, but that is where their attacking threat is coming from.
It's going to be hard work for Kieran Trippier, who is predominantly running in the sunshine on that right-hand side, and it is a warm day, particularly warm for almost mid-October, as Trippier's pass forward finds a man who is offside. The flag is raised against Sean Longstaff, so West Ham are going to have a free kick here. If you're in that portion of the stadium, Matt, over to the left-hand side, so I'd probably say about a third of it, and you're in the bottom tier, you are having a job trying to see what's going on at the pitch, because that sun is low and it's bright.
It really is. It's hot for the players. I mean, it's hot for me. I'm in a suit.
Well, that was going to be my next point.
But no, it is. And this all comes into play when you play in Europe. You've got to come back and you've got to recover, and then you're playing now. And it's really hot out there. And the intensity of this game is electric. So you've got to be on point.
Smartest co-commentator on the circuit, Matt Jarvis, with us here on 5 Live Sports Extra, with West Ham leading Newcastle United by that Thomas Souček goal to 0, and Jamal Lascelles has given away a free kick here for a foul on Paquetá, who is holding the left side of his face, the Brazilian, and is now slowly climbing back to his feet, and West Ham are going to prepare to take this free kick from the left-hand side, which is about 5 yards in from the touchline and probably about 20 yards inside Newcastle's half.
And we mentioned about set pieces, and we hadn't mentioned Ward-Prowse as yet has taken one. This is the first opportunity for him to put a ball into the box. And they're so dangerous, West Ham set pieces. It is incredible. Both teams, that their scoring ratio with set pieces is so high.
He's got 6 assists already this season, James Ward-Prowse. Here comes the free kick, and the header away was from Dan Burn.
And you can see why he's got that many. That is a superb ball into the box. And it was really well defended by Dan Burn, but it is a delightful ball. You know, he must be looking at the West Ham players thinking, you've got to get on the end of that. It's landing on the 6-yard box, and the goalkeeper can't come. It's that well hit.
He's headed it behind Burn for a corner. He almost headed it right into the path of Jared Bowen, who was closing in. But West Ham will take the opportunity that this corner is going to present because of the man who is positioning that ball on the ground right now. Their number 7, James Ward-Prowse, who has taken 5 steps backwards over on that far left-hand side to deliver in-swinger, right foot on top of Pope, who punched it with his right hand, and the ball has bounced in the box, and the free kick has gone Newcastle's way because there was a foul by their Mexican midfielder, Edson Alvarez, West Ham's Mexican midfielder Alvarez.
Again, they must have worked on it because Ward-Prowse has whipped that ball right underneath Nick Pope, and the amount of pressure that was under him, you know, everyone's trying to get in and amongst it. So it's something they've definitely worked on.
Hadn't been beaten in his last 3 Premier League games, Nick Pope, but has been beaten today. And even though he was out of his penalty, outside of his 6-yard box at least for the goal that West Ham scores, because of the way it played out, will there be any question marks about his involvement in the West Ham goal, the Newcastle goalkeeper?
I mean, he did find himself in a bit of no man's land, yes. I think it's the touch from Emerson that really made him basically miss the ball, because it was a really good first touch. It just took it to the left and around Nick Pope, but it's one of them that you think he can't score from that angle. Maybe he should have stayed in goal a little bit longer, but it's so fine margins. It's all about timing.
Here is Isak, great upper body strength from him on the halfway line, though his pass has been stopped by Jared Bowen, and it's allowed West Ham to get the ball back, and Ward-Prowse has given it to the Moroccan Aguer, who sends it towards Paquetá on the halfway line, whose ball infield was intended for Souček. It's cut out by Scher, and he's clattered it out of play on that far left-hand side for a West Ham United throw.
They've certainly grown into the game, West Ham. Obviously the goal changes everything, but they're a lot more comfortable on the ball. They're able to pass it out from the back, and it's not just hoofed upfield, it's little passing styles.
And again, they're moving the ball swiftly here as it's chipped forward looking for Antonio, and Nick Pope comes and claims and then knows that Antonio is coming, so has arched his back to ensure that he didn't bear the brunt of the physicality of Michail Antonio, who in turn has gone tumbling over Pope with Fabian Scher, who's not happy about Antonio's involvement in that. And all in all, the referee's decided the play has to be stopped.
Yeah, it's not something I would want to be involved with. That is, Nick Pope's just gone to win the ball. Antonio's just, he's almost trying to stop because he knows he's got to get there, but your momentum's going through, and then you're going right over the top of Nick Pope, and he's sort of caught him on the side of the leg as well.
I was listening to the Footballers Football podcast on BBC Sounds this week with Michail Antonio and Callum Wilson. They were talking about what goal celebrations they were going to do if they did score in this game today. So I'll come back to that in just a moment, because Newcastle have got the ball on the left side of West Ham's penalty area. It's with Elliot Anderson, who's trying to trick his way onto his right foot. He's giving it back to Tonali, who's rolling the ball underneath his own foot on this left-hand side. Return to Anderson. Tonali's gone out to the touchline. He's got it now, his right-footed cross. It was a pretty hopeful delivery really from Tonali with no real aim on it, and it has harmlessly gone out of play for a goal kick.
Yeah, again West Ham getting back into a great shape and blocking them off, but they're camped there for good 30 seconds where West Ham are all inside the box and there's nowhere to go, and it was a hopeful ball from Tonali to the far post where no one was actually running. So it looks at the moment that Newcastle are sort of trying to come up with ideas how to hurt this West Ham team, but really struggling.
Just saw a shot of a few Newcastle United fans in the away end. There's a few glum faces in there with their black and white shirts on right now over towards our right-hand side. West Ham leading by 1-0 here on 5 Live Sports Extra. Thomas Souček scored it. And going back to that discussion about Michail Antonio and Callum Wilson, obviously Wilson's on the bench. Antonio said if he scores today, he's going to do a chicken dance celebration.
Kevin Nolan one, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So
I've seen that a fair few times.
But he said, I'm going to rename it the Magpie Dance instead, just to try and antagonise a little bit. Here come Newcastle, who are beginning to work their way back into this game now. The shot from the edge of the box is just wide of Areola's right-hand post. Was brilliantly hit by Almiron, and we've seen him do that, haven't we, in recent weeks? Score superb goals from outside the box, and it's bent just wide of the right post.
He's so good at cutting in from that right-hand side, but it doesn't even look like he's shooting. He looks like he's looked up to see if anyone's in the box to have a shot, to have a cross, and he's whipped that delightful ball. He's only inches away from going into that top corner, from out of nowhere, really.
That was almost so similar to the goal he scored against Burnley a couple of weeks ago, Miguel Almiron. In fact, when was that? Last week. I'm getting all mixed up with that PSG game during the week, because of course he scored in that match as well. Miguel Almiron, he's been in terrific form of late for Newcastle.
He certainly has, and it's being able to have the right back that's running, bombarding down the right-hand side in Trippier, so he's able to cut inside on his left, very similar to how Bowen and Soufal work. But Almiron's got a delightful left foot that's able to do a lot of either shooting or a cross into the far post, and we've seen his quality.
Matt Jarvis with us here on 5 Live Sports Extra. West Ham leading Newcastle 1-0. Lucas Paquetá was down for just a moment there, so there was a pause in play, and Paquetá's having a slightly angry exchange here with Kieran Trippier, because he feels that Trippier lent into him as Paquetá was going up for the header and ended up having to have a bit of treatment on his back there, the Brazilian.
Yeah, I think they're also a bit annoyed that I think Emerson just kicked the ball back to them because he was on the ground, and then they didn't give it back. But they're well in their rights to keep the ball if that was the case.
So the talking point so far, the West Ham goal scored by Thomas Soucek, the question mark over whether Bruno Guimaraes should have been sent off for 2 pretty swift yellow cards. Now Lucas Paquetá has tripped a man and is going to be penalised himself. It is going to be a Newcastle free kick here, halfway inside West Ham's half on the far right-hand side. There's not going to be a yellow card for that from Peter Banks by Lucas Paquetá for the foul on Lascelles.
Showed a good bit of pace there, Lascelles, to keep going forward. I think he thought, actually, it's all opening up for him there, so he's carried on going. But he's put his team in a really good position for another Trippier set piece.
We see no Sven Botman at the moment for Newcastle. Gordon's suspended today. Joe Linton's still missing. Harvey Barnes is out for a while, as is Joe Willock. So there are quite a few, in particular, creative players for the Magpies that are absent. And they're looking for their first goal of the afternoon here, having scored 4 against Paris Saint-Germain during the week in the Champions League. Just past the half-hour mark, Newcastle free kick, midway inside West Ham's half, over on the far right-hand side, and Trippier, with his right foot, sweeps it in. The header is just wide. Dan Burn made connections with it, and it flashed past the right post of Areola.
It did. You can see how close it was, because Areola's had one, as a goalkeeper, he's dived, he's made a real good effort to try and get it. So it is close. It's good to Burn just gets, I think it was behind Emerson, and it was flicked into the far corner. But as we mentioned, they're so effective from set pieces.
I don't know if you caught the Newcastle game against PSG in the week, or if you saw the highlights, but the will from Dan Burn to go and get his head on the ball for that goal that he scored was absolutely incredible. It sort of epitomised Newcastle's whole night, really, didn't it?
Absolutely. And the thing is, you go from that, and then you see them just even, I think it was Anthony Gordon that was closing the centre half down on the goal line, and he's made the challenge, blocked it, and he's cheering, and all the fans are up. I think that's their team spirit, and that's what gets them going, especially at home.
They need a bit of that at the moment, I think, Newcastle, because they haven't really tested Alfonso Areola so far in the West Ham United goal, who is making his 50th Premier League appearance of his career today. West Ham's number 23 in the sticks over towards our left-hand side in the all green, and it's Newcastle in possession inside their own half with Fabian Schär, who himself scored a brilliant goal against Paris Saint-Germain in the week. Now Lascelles, who just puts his foot on the ball, looks around and sends it back to Schär. Newcastle just slowing things down a little bit into the feet of Longstaff. Almiron has come short for it, and he has nudged it on towards Guimaraes, who was nudged out of it. And now Guimaraes again, was it? Longstaff maybe. It's tricky to see exactly who made that foul. It's a West Ham free kick.
It was so carbon copy of the one before. Bowen's nicked it, but I think it was...
It's Almiron, isn't it?
I think it was Almiron but it is a carbon copy, and I was going to say it would be interesting to see if he gets a yellow card, because Bowen just picks it up, nips past, and he's on to the centre half in Shah.
He sort of body checked him to the ground, didn't he, in the end, Miguel Almiron?
Yeah, he's looking now like, I didn't do anything, but he body checked Bowen down to the ground.
Yeah, that look though, I've seen that look 1,000 times.
I'm not guilty, honestly.
And that's every weekend. West Ham free kick, Zuma with it. They are 1-0 up against Newcastle, and it's up to the edge of Newcastle's box, and Trippier has, with his head, guided it back to his goalkeeper, Nick Pope. And it's now on this near left-hand side with Burn. Now Isak, great bit of skill from Alexander Isak through the legs of one man, scythed down by Michail Antonio. That was an untidy challenge from the West Ham forward, and immediately he is cautioned by Peter Banks for it.
It's a great bit of skill from Isaac on the touchline round Soufal. Little right to left on the flank, gets up the line, and I think Antonio realises that he needs to help him out, but he's lunged in, didn't get the ball like he was protesting. And it is a yellow card.
Won't be doing the magpie dance for that, will he, at least?
Absolutely not.
Has started every Premier League game for West Ham this season, Michail Antonio. And of course, was in and out of the team last season, with Scamacca being here and David Moyes largely preferring him, at least in the early portions of the season.
I think what he brings to the team is so much more than just like goals. It's his hold-up play. He occupies 2 or 3 centre-halves, if depending on the formation. He runs the channels. He obviously comes in with goals as well, but it's everything that he does. His defensive work, set pieces as well, defensively as well as offensively. He's really instrumental in the way that the West Ham can build up the game.
Only won 1 of their last 8 meetings against Newcastle have West Ham United, and there has been a goal in one of the other Premier League games this afternoon. Brighton are leading Liverpool by a 1-0. Adingra has got it for Roberto De Zerbi's team. So Liverpool behind at the Amex Stadium. That is live right now on 5 Live. Still 0-0 between Wolves and Aston Villa, and Arsenal against Manchester City. Full live commentary to come on 5 Live from 4:30. Newcastle trailing West Ham by a 0-0 here. Alexander Isak was hoping that ball was going to come back to him then from Dan Burn. It didn't, and Burn went chasing, and Ward-Prowse has won the throw out of him, right down by West Ham's corner flag in their right back area.
Yeah, but Isaac, he's the one that looks lively. Every time he's got the ball, he's looking like he wants to try and either take someone or commit someone and have a little 1-2 give and go. He's trying to come down to this left-hand side now to get involved in the game.
Good challenge that. Paquetá was chasing the ball, overcame Fabian Schär as well, who very, very rarely will let someone like Lucas Paquetá try and creep his way past him without letting him know he was there.
I think they're having a few words as they've got up and walked on. I think Paquetá, he's so strong, and he loves the Premier League and the grit and determination and the tackling. I think he's learnt that very quickly, and I think he really enjoys the battle.
Yeah, the Maverick, as David Moyes called him this week. As Ward-Prowse, one of West Ham's new midfielders, sends it back to Areola, his goalkeeper, who's lifted up to Paquetá. He's got time to take that ball down, turn, run, and feed it through. And here's Antonio in the box, right-hand side. 2 Newcastle players with him. Antonio is eventually flagged for offside, though. That took a long time, that flag to be raised.
It did. To be honest, when he first played it, I thought, that might be offside, but the flag didn't go up even when he received the ball and took it on. So it was a very late flag, but Paquetá able to control, turn and drive at the Newcastle defence, and I think that's close, actually.
It is, isn't it?
I don't even think he's offside.
It's one of those, I think, where had Antonio gone on and scored, that would have been forensically examined at Stockley Park, because that was really tight.
It really was, yeah. That's the thing what Antonio can bring, though. I say he stretches, he goes up the pitch, and he actually enjoys running off defenders as well. And there's no one better than Paquetá to be able to slip a ball in behind in tight areas.
Matt Jarvis, former West Ham United winger, didn't play here but played many a time at Upton Park for the Hammers, with us here on 5 Live Sports Extra. Newcastle are trailing West Ham by a 0-0, but they have got themselves a throw here. Trippier's cross is closed down. And it is more than halfway inside West Ham's half over on that far right-hand side. Newcastle going from right to left at the London Stadium in the first half, and from our position the dugouts are way down below us to our left-hand side. The two managers right now are on the edge of their technical area. Eddie Howe's on his haunches at the moment. He's down assessing the situation. Here's Tonali chipping it in from the left, and Areola might have given a shout, and if he did, Zuma didn't hear him, because right in front of him the West Ham defender has hooked it away for a Newcastle throw instead.
Yeah, it's unnecessary. Areola should be screaming at Zuma there to leave it. There was no one on. He could just pick that up. It puts himself into a position that they're now near the corner flag for a throw-in,
which Isak has come short to retrieve from Dan Burn. He's got it back to Burn on the overlap. Burn with the cross up towards the far post. The header should be simple, and is for Areola, who has leapt, has caught, has dropped to the ground and has dived on top of the ball.
That's the only problem with Isak coming over to this left-hand side. He's done really well, received the ball, nice little touch, and then set Dan Burn down the left to cross it in, but then there's no one in the box for them to put the cross into.
That was really good from Antonio, coming short from Areola's ball out of his arms up towards Antonio, and he just held the ball up beautifully on the halfway line to keep possession for West Ham United, who are still leading through that early goal from Thomas Souček. And Newcastle, who started the brighter but have yet to force Areola into a genuine save, though Nick Pope hasn't had a big save to make so far either. Here come West Ham though. Paquetá looking for Antonio, couldn't quite feed it through. It's back out to Ward-Prowse, 25 yards out. Ward-Prowse is encouraged to continue. Emerson has got up on the overlap, the Italian on the left hand side, now with Lucas Paquetá, who is rolling the ball underneath his feet and is going to send it back towards Naif Agur on the halfway line, and he's gone all the way back to Areola, who's on the edge of his box.
Yeah, but you see Almiron chasing and hurrying, and that's what you need from a Newcastle perspective. He needs to create some sort of drive in the team to push them up the pitch, because West Ham are starting to get possession, starting to look lively every time they go forward.
We're in the final 5 minutes of the first half here in England's capital. Sandro Tonali for Newcastle. Infield it goes towards Guimaraes, who has a little bit of support over on that far right hand side. It's been helped on towards Trippier. Guimaraes has come short for it again. He's chipped it in. He's looked to pick out somebody at the far post. There was nobody there, and Isak, who was the closest one to it, isn't able to keep it in play, and it's a goal kick. There is an apology from Bruno Guimaraes to his teammates there.
Yeah, it was forced, I think, the cross there. It's gone out to Trippier. He's probably had a better angle, but he just played it inside to Bruno, and he just took it too early. And as we said about Isak, he is out. It looks like they've switched. Him and Anderson look like they've switched, and he's out on this left-hand side. So when he's out there isn't that focal point in the middle of the goal to have that cross that you know he's going to try and get on the end of.
West Ham goal kick. They are leading Newcastle 1-0. Just wonder what Eddie Howe's thinking right now. He says he wants to keep expectations grounded, the Newcastle manager, saying this week he will urge caution and calmness because his team haven't proved anything yet.
I mean, he has to say that because, you know, for instance, this result, if it stays like this, everyone's going to be like, oh, they can't handle being in Europe and then coming back and playing in the Premier League. It's so early. They're a very good team, and you can't just pin it on one game.
There was a remark from David Moyes this week, which was of interest, I think, and slightly pointed in Newcastle's direction when he said that it's very difficult to explain how tough it is to play European football in the week and to maintain good form in the Premier League at the weekend as well. And Newcastle at the moment are not necessarily replicating the same sort of dazzling performance they delivered against Paris Saint-Germain during the week. They've lost possession here inside West Ham's half, and Antonio, who was trying to get himself out of a cul-de-sac, has won West Ham a free kick for a foul by Trippier.
We mentioned Antonio earlier. His hold-up play today has been excellent. That's what, unfortunately, for Newcastle, that's what's missing. You know, whenever the ball's been put up to the front man, he's coming out to this left-hand side. There hasn't been that build-up play, and Antonio's been so pivotal in the way that West Ham have built possession. It's been up to him. He's held the ball. He's brought others into play, and there he wins his team a free kick, which is huge.
West Ham go from left to right with Zuma sweeping it out towards Paquetá, who's seen plenty of the ball and plenty of Newcastle players around him in the first half. They've got themselves out of that situation. A cross goal by Ward-Prowse. It was with the outside of his right boot, and it was too close to Nick Pope, who has got it for Newcastle.
Yeah, again, it's Paquetá using his strength and his ability on that left-hand side to hold off Trippier, I think it was, and bring others into play. And it was just not his best cross at Ward-Prowse there. Just tried to put it off his outside of his right foot, but again, nice to see them up that high in possession, winning the ball back, and then putting the cross into the box and having numbers in the box.
And immediately they turned play over again because Alvarez came and crunched into a challenge in midfield, and now under a bit of pressure on the edge of his own box, Lascelles has hooked it away with Antonio next to him, and there is Alvarez again sliding in to keep things going for West Ham with those bright white boots, getting it all the way back to his goalkeeper Areola.
Yeah, I think they've actually West Ham, after the first 10 minutes where Newcastle dominated possession, they've really got themselves back into a really positive frame of mind.
Sofal, right hand side, cross into the box, looking for Antonio, headed away by Cher. It's come back out to this right side where Tonali has held off the advances of Sofal to clear it away for Newcastle. West Ham leading 1-0. We're in the last 40 seconds of the first half, plus whatever is to be added on by the fourth official, Michael Salisbury, and the ball is out for a Newcastle throw inside their own half on the left. 1-0 West Ham lead. Liverpool have equalised against Brighton. 1-1 now at the Amex. Mohamed Salah has scored the goal for Jurgen Klopp's team. So 1-1 there. Still no goals between Wolves and Aston Villa at Molineux. And here West Ham 1-0 up against Newcastle United. As Fabian Cher strides forwards. Not really at a jog, but not at walking pace either, as he takes it up to the halfway line. Byrne has gone back to Nick Pope. And there are to be 2 minutes added on at the end of the first half at London Stadium. It's been a good watch. Is there any way back into this game before the break, at least for Newcastle? Trippier hoping so. Forward it goes to Tonali, the layoff for Guimaraes. On the left-hand side is Alexander Isak, who's adopted a far wider role as this half has gone on. Now Guimaraes again, nowhere to go, so has to come back in field, has given it to Longstaff, who has Trippier in an advanced position on that right-hand side. Trippier, Guimaraes, 30 yards out, trying to feed in towards the feet of Tonali. Newcastle have got it back again. Here is Isak. It's all outside the box at the moment, and that is a big challenge from Paquetá, who's distributing them out at the moment, and then is on the end of one himself, but it's not a foul. Newcastle have got the ball back with Elliot Anderson. There was nothing wrong with the challenge, and now they work it towards Trippier. Trippier flicking it into the box and off the thigh, and then into the feet of Naya Faged, who is off on a bit of a run here, the centre-back. He's opening up his legs, and he's running away down that left-hand side. There's nobody up with him at the moment, so he's going to have to check the run slightly. Ward-Prowse is arriving now. Here's Ward-Prowse inside the box. Didn't have the physical strength to get his way past Kieran Trippier, and it is a goal kick.
What a great bit of pace there from a guard. He's just opened up and knocked it round. I don't even know who he knocked it round, but you're thinking, well,
it was Trippier, I think.
Who's he passing to? But he's just carried on running. Brilliant bit of pace going forward, and what it does for the team, they know it's close to half time, so getting up the other end was a great bit of teamwork.
So in the final 60 seconds then, and there's perhaps only 20 seconds or so left of stoppage time here, Newcastle have the ball just inside West Ham's half, but they are 1-0 down and they have given it away, and in an attempt to retrieve the situation, it wasn't his fault. Sandro Tonali has fouled Michail Antonio, and that is to be the last action of the half. So West Ham leading Newcastle by 1-0 in what has been a positive and resolute display so far from the Hammers, and for Newcastle United, who have had plenty of the ball, Matt Jarvis, but have failed really to find a way to regularly penetrate that West Ham defence. I
think just that last incident when Tonali just loses the ball, that sums up Newcastle's half. They've had all the possession, it's just that last little bit, they've given it away, and West Ham have defensively done so well, getting everyone back into positions, but they're nicking the ball and being able to break. And obviously the first 10 minutes is all Newcastle up until that one opportunity where Antonio's running behind, kept the ball, and then it's a third man run with Emerson, who Nick Pope just in a in-between position. That the first touch from Emerson is outstanding to his left, and then sets up Souček for an easy goal. But it's really well drilled West Ham David Moyes performance, and Newcastle will go into this thinking, well, we've tried the intricate passes, we've tried going long, we've tried to go out to the right, now we've moved Isak to the left hand side, and they still can't quite find a way to get through.
Just wonder whether Eddie Howe might think about tinkering a little bit. The only problem, of course, for him, we highlighted it in the first half, they're missing so many attacking players that can influence a game. No Gordon because he's suspended, no Willock, no Joe Linton, no Harvey Barnes. Lots of players that Eddie Howe can't call upon today under normal circumstances, game changers.
Absolutely, but the worst for West Ham is Callum Wilson's on the bench. I mean, his record against West Ham is incredible, to be fair. So that will be something that if he does come on the pitch, I'm sure West Ham players will be like, right, we need to keep him quiet. And to be honest, for Newcastle, that's exactly the type of player they need. They haven't had Isaac's. He wasn't involved in the game to start with. That's why he's probably come out to this left-hand side. But every time they went forward, they didn't have that focal point in the middle of the box. When the cross came in, there was no one there. It's one of them positions that Callum Wilson does so well.
Well, there is only one Premier League game so far this season that West Ham haven't scored first in, and that was at Anfield against Liverpool, and they are maintaining that very positive trend so far. 1-0 up against a Newcastle team who, coming into this game, are unbeaten in their last 6 in all competitions. Matt, thank you very much for now. We will be back here on 5 Live Sports Extra and via BBC Sounds for live second half commentary of West Ham against Newcastle United. West Ham leading by 1-0 at the break, but for now we will take you over to the team on 5 Live to catch up with everything else that has happened in the first half in those other 2 Premier League games.
Steve, Mark, thank you very much for the time being. Brighton 1, Liverpool 2, half-time at the Amex, of course. Second half commentary to come here on 5 Live. I'm now live at the Emirates ahead of Arsenal versus Manchester City at 4:30. Let's cross the city and get the half-time at the London Stadium. Chris Temple.
West Ham 1, Newcastle 0 after putting 4 past PSG. Newcastle have been very disappointing going forward for the most part. West Ham have only needed 1 shot on target to lead, and it came from their first attack. Thomas Souček stroking in unmarked after Nick Pope went walkabout. Emerson crossed it in, and Souček didn't have a Newcastle player within yards. A talking point on 18 minutes, Bruno Guimaraes, 2 fouls in the space of a couple of minutes, got a yellow for the first, escaped a yellow for the second. That's a talking point which West Ham may look at if they don't win this game. Almiron and Byrne both missing the target with Newcastle's only efforts, but it's a Sunday afternoon that's lacked intensity for the most part. West Ham have the edge by 1-0.
And you can listen to full commentary of the second half of that match on 5 Sports Extra. You can also do that with Wolves versus Villa via the BBC Sport website and app. Nothing doing, Pat Murphy?
0-0 at half-time. It's fractious, bad-tempered, inadequately refereed, players queuing up to get opposition players booked. Tone was set after 5 minutes when Villa's Kamara was booked. McGinn and Dawson predictably also so yellow. The occasional outbreak of football amid the bad temper. Splendid low save by Sarr from the Wolves goal to deny Cash early on. Aït-Nouri went close for Wolves, a flick just past the post. But we're waiting now for this collection of very good players on both sides actually to start playing some decent football. Villa 0, Wolves 0.
Pat, thank you very much indeed. We're all getting very giddy here in the nation's capital about it being 24 degrees in October. Suspect it might be a little bit warmer in India at the Cricket World Cup. The hosts are playing Australia. Jeff Lemon.
It's absolutely roasting out here. Everybody who's done anything is sweating up a storm out on the field, and some of us watching are as well. India lost 3 wickets before they'd scored a run off the bat. So Ishan Kishan, Rohit Sharma, Shreyas Iyer all out for ducks with only a couple of extras on the board. And then Virat Kohli was dropped on 12 by Mitchell Marsh. So had they held on to that one, Australia might have been a chance of defending this. But India have just been waiting out the new ball, and they're starting to get a little bit more on top now. They're 33 for 3, Kohli on 18, KL Rahul on 12.
Thank you very much, Jeff. You can listen to commentary of that via the BBC Sport website. In the Women's Super League so far today, it finished Brighton 0, West Ham 2. And Manchester City 1, Chelsea 1. City ending the game with 9 players and Chelsea equalising through Guru Wrighton in the 96th minute. Much more on all of the live sport going on this afternoon, and then second half commentary from the Amex to come after the news with Carl Hartley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Steve. Israel is battling to regain control of parts of its territory a day after Palestinian militants launched a large-scale attack. The BBC has seen verified footage of gunfighting between the Gaza border and Ashdod in Israel. More than 1,000 people have died in the conflict so far. The government in Israel say 600 Israelis have been killed and 100 have been kidnapped. Officials in Gaza say 370 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes. Civilians in towns near the Gaza border are being evacuated by the military as Israel ramps up its offensive. Our Middle East correspondent Yolande Nell spoke to us on 5 Live about the response from Israel.
They have said that they're going to come down extremely strongly, that Hamas will pay the price. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Hamas hideouts in the Gaza Strip would be reduced to rubble. We know that there have been 450 targets, according to the Israeli military, that it has gone after. Those have included the homes of some senior Hamas leaders, but also high-rise buildings in Gaza, including one that had all of the main internet providers. That's made it actually harder to get information out of the Gaza Strip. I mean, the hospital that I'm looking at here is very well resourced. Of course, in the Gaza Strip, it's such an impoverished place. The hospitals there are already poorly resourced. Now Israel has cut off the electricity that it supplies to the Strip, and we know that hospitals there are struggling to cope as the casualties there mount as well.
Residents in Gaza have been told to leave the area. Since last night, around 280 targets have been hit by Israeli airstrikes. Our reporter Rushdie Abdalouf is there.
Since last night, when Israel launched this retaliation operation in Gaza, many areas people were leaving, and we understand from sources in the UN that as many as 22,000 people already left their homes, and now they are taking shelters in a UN school. We have seen this scenario before, as Gaza fought like 4 wars, or Hamas fought 4 wars with Israel in the last 17 years. And Gaza, the people in Gaza, they don't have any shelter facilities. So people usually, what they do, they go to the UN school because they believe that UN school is protected by the UN and nobody will hit them there. Also, we notice that people are going to hospitals for the same reason.
Now, organisations are helping people caught up in the conflict. Hindel Kudri is a media officer for the Euromed Human Rights Group in Gaza.
This is not the first time I live an Israeli aggression on Gaza. Like I have been there like all my life, but like this time it was way different. The explosions never ended. They were targeting residents' houses and people's houses, and they were calling people to flee their homes so they can like bomb them. All night we were trying to find a safe space.
Now, the Israeli embassy in the UK has confirmed that a British citizen, Jake Marlowe, is missing in Israel, while the family of Nathaniel Young, a British-Israeli soldier, have confirmed he's died in the attacks by Hamas yesterday. Questions are now being asked why Israel's intelligence agencies failed to find out that Hamas was preparing yesterday's attacks. The former head of Israel's security services, Mossad, Ephraim Havlevi.
On many of the occasions in the last couple of years, although there was tension in the West Bank, they were careful not to directly enter war except in very exceptional circumstances and only for a very, very short time. So this kind of operation that they launched yesterday was entirely foreign to the way they were behaving up to now.
The Pope has called for an end to the fighting. The UN Security Council to hold an emergency meeting later. You can follow this story on our website, BBC News website. There's also analysis of the details around it as well. Some other stories quickly. The Taliban government in Afghanistan says more than 2,000 people died in yesterday's powerful earthquake in the west of the country. And Labour's party conference is underway in Liverpool as Sir Keir Starmer has laid out his plans to tackle the NHS backlog if the party wins the next general election.
Service!
On BBC iPlayer.
Have you seen my sugar?
Yeah, it's over here, girl.
Oh, definitely not sweet. No chance.
A brand new drama starring Vanette Robinson and Stephen Graham.
This is impossible. I need help, please.
Don't worry, I've got it.
No.
It's like working with a bunch of school kids.
No,
I'm not going to calm down. I've had enough.
What happened last time you lost your temper in the kitchen?
He's all used to work for me. If it wasn't for it, I'd still have my own restaurant.
Boiling Point. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sport with Steve Crossman.
On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
And it is just starting to feel as big as it really is here at the Emirates ahead of Arsenal versus Manchester City in full-on Premier League Sunday at 4:30. I can see past players of both clubs just down below us doing their media interviews. Samir Nasri is there, former Arsenal and Manchester City midfielder. Kolo Touré I can see just away to our right-hand side as well. Speaking of Manchester City, their women's team playing this afternoon in the WSL drew 1-1 with Chelsea, but finished the game, City, with 9 players after 2 England players, Alex Greenwood and Lauren Hemp, were both sent off. Here's their manager, Gareth Taylor.
I thought we were quality in the opening exchanges. The first 15 minutes, I felt we were really on the front foot. We scored a brilliant goal. I had a feeling that Chloe was going to score today. I had a feeling that we would overrun them in the first 15 minutes. And then obviously the bit of a game changer is obviously Alex's red card, which changes everything, and it's frustrating. Particularly when we seem to have gone from like here to here all of a sudden on dishing out those yellow cards, and I don't know, I think it's a difficult one to take, that, because the girls were magnificent in terms of defending the box, against some very, very good players who play very direct, but I felt we dealt with everything. Unfortunately, at the vital moment, we have Alana off of the pitch at that vital moment, but look, I'm so proud of the players.
A couple of other WSL scores for you. West Ham won 2-0 at Brighton at half-time. It's Tottenham 3, Bristol City 0. Elsewhere, Argentina will play Wales in the Rugby World Cup quarter-finals. They beat Japan 39-27 in Nantes. Fiji only needed a losing bonus point or better against Portugal later to play England in the last 8. The Rugby Union Daily Pod every morning on BBC Sounds. There's live text commentary at the moment on the BBC Sport website of the Buffalo Bills against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars leading 8-0 at the moment. On Sports Extra later from 10. Commentary of Philadelphia Eagles at Los Angeles Ram. And just as I look around the Emirates here, you can see many American Arsenal flags. Arsenal Detroit with the stars and stripes in front of me. Arsenal Philadelphia as well. John Murray, correspondent, is with us inside the Emirates.
Hi, Steve.
So I was saying before, John, it's just starting to feel just as big as we know this is today.
Yeah, to follow on the conversation that we had right at the start of the afternoon when we were in the pub together, I've now spoken to a lot of people about who they think might actually fill in the central area for Manchester City today in the absence of Rodri. And I would say Rico Lewis is actually probably the name that's been mentioned most frequently, and I know that he played further forward in the Champions League in Leipzig on Wednesday night. But Bernardo Silva, Foden, possibility of Akanji playing in there, Kovacic, Matheus Nunes. And I think what's interesting is as well, via our pictures here in front of us in the commentary position, we see that John Stones is here, even though Pep Guardiola said he was not ready to play, and he was on the bench in the Champions League in midweek, but he's here. And we've also been told that both Saka, yes, but also Martinelli got off the Arsenal team coach. So we'll find out in about 12 minutes.
Yeah, I just noticed that when Gabriel Martinelli walked down the tunnel, there were a couple of Arsenal fans who just sort of crowded around us to look at the monitor to see who was here. They were looking for Saka and they saw him, but they saw Martinelli as well. So we'll get the team news in just under half an hour's time.
Half an hour, that's right. Yes, I don't know where I got that from.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting when it comes. But the point is, what you were just saying there about the City midfield is that it says everything about the importance of Rodri, that it isn't just a straight idea of, OK, he comes out, so X comes in. It spawns an entire debate.
But also, the name that I've not mentioned there is Calvin Phillips in the England squad this week. And he's the man that when Manchester City signed him, the assumption was that, well, if Rodri's not playing, it'll be Calvin Phillips who plays in that role. Yet almost no one has suggested that he will come in, which I think is, listen, let's see what happens when the team news comes out, because Pep Guardiola is perfectly capable of pulling a surprise and putting him in the team, but that would be a massive surprise, and I think that's quite damning actually when I think of what
Hello everyone, welcome back to London Stadium for coverage of West Ham against Newcastle United in the Premier League here on 5 Live Sports Extra. To continue listening to Brighton against Liverpool, that is over on 5 Live. It is myself, Chris Wise, and the former West Ham winger Matt Jarvis here on 5 Live Sports Extra, with West Ham leading Newcastle by a 1-0. Thomas Souček scored it inside the first 10 minutes. And Matt, I guess the first observation as the two teams emerged from the tunnel below us down to our left-hand side is that those Newcastle players were out there a good 2 minutes before West Ham came out.
Yeah, I can imagine the team talk was, get yourselves back out there. You need to step the tempo up. It's all of this nice, pretty passing. I think possession stats were very much in Newcastle favour, but the end product was not there. That's a little bit of a worry for Newcastle.
So off we go in the second half then. West Ham 1, Newcastle 0 here on 5 Live Sports Extra. And Newcastle going from left to right in this second half. So that is towards the Geordies, towards our right-hand side in the away end, in their black and white shirts with the black shorts and the white socks, and West Ham United in their home strip of the claret and blue, and they are going from right to left, and immediately West Ham have a free kick on the edge of their own penalty area, which Nath Aguirre is going to send long, and Lascelles with his head is going to deal with.
Yeah, I think towards the end of the first half, David Moyes was, I think it was a few goal kicks that he was waving his hands at Areola to say stop kicking it there, because every time it was either Dan Burn or Lascelles, they were just winning the headers. You've got to try something different, and that's why you saw him in the first half throwing it out to Antonio, trying to get into his feet, or passing it out to the fullbacks, because they're going to win the majority share of them long balls.
So remember, both of these teams are trying to make a little ground up on those in the top 4 today. West Ham beginning the afternoon in 7th in the Premier League table, Newcastle United 8th, just a point between them, but obviously there's lots of teams in and around that area that are playing right now. Brighton and Liverpool, Aston Villa of course, who are at Wolverhampton Wanderers, and then Arsenal against Manchester City to come from 4:30 live on 5 Live. There is a short delay here, I'm not too sure what it is exactly, but West Ham are being delayed taking their throw, and eventually they are given the go-ahead by Peter Banks, and Ward-Prowse is not really with anywhere to go, having to send it back to Areola, his goalkeeper, who sends it upfield and onto the chest of Lucas Paquetá. Trippier got himself initially, positionally wise, in a bit of a mess, but he recovered really well to make up the ground and get the ball back.
He's done very well there, because Paquetá got the other side of him, and he's so strong, but Trippier's used his pace and got himself the other side of him and nicked the ball back, and one possession back for Newcastle.
And Fabian Schär just striding out of defence with it, the Newcastle United centre-back, a Swiss international who's been at the club for 5 years now. And with his left foot he sends it infield towards Lascelles, back with Schär again in the centre circle with the bright white boots, and Lascelles, and now Trippier, who is hanging wide on this right-hand side. I just wonder whether we're going to see an increased intensity from Newcastle in the second half, because speaking to one or two inside the press box of a Newcastle persuasion at half-time, they were saying that Newcastle are playing today like PSG did against them during the week in the Champions League, as Isak is penalised after a ball over the top has caught him pulling on the shirt of Vladimir Sofal. So West Ham free kick inside their own box.
I would agree with you to a certain extent, but you've probably got to give praise to the West Ham team. You look there in that last little bit of possession for Newcastle. The midfield and Antonio of West Ham are working so hard to get back into a shape where there is no gaps to make them little passes inside. Everything's going wide to either Trippier or Burn the other side, and there is no way through. You see Alvarez as well, like if Trippier's forward and Paquetá's just getting himself the wrong side, Alvarez is straight over, and he's showing him one way, not letting him come back inside, which it makes a huge difference to the defenders behind you to know that, right, he's not going that, we can get this side of the centre forward, we can stop that the ball going that way.
Here's Isak for Newcastle, halfway inside West Ham's half, and they ran into trouble. Ward-Prowse has now got it for West Ham, up towards Paquetá on the halfway line, and has support from Emerson, who was the man who got the assist for the West Ham goal in the first half, their left back, and he's got it again off Ward-Prowse. He's cutting infield from the left side, Emerson, back towards the feet of the goal scorer, Souček, and now with Sofal sending it out to the far right-hand side for Jared Bowen, back in the England squad. Jared Bowen this week named in Gareth Southgate's squad for those games against Australia and Italy, and here he is again, Bowen into the penalty area, and it's taken away from him and put behind for a corner by Fabian Schär.
Really well worked opportunity there. It all started on the left hand side, where there's really good interchange between Paquetá, Emerson and Ward-Prowse, and it's developed over to the right hand side, and as we mentioned before about Bowen liking to on that right hand side cut inside on his left, the ball got played to him just a little bit too far in front, but another really good opportunity from a set piece from Ward-Prowse.
He's rolling up his socks on that far right-hand side, James Ward-Prowse, just setting himself before he places that ball down for this West Ham corner. 5 minutes into the second half, 1-0 the Hammers lead against Newcastle United here on 5 Live Sports Extra. And Ward-Prowse with the corner, and the header from Alvarez is wide of the post. It was a diving header from 8 yards out. He sent it across goal, Edson Alvarez, and Pope at full stretch, but it went wide of his post.
What a training ground routine. You could see when Ward-Prowse put the ball down, he's had a little bounce of the ball, and you can see Alvarez hanging out on the edge of the box, and as soon as that ball comes in, it's a low one, he's a diving header, and it's a great header into the far corner, just past the post, but really well worked.
Would have been his first Premier League goal. He's yet to score since his £35.4 million move from Ajax, Edson Alvarez. Goals haven't been his thing since he's come in. Yellow cards have, because if he's booked today, he misses West Ham's next game against Aston Villa, Edson Alvarez.
He does love a tackle. He's in that team to break up play, and he does it really well, but yes, he's prone to getting one wrong maybe.
Guimaraes, who did get one wrong in the first half, and one or two might say he should have picked up 2 yellow cards in that first 45 minutes. Now Sandro Tonali, who was introduced back into the starting 11 for Newcastle against PSG during the week. And coming short for the ball on this near right-hand side is Trippier. Newcastle are trying to work little triangles to pick their way through. Tonali back with Trippier in field towards Almiron, who was under pressure from Paquetá. Back with Trippier into the feet of Tonali. It's still out on this near right-hand side, but West Ham are just saying to Newcastle, you're not going to come through this way.
Exactly, that's what I mean. It's really good passing by Newcastle, but they can't find a way through. They're trying everything. Little passes, like 5-yard passes here and back, but West Ham are working so hard to keep their shape and make sure that it doesn't come through them.
And that's what David Moyes is so good at doing with his teams. I mean, they're attractive on the eye, but goodness me, they are pragmatic as well when they need to be.
They certainly are. I mean, that is David Moyes down to a T, making sure his teams are hard to beat.
Newcastle still in possession of the ball, and they're about 15 yards outside West Ham's box at the moment. Tonali has been harassed by Ward-Prowse. Lascelles is now going to chip it out to the right-hand side for Trippier. 1-0 West Ham lead. Here's Almiron. This is a more promising position. Off goes Almiron, wriggling and running the ball out of play.
I mean, really, really good possession from Newcastle. They were probing, they're trying on the right, they went out to the left, through the middle, there's nothing on, they keep going right, and the defensive work from West Ham, you can see that every time it goes to even the centre half, Antonio sprinting to close him down. It went into Tonali, Ward-Prowse is out and sprinting and closing down. That's what we mentioned about Almiron in the first half, that's what he does, but this whole West Ham team are doing it collectively at the moment.
What David Moyes has done this season is hardly tinkered with his starting 11 in Premier League games. Bear in mind, he didn't make any changes today across the whole season so far to his starting 11. He's only made 6 alterations, Moyes, to this West Ham team in the league. So he has found a structure and he has found his personnel, and he's very happy with them at the moment. But they're having to defend at the moment. Here come Newcastle again, poke through for Isak. Out comes the goalkeeper, Areola, and he dives in at the feet of Isak and he claims the ball.
The thing with West Ham at the moment as well, though, compared to last year, is the bench. Their squad, they've improved so much. So now, yes, he's got a settled side, but if anything changes the game, if they're needing to shut up shop, or if they need a goal, they're able to bring players on. Kudos is an exceptional player. You've got Kone, you've got Ings, Benrahma. These are, really attacking quality players. So it's a squad depth that is a real big positive for West Ham this season.
They might have a little concern here over Michail Antonio, who is now back on his feet, but was being asked if he needed some treatment because Fabian Schär has come smashing through the back of Michail Antonio. It is a West Ham free kick.
Yeah, it's not today, please, is that from Fabian Schär on Antonio. Just had his opportunity to run straight into the back of him there.
It was always going to be a good old battle between those two today, wasn't it, Schär and Antonio, as Ward-Prowse gets his foot on the ball in midfield for West Ham and gives it to Antonio, who's looking sprightly again down the right-hand side for Bowen. Tried to push it back into the box for Antonio, but his pass was blocked and Newcastle can bring it away. And then Almiron is body checked to the ground by Alvarez, who is being penalised, but he's saying, please don't book me because I'll be suspended if you do.
Exactly, but that's what he's in the team for. You see that West Ham are committed players forward, and there's that one opportunity, Newcastle, great ball into the field where Almiron's turned, but Alvarez just uses his body very cleverly to get the free kick and get his team back in, but desperately pleading with the referee, don't book me.
Matt Jarvis is with us today on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. We're on BBC Sounds. We're via the BBC Sport website as well. And it is Newcastle United who are trailing West Ham by a 1-0. A West Ham team who have collected 13 points from their first 7 Premier League games. It equals their best ever tally at this stage of a Premier League season. They've done it twice before, but Newcastle now on the attack. Almiron's cross, and Sofal is there with his orange boots covering the ground, clearing it away from pretty much the penalty spot when he sent it back out to this near right hand side. But back into Newcastle possession again, who are saying, and you can hear the noise from the Newcastle supporters as well, there needs to be a bit more tempo if they're going to break this West Ham team down, and they're trying to find it. And they've got the ball on the far left-hand side now with Anderson. Infield it comes with Lascelles, who's a long way now into West Ham's half, Newcastle's centre-back, with Trippier with the number 2 on the back of his shirt. Infield towards Guimaraes, who is looking for the space, has got it to Isak, who's in the box. Isak, you've got 2 West Ham players around him. He's dinked it up to the far post. The header from Dan Burn, and the save from Areola is excellent. Springing to his left, the West Ham goalkeeper, to repel the effort from Newcastle's big defender. And now Lucas Paquetá has fouled Tonali on the halfway line. It's a Newcastle free kick. West Ham aren't happy about that, but what a save from Areola.
Fantastic save from Areola. That is a massive part of the game there that is pivotal at the moment, because Newcastle were probing. They inside intricate West Ham at everyone's back, and it's pretty much in the box, and Dan Burn far inside the 6-yard box on the far side. He couldn't do anything better. He's headed down into the far corner, and Areola's got down and pushed it away. Incredible save to keep his team in it.
But they're soaking a bit up here, West Ham United, at the start of the second half. It's a free kick sent in by Trippier for Newcastle. It's dropped to Isak, who equalises from short range. Alexander Isak into the roof of the net, right in front of those Newcastle United supporters. Isak makes it 1-1, and the Swede kept his composure when Newcastle needed him to. Their leading scorer this season has another. West Ham 1, Newcastle 1.
We said it might be set pieces, and again it's a delivery into the box. I think we're just looking to see whether that potential where he might have been offside from the start, but it wasn't dealt with by West Ham at the far post, and the ball eventually come from the far side. I think it's headed by a West Ham player to Isaac, who gets the control and puts it into the back of the net, but I think it's going to VAR.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at this. It's the delivery from Trippier, Matt, isn't it, from the right? And I guess they're looking at Isak's interference in this from the initial ball forward, because when it comes to him, it's bounced to him off West Ham players, come off Alvarez.
Yeah, I think it's from the start, because he looks, I don't know whether it's his arm, I don't know if it's his upper body that is offside right from the first kick, but his ball's actually not going to him to start with. It's to the far side when Alvarez heads it back towards Isaac in the near post area. But I mean, whilst we check, it was a great touch and finish from him to finish the move off. But West Ham, if it is given, they'll be really gutted to concede from a set play when they are, they're really strong offensively and defensively. So disappointing on their part, but for all of possession.
He's given the goal. He has given the goal. Andrew Madley has advised Peter Banks that everything is legitimate, and that's why there is that big roar from the Newcastle United supporters, because before the hour it is now confirmed it's 1-1.
Well, West Ham were soaking up a lot of pressure there. Newcastle were dominating possession, creating good opportunities. They've just had a really good one from Dan Burn that was saved by Areola, so it has been coming, and now it's about both teams. Newcastle, are they going for it? West Ham, are they going to try and soak up a little bit more, or do they have to change it?
It's the first time ever that Alexander Isak for Newcastle has scored 3 Premier League goals in consecutive games. But with this strike here at London Stadium, he has now done that, and Newcastle have got it back to 1-1 after a spell of 10 minutes or so at the start of the second half where they were asking questions of West Ham United, and here they come again, Newcastle, down the left-hand side with Dan Burn, who had that big chance just before Isak's goal, which Areola repels.
They've got a real spring in their step now. You can see as soon as the ball went out for a throw, Trippier was running over, grabbed it, put it straight into play. They're off playing out on the left-hand side, and Dan Burn won a throw in right into the corner flag. Their tempo has upped dramatically.
And David Moyes is just reaching for a bottle of water at the moment because his team are defending again here. Newcastle with the ball on the edge of the penalty area. The shot from the edge of the box from Guimaraes. It didn't have any power on it at all to trouble Areola, and it is out of play for a goal kick.
Yeah, West Ham now are going to be trying to soak up a little bit of possession themselves, try and calm it down. But you look at, even when now there's a goal kick for West Ham and there's 3 Newcastle players stood on the edge of the box, that shows that they are ready to go right from the off. As soon as they get the ball, they're on at them, trying to defensively push forward.
Here come West Ham down the left with Paquetá. The game's opening up now. Swept up towards Antonio, into the feet of Souček. Then wide it goes for Jared Bowen. West Ham have got 4 players in the middle. Bowen's cross, and Pope might have claimed it, but he got the shout from Cher, who was ahead of him, who said, "I'll take responsibility of this," and he heads it away for Newcastle.
I think what we've mentioned before the game about there's going to be goals in this. There's definitely going to be goals in this. It's going from end to end now.
Yeah, it's wide open now, this game, and really for the neutral, this is exactly what you want. 1-1 between West Ham and Newcastle here on 5 Live Sports Extra, and Newcastle now coming at West Ham again over on that far left-hand side. It's Anderson who's trying to create a little bit of space for himself. There are others joining in inside the penalty area. Dan Burn has raced forward. Isak's in the box as well, as is Tonali. It's now in the centre of the pitch with Guimaraes, who's clipped it up towards Trippier. Trippier across goal. Isak taps it in. He's got another one, Isak. 2 really quick goals, and Newcastle have turned this game around in the capital. Alexander Isak inside the 6-yard box, left alone. That is straightforward. Trippier with the assist, and West Ham, just like that, are behind. West Ham 1, Newcastle 2.
Sucker punch for West Ham, but dominating possession Newcastle, and it's 2 really good passes. The first one is from Tonali to Trippier. Paquetá's just switched off. Trippier's made that run in behind him, and it looks like he could have a touch, but he hits it first time. A delightful little cross into Isak into the middle of the pitch, middle of the goal, and finishes it easily. But it was Bruno passed into Trippier, and it's a really, really good cross from Trippier on first time. Delightful side-foot pass, across goal, and the simplest of touches from Isak to finish.
2 goals in just a few minutes from Newcastle, and from Newcastle's number 14, Alexander Isak. And there is a small inquisition that has just taken place amongst some of those in claret and blue, because those West Ham United players, about 5 or 6 of them, gathered in their half of the pitch to say what has gone on here.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they defensively have been so sound. They've all got back, and even in that one instance, every single player is pretty much inside the 16-yard box. So it's not that they're not trying to do it. It was just one instant. Paquetá's just switched off, and Trippier's got behind him, and it was a delightful cross from him.
So all of a sudden, how this game has changed in terms of its complexion. Newcastle, who barely laid a glove on West Ham in the first 45 minutes, but now are leading 2-1 here at London Stadium. And suddenly the sound is a big old roar coming from our right-hand side from those travelling Geordies who are stood at the moment, some of them bare-chested in the away end to our right-hand side. And Newcastle in this second half, Matt Jarvis, have looked far more like the Newcastle that we've seen in recent weeks.
It's tempo. I think that's the biggest thing. You could see that they've been sent out early. Eddie Howe's obviously had a word with them at half-time, but they got sent out early, and everything's been quicker, sharper. Even just taking throw-ins, they pick the ball up, throw it in quicker. They're getting on with the game, and the energy levels is much, much better than the first half.
57 and 62, they're the minutes in which Isak has scored for Newcastle. We are 19 minutes into the second half now, and Newcastle, again, remember they won 5-1 here last season, have come from behind to lead West Ham United, and they have the ball deep inside West Ham's half. The cross is in towards Isak, who remembers on a hat-trick now. It's cleared away as far as Tonali, and Newcastle are just dominating things all of a sudden. West Ham are struggling to get close to them. Little interchange of play on this right-hand side between Almiron and Guimaraes, who's run himself into trouble, and West Ham have got it back with Paquetá, who's eager to make amends and to try and lift his team again. But Newcastle immediately retrieve the ball again.
They can't get out, West Ham. Newcastle, every time they do lose the ball, they win it back straight away, and it's really difficult for them to actually get hold of the ball.
Trippier's picked another brilliant pass out onto that far left-hand side. Back it comes to Isak, who's inside the box. And again on the far left, Newcastle with Anderson, who has got a bit of company in the form of Jared Bowen right up behind him. And Elliot Anderson has managed to keep possession for Newcastle, who keep things moving over, and from the left they've now got it on the right, and Trippier sending it in. Anderson waiting. Oh, he didn't get it hold of it properly, I don't think. Elliot Anderson, he's angry with himself. He claps his hands together. He recognises as well the ball from Trippier was good, but he's not able to do anything with it.
No, he should have done better. It was a great ball by Trippier. He's just looks like he's taking his eye off the ball there. Soufal maybe just put him off a little bit, but the possession, the opportunities now for Newcastle are starting to unfold, and West Ham, they just can't keep hold of the ball. They've given it away again in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, Newcastle's intensity is really starting to get to the Hammers now. Newcastle are in their groove at the moment. Almiron 5 yards outside the box. Trippier on the right hand side. The Italian Tonali with the black hair comes short to retrieve it. Back with Almiron, and who is wanting the return pass from Guimaraes, but that's read by Emerson, who has got the ball up towards Alvarez. And West Ham could really do with a period where they get a bit of possession themselves. Alvarez is fouled. That was a tight call, but there was a bit too much hassling from Tonali on Alvarez. West Ham free kick.
Yeah, you don't want to be losing the ball there. Almiron would just nicked it off him and was free to shoot at Areola, but they need to settle down, West Ham. It's all been the last 5-10 minutes. They just didn't know what was going on. They have had no possession of the ball. They've had no one's been able to get hold of it and keep possession. Newcastle have been all over them. Every opportunity they've had to win the ball back, they've done it. Every second balls they've won, and they've just carried on. They've been camped in their half.
Peter Banks, the referee, has deemed that Miguel Almiron was time wasting there before West Ham took the free kick, delaying returning the ball. So he's been cautioned, Almiron, just a moment ago. And Michael Antonio trying to hold on to the ball on the edge of the penalty area with his feet. He feels that Trippier handballed it, but the referee has seen it that Antonio barged Trippier in the back first, so Newcastle have a free kick.
Yeah, Trippier's just trying to get his body in front of Antonio, because I don't think he would have won the battle if it wasn't the other way around, but he's just got himself in front of him, and Antonio's just gone through the back of him, and he's just grabbed hold of the ball. But you can hear the West Ham fans in uproar. How is that given?
Well, they need something to get them going again here, West Ham United, whether it is a moment of inspiration, whether it's a big tackle, whatever it might be, just something to lift the crowd and lift these players once more. We are at the midway point of the second half here on 5 Live Sports Extra. West Ham 1, Newcastle 2. Souček in the first half for West Ham. 2 goals from Alexander Isak, either side of the hour for Newcastle. And it is the Magpies suddenly who are soaring here. And it is West Ham in possession with Aguerd, who sends it forward, left-footed up towards Antonio, way out of his reach, controlled by Lascelles, and then Trippier sending it back in field for Fabian Schär.
Yeah, but this is where now this season West Ham, they can go to the bench and think, right, what changes can we make? You know, Antonio's done so well up there, but second half he's not been able to be the same as effective. The balls up to him haven't been as good. There's not been as much support, and that's all down to Newcastle,
who won here last season. West Ham's home record actually recently in the Premier League is really good. They've only lost 3 of their last 13 at home in the league, and that was to Newcastle, to Liverpool and to Manchester City. So they make this a difficult place to come, but Newcastle, on the basis of the way this second half's going, seem to have West Ham's number though. Souček, the goal scorer for West Ham in the first half, with possession on the halfway line, with Soufal, his Czech international teammate, on the far right hand side, picking the ball up off him in towards Antonio, who has tumbled and was hoping the free kick was going to be awarded. It was right in front of the assistant referee, but there was no flag, there was no blow of the whistle from Peter Banks. So Newcastle with Isak continue down the left, and they have a throw on the halfway line.
Yeah, it's amazing the change from the first half to the second half, obviously for both teams. Newcastle in the intensity, the aggressiveness of going forward and trying to make that splitting pass, but the tempo of getting the ball back and recoveries. And then you look at West Ham, and first half everything was sticking. Antonio was making them runs, holding the ball up, bringing it into play. There was opportunities for them to break. This time they haven't been able to do anything. They've been camped. They've not been able to just put 3 or 4 passes together. And now you look and think, right, David Moyes he's thinking about changes. He's thinking, who can I bring on? And what are they going to be able to do against this Newcastle side?
There's been 2 goals at the start of the second half at Molineux, by the way. Wolves 1, Aston Villa 1. Hwang Hee-chan for Wolves, Pau Torres with the equaliser for Aston Villa. And it is still Brighton 1, Liverpool 2 at the Amex. Arsenal against Manchester City, probably the headline act on this very, very good Sunday of football here on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra. Commentary of all the games today on various sources as Guimaraes gives it to Isak, who tries to get it wide towards Anderson, who's going to get onto the loose pass from Sofal, who's given it away. Now Guimaraes, right-hand side of the penalty area. It's Anderson who couldn't quite carry it with him. It got caught between his feet, Matt Jarvis, and West Ham clear. Yeah,
it was, again, a misplaced pass by West Ham, but defensively they weren't able to get back. And there was great opportunity for Bruno on the edge of the box. He had a time, he looked right. I think it's Almiron run past him. He had a look to shoot, but he decided to pass it inside to Anderson, but he just couldn't quite get it out from under his feet.
Well, West Ham, who have won themselves a free kick on the halfway line, gave themselves a chance to get the ball back. Emerson's free kick was absolutely wayward. It was miles off where it needed to be, but then Lucas Paquetá has sort of saved his blushes, really, because he's gone and got the ball back and won West Ham another free kick, and this one is about 10 yards inside Newcastle's half.
Yeah, I think Ward-Prowse is going to take this one. It's not close enough for a shot, but I think he's thinking, right, let's get the settle down, let's put the big boys up, let's set it up. We've got a training ground routine, what we can do, and it also looks like David Moyes has made a decision. He's got 2 subs lined up ready to come on, but I think they'll probably wait until after the free kick.
Yes, Mohamed Kudus and Said Ben Rama, who are waiting to come on for West Ham United, who are 2-1 down, and we're in the final 18 minutes at London Stadium. Short free kick from Ward-Prowse. Sofal directly into the box. Out comes Pope, almost on the edge of his penalty area, and he catches it with those gleaming white gloves.
That's just what you want from your goalkeeper, to take the pressure off from a set piece. But for West Ham's perspective, it's really disappointing. You can't have your one opportunity to put the ball in the box and it go into the keeper's hands.
What is it, Matt, that Newcastle have done so well, do you think, in this second half that wasn't there in the first? Is it purely tempo?
It was definitely the tempo. It's West Ham are
hold that thought. Burns set it through. Isak for a hat-trick for Newcastle. Round the goalkeeper, hits the post, and then it's behind off a West Ham defender, Aguerd, for a corner. What a chance for Alexander Isak to have 3. He created it. He'd gone round Areola after a brilliant through ball. Completely cut West Ham apart, and he couldn't finish it, Isak. They do have a corner, Newcastle, but they potentially could have had all 3 points.
Probably should. He's 1-on-1. He's had a great first touch. He's decided to go round Areola instead of maybe hitting it first time or anything. Just cut his angle down to his left-hand side, and his shot is hit the post and then hit Aguerd to go out for a corner. But this is the difference between the first half and the second half. West Ham was closing them angles, making sure the gaps were so small, whereas there, the one pass has got through all the midfield, and Dan Burn's able to turn.
Trippier's corner into the near post, punched away by Areola. There were a lot of bodies around him as well as he came and met the ball. It's back into West Ham's box again. Burn is there, chucking himself at it, and the touch is behind off Emerson, who was trying to marshal Dan Burn, which is no easy task when it's an aerial battle. And Newcastle will have another corner, and this one's on the near right-hand side, so right in front of those Newcastle supporters. And there's a big cheer for Kieran Trippier, who's coming over to take this set piece from the right-hand side, and there's a nice bit of applause coming his way as well. He's going to place this ball down, Kieran Trippier, and all that noise you can hear is the Newcastle United fans at the moment. Trippier just raising his left arm in the air to indicate who he wants where, and there's been a little personnel shift. Tonali's now gone into the box. Almiron's now hanging on the outsider as that Guimaraes. It's Trippier's corner towards that far post, burned back across goal, headed away to the edge of the box. Guimaraes has then missed it, and Paquetá's tried to send it downfield for Antonio, who is chasing after it, but it was never really on for Michail Antonio. It was not a battle he was going to win, and it is back with Pope, the Newcastle keeper.
It's all Newcastle at the moment. They going back to what you were saying and what's the difference, tempo definitely, but also because of the way they've been playing, they've been keeping the ball, they've been working West Ham. Eventually West Ham are going to get tired, they're not going to track one runner, and that's what's happened. The space has opened up for Newcastle because someone's just not tracked one runner like Paquetá did with that one time with Trippier, and he's in. It's so hard to keep that momentum all game, to keep the hard yards of sprinting back and chasing your runner. You switch off one time, and these players are so good that they can punish you.
Well, we mentioned those two West Ham players about 5 minutes ago who were waiting to come on, and finally they are going to get their moment. So it is a double West Ham change. Antonio and Souček are the two players coming off, and coming on for West Ham United, Mohamed Kudus, who is the £38.2 million summer signing from Ajax, the Ghanaian. So he is on, and also Said Benrahma as well, who has not scored a West Ham United goal since his penalty in the Europa Conference League final for the Hammers at the end of last season. So that's the two changes from West Ham.
They needed to change something. David Moyes, I've seen a little bit of Kudus so far since he's been at West Ham, and he is entertaining. The fans will like him. He's able to receive the ball, take players on. He's got pace and trickery, so it's something that if they can get him the ball, he could cause Newcastle some damage.
Here's Trippier, who has caused West Ham some damage this afternoon with his assist for that second goal for Alexander Isak, who has scored both Newcastle goals. And they are the ones who have the ball inside their own half, going from left to right in this second half. And we are into the 77th minute of this game, live on 5 Live Sports Extra. West Ham 1, Newcastle 2. And Kieran Trippier giving the ball back to Jamal Lascelles, who has seamlessly worked his way back into regular football again with Newcastle United, because of course his chances last season were so few and far between, because Eddie Howe simply didn't want to break up the partnership of Schär and Botman, but he's had to because of that injury to the latter.
No, he's done extremely well since he's come back in. He showed his professionalism, must have been training well, making sure that he's in tip-top shape to when called upon, and it shows.
What have West Ham got left in the locker? They need to click into a more attacking intent now, whereas at 1-0 they were very happy to absorb, but they've worked it nicely here to the left-hand side for Emerson, who's got it back. That's a neat little 1-2. Emerson on the edge of the box is tripped. West Ham have a free kick here. It's a couple of yards outside the box, left of centre, and immediately the name James Ward-Prowse comes into mind.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's a bit unfair. It's like a cheat mode when you play the computer game. Ward-Prowse, edge of the box, in a prime location for him to have a shot at goal. We've seen it so many times. He's so good on the ball, and his set-piece delivery is excellent. So I've now put all of that confidence into him and see what he can do.
Sean Longstaff, who was the player who gave away the foul on Emerson, is back on his feet, but is clearly not happy that the foul has been given against him. And I'm just looking at the little screen that's in front of me here, and surprise, surprise, the camera has immediately gone for a straight up shot of the face of James Ward-Prowse and nothing else. He's got the ball in his arm, tucked underneath his left armpit, as if to say, this is mine, and there is absolutely no chance anyone's taking it away from me, even though Benrahma is sort of assessing the scene himself in the hope that he might get the opportunity. He's not going to. It's definitely going to be Ward-Prowse. Peter Banks is marking out the 10 yards, the referee, in which Newcastle are going to have to form their wall behind that white line that he has distributed across the grounds.
What a hell of a wall that is as well, though. Look at the size of that. You're going to have to be... Ward-Prowse is the only one that probably can do it, but you've got to get it over that wall with Dan Burning, Lascelles, Longstaff, you've got to get it up and then back down under that bar. It's right just outside the edge of the box, so it's a really good skill.
Unless he goes low. He might go low, Matt. James Ward-Prowse positioning that ball down. West Ham 1, Newcastle 2. 11 minutes of the game to play. There's a yellow card for Sean Longstaff, who has said one too many things to the referees, a member of that four-man Newcastle wall. And what a moment this is for London Stadium. It feels like every single West Ham supporter in this ground is on their feet at the moment. A Ward-Prowse free kick just outside the penalty area with West Ham trailing. Ward-Prowse sets himself, gets it over the wall and puts it over the bar. And I think in Nick Pope's defence, the Newcastle goalkeeper, he had that covered.
Yes, he did. Yeah, it's, as I mentioned, the wall, they're so big. They all jumped as well. It makes it so difficult to get the ball up and down in such a short space of time. But even if it was on target, you're right, Nick Pope probably was able to get across and comfortably save it. But it shows that it's just fine margins. You get one opportunity to put the ball in the box, and West Ham, they could get back right into this game. So Newcastle, they need to continue to do what they've been doing with dominating possession and just moving West Ham United. That's been the biggest thing. They can't do that all game. They can't be chasing and running and going from side to side. At some point, someone is going to lose a runner, and that's where Newcastle have been so good the second half.
They've got the ball in their back line, West Ham at the moment, with Zuma, who has sent it back to his goalkeeper Areola. Were you slightly surprised, Matt, not to see James Ward-Prowse named in the England squad this week, given how good he's been for West Ham at the start of this season?
Yes, I was. I think if anyone's playing in form and what they've done the start of this season, he's right up there. You can't not see his goals and assists, and he's had a fantastic start to life at West Ham. So yeah, I was very surprised.
Here he is, Ward-Prowse, out towards Sofal on the far right hand side. In the last 10 minutes, West Ham are 2-1 down, and they led 1-0, remember, in this game through that first half goal from Thomas Souček. Here is Sofal, who is running infield, but it's on his left foot, and he didn't want it on his left foot, and his ball tells you he didn't want it on his left foot because he has sent it wayward of all and through to Nick Pope, the Newcastle keeper.
Yeah, he's just come inside. Bowen stayed out on the flank, so he's running inside. He's trying to look for options, and there wasn't really. He was maybe looking for a bounce pass to get it back to come in, but in the end it was like a nothing cross just to try and get a ball into the box, and it went straight through.
Newcastle are preparing their first change of the afternoon. Jacob Murphy is about to be chucked into the action by Eddie Howe, so this is going to be Murphy's third substitute appearance in the Premier League this season. He is still yet to start a game for Newcastle in the Premier League in the current campaign, and it is the Paraguayan Miguel Almiron who is applauding the Newcastle fans, and he is the one who is coming off.
Well, what Jacob Murphy will bring is energy as well. Even if West Ham don't need it, he will be chasing fullback up and down, and he's got good quality. I actually played with Jacob when I was at Norwich, and you know his qualities.
So West Ham trying to engineer an opportunity to get themselves on level terms against Newcastle. Paquetá halfway inside Newcastle's half. The ball forward was stopped by Dan Burn, but only just, and it's come back to West Ham with Ward-Prowse, who's given it to Mohamed Kudus, and there is a bit of a buzz around this stadium when he gets the ball with those really bright green boots. Kudus, it's switched out to the right hand side for Sofal. His header across the 6-yard box, it's down into the ground and away by Cher, but it's back out to Sofal on the right, who's teed it up for Ward-Prowse, who's got it into the feet of Bowen down towards the byline. His cross is blocked, picked up again by Sofal, and his cross is behind for a West Ham corner.
It's their best spell of possession there from West Ham, and as you mentioned, Kudus, he's the player. He's looking to get into that number 10 role, just in behind the centre forward, just to try and that's Paquetá at the moment, but just to get on the ball, little turn, be able to get a shot away if he possibly can.
West Ham 1, Newcastle 2, live on 5 Live Sports Extra. 6 minutes to go of the 90. Here comes the West Ham corner from the right into the near post. Zuma was the intended target. He was beaten to it, and the ball is back with Sofal, who's pretty much on the halfway line as he clips one up deep towards the far post, looking for Aguerd, who's still up there. It's bounced through to the left side for Emerson for West Ham. Now with the substitute Ben Rama for Paquetá, who's clipped it in, looking for Ben Rama, and it's bounced through to Nick Pope, the Newcastle keeper.
Yeah, it's well defended in the end, just shielded him off. But there's a really good spell of possession for West Ham. They were actually winning the ball back if they'd lost it. They were pinning Newcastle back into there, winning the corner and continuing to pressurise them, but just not quite getting that final ball into the box, or that final pass, that through ball.
I came, Matt Jarvis, with a quiz question for you today, but because the game has been so good, I've struggled to find a gap in which to ask you it, but I might try and squeeze it in just a moment. West Ham are 2-1 down at home to Newcastle United. The question is, do you remember, first of all, who you scored your first ever West Ham goal against? That's the first one for you. And then I was going to ask you a couple more, but if that one's stumping you, I'm not sure I should go any further.
I'm struggling to watch this game and try and remember.
OK, that's fair enough. Here's Bowen for West Ham. Down the right-hand side, Kudus with the pullback, stopped by Lascelles, who has very casually cleared it away with his left boot, though West Ham are trying to pin Newcastle into the corner. And they've done enough so far, at least, to stop the clearance from Elliot Anderson, which has bounced out for a Newcastle throw. And now Callum Wilson's going to get some minutes for Newcastle, so this substitute will be well received by the Newcastle fans to our right. There's going to be no hat-trick for Alexander Isak, because the man who scored 2 goals this afternoon is the one who is making way for Wilson, who is back from that recent thigh problem.
Yeah, well, Isak can definitely be pleased with his performance. You see the first half he wasn't really getting much joy up the middle, so he came out to the left, but this second half he's gone back up top, and he's scored 2 great finishes for his 2 goals, and gets his round of applause as he comes off. But for West Ham, they'll know that Callum Wilson's record is so good, and so they'll be making sure that they'll get him very tight to him and not letting that record continue.
I mean, he's only got 5 minutes and stoppage time to do something, Callum Wilson, but he tends to against West Ham, as you allude to, Matt. 12 goals in 13 appearances across his career, Callum Wilson, against West Ham United, and he is on into Newcastle's front line. But it is not Newcastle who ultimately need the next goal. It's West Ham United, who are 2-1 down inside the last few minutes, as Ben Rama wins the throw on this left-hand side. Trippier thinks it should go his way, but the last touch was off Kieran Trippier, right in front of Eddie Howe and David Moyes, who are on the edge of their 2 respective technical areas at the moment. David Moyes in his West Ham tracksuit, Eddie Howe in the all-black, and he with his arm outstretched at the moment as Shares sends it forward for Newcastle. Wilson is harassing, trying to force his way past Naya Faguer. There is no way past the Moroccan, whose clearance has only gone as far as Tonali, who has got the ball back for Newcastle, and now Jacob Murphy has it, and he's 10 yards outside the box. He's tried to push it through for Longstaff, cut out by Zuma, and cleared out of play for a Newcastle throw.
From a West Ham's point of view, I think the substitution made a difference. They've managed to get the ball, bit possession, create opportunities, but from a Newcastle, they still look comfortable. They're very much dropped off a little bit now, soaking up a bit more possession, but on the ball they're very capable of putting a string of passes together and creating opportunities, and they've got now Wilson on that will run in behind at every opportunity that they get into that back line, and they can stretch the game. So it's going to be a very interesting last few minutes.
That throw from Kieran Trippier was a misplaced touch by Murphy. He's gone out of play for a West Ham throw in their left back area. Do you want me to tell you who you scored your first West Ham goal against?
Go for it.
So it was against Queen's Park Rangers.
Oh, I remember.
You won 2-1.
Yeah.
Do you remember who scored the other West Ham goal that day?
Oh, was it Coley?
It wasn't. It was Ricardo Vazte. But what I really wanted to ask you was that there was a Premier League record set in that particular game, and I just wondered if you knew what it was. And I didn't know what it was until I read it yesterday and saw that you'd scored a goal in that game.
I've either got 2 things. Was it for headed goals for West Ham?
It wasn't.
Okay.
So try the
was
other
it
one.
Yellow cards?
Yes, Matt. Excellent. It was the most yellow cards ever.
Not a good one
to one team in a Premier League game. And
I wasn't booked, by the way.
You weren't, but eight of your teammates were, which was quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it was a quiet game.
So a match where you scored your first ever West Ham United goal, and that's not the memorable statistic from it. It's the booking.
I actually scored a header that game, so that should be memorable.
That's the headline right there, isn't it? Here come West Ham down the right-hand side, 2-1 down at home to Newcastle. Sofal, he's carried the ball ages. He's given it to Kudus. Low shot, 2-2. Brilliant finish. Mohamed Kudus has his first Premier League goal, and it's a stunner from the edge of the box. Low, beating Pope to his left-hand side, and with 2.
Absolutely amazing strike from Kudus. That's what I say to you about what he brings, is that entertainment about he's got great feet, electric pace, but what he's done there is the ball's been fizzed into him from Soufal and he's controlled it, but it's bounced up and he's hit it on like the half volley and he's kept it low and he's driven it into that near post, and it's a fantastic goal. He'll be absolutely delighted with that.
Scored a couple of goals in the Europa League, but the Ghanaian has one in the Premier League now, and that is what £38 million gets you. He's looked dangerous since he's come on, and now he has made that threat into something tangible for West Ham.
Well, there's still time for a goal, and honestly, it could go either way here. Both teams have got chances, but you hear this atmosphere. It's everything that what West Ham fans were wanting from him. He can dribble, he can shoot, he can cross, but he's done that in moments where you haven't had a lot of opportunities to get a shot away. He's got one, and it's low drive. He's kept it down, managed to keep his head, and fantastic goal from him.
Here he is again, the Ghanaian. He is instantly, you sense, a fan's favourite round these parts, just for his style of play, let alone the fact he's just scored a massive goal. And we are into 6 minutes of stoppage time, and here he is again, Kudus. He's done 2 spins on the ball. Everybody's on their feet now. Is this suddenly West Ham with momentum in these closing stages? This, Matt Jarvis, is going to be a brilliant final 6 minutes.
Well, it's definitely turned, hasn't it? You can hear the atmosphere, that everyone's willing him to get the ball. So here he is again, turning on that half turn,
and he's got support wide from Bowen, who's got the ball. He's running into the box. Jarrod Bowen! Oh, it's missed at the far post. What a chance to win it for West Ham United. Ben Rama was there, and the ball has gone underneath his boot, and I think it might have got a touch on the way through to deceive Ben Rama.
It has to, because I don't know how otherwise it hasn't gone in the back of the net. It's brilliant from Bowen. Does what he does on the right hand side, cuts inside. Oh, it's a fantastic save from Nick Pope. Really good, strong right hand, and it just away from Ben Rama, who literally was on the goal line.
They do have a corner, West Ham United, and my word, they have their tails up here. Ward-Prowse from the left-hand side, right-footed. Pope comes and he punches it away, but it's back on the left side. Ward-Prowse swings it in again. Pope with another punch, but not great conviction. And it's just pumped upfield by Guimaraes, and suddenly Newcastle United, from comfort, are experiencing chaos.
It's amazing what a goal does to a team. This is the complete role reversal. West Ham are dominating. They're camped in Newcastle's half. Everyone wants Kudus to get on the ball. You can see him every time the West Ham plays in the midfield, especially Ward-Prowse, trying to slide that ball into him. They've given the throw straight to him again.
The flag is up though. I think there is an offside in there, and that really is going to help Newcastle out a lot, getting that free kick, because for the last couple of minutes since that equaliser from Mohamed Kudus, they have had their backs to the wall against this rejuvenated Hammers team.
They need to get hold of the midfield, because Kudus is finding himself in acres of space, and that hasn't happened all game for a West Ham player. So Newcastle, Tonali, needs to get hold of him, make sure he's not having enough room to be able to get on the half turn, because as you said, he received it and did a Cruyff turn on his first touch. He then had another play, done another Cruyff turn, and he's able to do that, but then not just give the ball away. He's able to then, he passed it to Bowen, he's passed it away, he gets himself in the box. It's a real live wire.
That's probably why Eddie Howe's made the change, because he's taken Anderson off and he's put Matt Targett on. So that is an indication that he's concerned, that he's trying to shut the shop up, essentially, Eddie Howe now, because West Ham have the bit between their teeth here, as Trippier, under a bit of pressure, does well to guide the ball back with his head to his goalkeeper Nick Pope. We've got 3 minutes of stoppage time left. We've had 3 minutes already, and really, Matt Jarvis, nobody in this stadium wants this game to end now.
No, definitely not. It's been real entertaining, really has. And it's just the change from two teams, first half of Newcastle to the second half, and then the same from West Ham.
Foul by Callum Wilson as Zuma went to jump and win the ball on the edge of his own penalty area. Wilson lent into him. West Ham have a free kick, and they are believing, the Hammers. They really do think now that even though there is only a couple of minutes to play, that they can go and win this game. And you could not have said that 5 minutes ago.
No, absolutely not. But the thing is, the Newcastle are probably thinking the same. I watched Nick Pope as soon as the goal went in. He sprinted, got the ball, and they were ready to kick off because they want to go and win the game.
West Ham, who have won their last 3 in all competitions. Newcastle, who are unbeaten in 6. 2-2. Here come West Ham. Bowen, right side of the box. Well watched. Good piece of defending by Fabian Schär, settled the situation down, but Bowen was desperately trying to get it back off him, and he has. He's given it to Ward-Prowse, who's lifted it in, and Pope, the Newcastle goalkeeper, has caught it.
Yeah, well, as we mentioned before, that hasn't happened for West Ham this second half. You see, they gave the ball away slightly, but then Bowen wins it back straight away. The constant pressure. It's amazing how much teams and players, you come under a little bit of pressure when you're so comfortable that it just changes.
Here's Callum Wilson battling with Zuma. Was he fouled? Free kick is going against Callum Wilson. And Newcastle thought they were going to have a chance to penetrate that West Ham defence there, but instead the Hammers have a free kick on the edge of their box.
Yeah, to be fair, I couldn't see which way that would go. If it was given for Newcastle, I'd have been like, OK, because they were both holding each other, both pulling each other, so West Ham be very pleased.
So 6 minutes of added time were indicated, and we are about to go into the 6th minute of added time, and West Ham have the ball at the moment in the centre circle, going from right to left, looking to win this game. They led 1-0, they were 2-1 down, they've got it back to 2-2, and in these final 60 seconds they are trying to harass to win it and retrieve it, but Newcastle have it with Murphy, and now on this right side is Tonali. First touch was a little heavy, he's managed to keep it in place, Sandro Tonali, and he's got a free kick here. Alvarez has landed on Tonali's left leg, and Newcastle are going to have a chance to send the ball into West Ham's box in these final few seconds.
I know, and Alvarez is pleading his innocence again. I think, yeah, he's trod on him. He's tried to reach through with his right foot towards the ball, but he's gone through Tonali's left leg. So it's actually quite a nasty one. But he's got away with it, no yellow card, but it's a great opportunity now for Trippier on this right-hand side to deliver a ball where they pretty much scored. Isaac scored his second goal from this area.
He, of course, is not on the pitch anymore, the man who scored the 2 Newcastle goals, but Callum Wilson is, and he's one of several who are lined up, this long line of black and white shirts on the edge of West Ham's penalty area for a Trippier free kick, halfway inside West Ham's half, just in from the touchline. We've played the 6 minutes of stoppage time. Trippier sent it in, big leap at the far post, which was from Lascelles initially, drops to the edge of the penalty area, hooked back in, Zuma heads it away. There was a foul by Guimaraes. West Ham have a free kick. In fact, it was Murphy who's been penalised, and that might well, Matt, be that.
Yeah, I think it was a high foot, I think, was the foul for, but Bowen's done really well. He's just run straight into diving at the ball to try and get it, but I think both teams are trying to get the win, which is really nice to see. Normally you see one team just sit off and try and defend to get a point, but both teams here are trying to get the 3 points.
All 3 games in the Premier League at the 2 o'clock kickoffs are all currently level. 2-2 between Brighton and Liverpool, 1-1 between Wolves and Villa, and 2-2 here at London Stadium between West Ham and Newcastle. And we've played more than the minimum of the 6 minutes of added time now. Zuma with the free kick forwards, and there is the full-time whistle. What a pulsating encounter at London Stadium, which West Ham led through Thomas Souček's goal inside the opening 10 minutes. They were pegged back by 2 very quick Alexander Isak strikes for Newcastle United, either side of the hour, but off the bench to rescue a point, the Ghanaian Mohamed Kudus for West Ham United with a super strike late on, and it has finished Matt Jarvis. West Ham 2, Newcastle 2.
A sensational game of football for the neutral, it really was, and it just goes to show the so many changes that scoring 1 goal changes a team. You know, Newcastle absolutely dominated for the first 10 minutes, and then West Ham had 1 attack, scored 1 goal, and it completely changed the game. And then you see the second half performance from Newcastle. They were so much sharper, so much quicker, and penetrating West Ham through the middle, all these little intricate passes, and you couldn't see a way back for West Ham at that point. They were camped in their own half, and then they make the substitutions, which made a huge difference to West Ham. And as you mentioned, Kudus, he's a real entertaining player, electric. He receives the ball on the half term. Cruyff's 1 player, Cruyff's 2 player, and he's productive as well. It's not just his fancy footwork and then doesn't do anything. He really is. He's driving at players. His energy levels were high, and to be able to then have a really good first touch, he's bouncing up and hit it on the half volley with 3 or 4 players running out to him and put it into the near post for his first goal. Fantastic.
such a crowd pleaser as well, isn't he? And I just wonder whether, with coming into the Premier League, it takes a little bit of time to get up to the rigours of it. There might have been one or two fitness concerns as well, but if they can get him playing, and David Moyes will want to get him into the starting 11 as soon as he can, he's going to be a difference maker for them this season.
He wills, but David Moyes has, I suppose, got the luxury at the moment of playing in Europe, so he can put him into games like that. As you see, he's played a lot of his games in Europe, and he's played in the cups, and it's sort of dipping him in to make sure he knows the roles and responsibilities that he has in his squad, but also to, as you mentioned before, this starting 11 hasn't changed much. He likes a settled side, which he wasn't able to do last year. Now he's able to do that, but you can't keep this player out of the team for very long. He's showing such performance.
Let's just have a look at the Premier League table, because those other games have finished now. So it's finished 2-2 between Brighton and Liverpool. I think they might still be playing at Molineux. It's Wolves 1, Aston Villa 1. So what it means is, in terms of shifting around, not a great deal, because nothing has changed. So West Ham have gone on to 14 points from their 8 games, so they are still 7th, as are Newcastle in 8th with 13 points from their opening 8 games. So ahead of Manchester City and Arsenal meeting later in North London, West Ham are 3 points behind Arsenal in 4th. Newcastle are 4 points off the top 4. And for Newcastle, not brilliant in the first half, far more productive in the second half. And I'm just looking down at them now, Matt. They are over there, all of them, applauding those visiting Newcastle supporters who have made this long Sunday journey down to England's capital. They will feel a big dose of disappointment that they haven't managed to get themselves over the line and get those 3 points.
They will be a little bit of disappointment, but it's been a huge week for the club. The energy levels, to come back from the obviously performance midweek to then you could tell that it was a sluggish start. They weren't quite at it the first, although they had all the possession, they weren't quite at it. And obviously, whatever was said at half-time when they were sent out early, you can see the response, and fair play to them to be able to go out and do that. To recover from that trip, and to the emotions that came with that as well, to then come out second half and be excellent. They really were excellent, but to concede right at the end is a bit of disappointment for them. But I think both teams going into this off the back of the European campaigns will look at it and go, okay, a point's a good result.
Matt, it's been great to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Matt Jarvis with us, former Premier League winner, of course, had a long spell with West Ham United. I was going to say Premier League winner. You'd love a Premier League medal, Premier League player. But we can pretend you won 1 or 2 championship titles if you want as well. Matt, it's been lovely to have you with us. Thank you very much. Matt Jarvis, part of our commentary team here on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. What a great game. West Ham and Newcastle United, 2 informed teams playing out a 2-2 draw this afternoon.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Paris Saint-Germain playing it out from the back, short ball into midfield. Oh, brilliant from Cher. And now Murphy could take on the shot. Fabian Cher wins! Oh! That is some way to seal it. Fabian Cher from distance has beaten Gianluigi Donnarumma and put it into the top corner to give us one of those special St James's Park European nights. They've done it against Barcelona, they've done it against Juventus in the past, but now this new team is writing its own story, and they have beaten the mighty Paris Saint-Germain, and Fabian Cher has stuck one into the top corner at the Gallagher end to make it 4-1. What a night. It's all over now. Champions League, they are here.
Well, they waited 2 decades, but it couldn't have gone any better. PSG pummeled on a perfect evening at St James's, one of the greatest in their history. But now they have to move on.
We know that we can't underestimate any team, any challenge, wherever we go. And it's just about being present and making sure we deliver what we need to deliver. I think the motivation's there. I think we know what we have to do. But the big challenge is just regaining our focus after everything that happened on Wednesday. Very quickly come back to our training and our preparation and getting that right. It's been a magnificent response really to what was 3 really tough games for us, especially the last one against Brighton. We had a long time to think about that game. Now, we didn't have a long time to think about that game together because we all split and went in various directions, but then we came together again before the Brentford game, and the response, as I said, has been so good from the players, and I've seen a real togetherness and spirit and energy, positive energy that we've needed to carry us through. And yeah, we'd love to finish this block of games and with another positive result if we can.
And Eddie Howe has made one change to his Newcastle United starting 11 for this one against West Ham at the London Stadium, and with Anthony Gordon suspended after collecting 5 Premier League yellow cards, he has gone with Elliot Anderson on the left side of the Magpies attack. Callum Wilson returns to the squad and is named on the substitutes bench, but there is no place today for Joelinton, and Sven Botman, Joe Willock, Harvey Barnes and Emil Kraft still missing through injury as expected. So on a hot and sunny Sunday afternoon in East London, Newcastle United line up with Nick Pope in between the posts, Kieran Trippier, Jamal Lascelles, who'll captain the side, Fabian Schär and Dan Burn at the back, Bruno Guimaraes, Sean Longstaff and Sandro Tonali in midfield, with Miguel Almiron and Elliot Anderson either side, we expect, of Alexander Isak, who will be the centre forward. And the substitutes bench is Martin Dubravka, Paul Dummett, Callum Wilson, Matt Ritchie, Matt Targett, Javier Manquillo, Lewis Hall, Tino Livramento and Jacob Murphy. Not a lot of attacking options on the bench, and I think John Anderson, apart from Dubravka the goalkeeper and Wilson a centre forward, all of the other players there have played at fullback for Newcastle at some point. The squad is a little bit stretched, as Eddie Howe has talked about in the last couple of weeks, but it's good to see Wilson back after some hamstring tightness and concerns about his fitness over the last couple of weeks. And the change today, we probably thought Murphy might come in, but Anderson gets the nod, and probably to play a little bit further forwards.
Yeah, look, no problem with that at all. Anderson's performances when coming on in games has been exceptional. You know, he could have went with either. I thought he may have gone with Murphy just for that little bit more experience, and would have been away from home just from a defensive point of view. His energy levels, but I haven't got a problem with Anderson playing. As I say, I think he's a boy who's got a big future, you know, and he's, anytime he's come on and played, he's never looked out of place, you know, and he'll be relishing it here today. You know, big crowd, lovely day for a game, you know, as you rightly say, red hot. But it's yeah, I didn't think he'd make, I always felt that he would only make the one change, because after today you've got a fortnight's break. You know, people are saying, oh well, he needs a rest. Well, everybody's getting a rest after this. You know, they've got a fortnight to recharge their batteries. Wednesday night was absolutely massive. It was a colossal night, but got to forget about that now, and you've got to get back on the bike, so to speak, and get back to your bread and butter, which is the Premier League. And West Ham, of course, played Thursday night as well. You know, so we've had an extra day's rest compared to what they've had. They had to travel as well. They were in Germany on Thursday night, but they've had a decent start to the season, so it won't be easy here.
That's Eddie Howe's message, isn't it? We just heard from him a moment ago about moving on and trying to put it out of their minds, because it's not really, when they take to the field against West Ham today, it's not relevant, is it? That was a different competition. This is a different match. And his other point was this block of matches since coming back from the defeat by Brighton and the September internationals, it's been fantastic, and he wants one more big result.
Yeah, look, I think he'd be relishing the fact that there's an international break after this as well. You know, it gives everybody the chance to recharge their batteries. It gives those with one or two little knocks to get over them. You know, we sometimes we don't like international breaks, but I just think with the amount of games and the intensity that we've had in these games, this probably comes at a decent time for us. You know, gives Joe Linton time to recover as well. One or two others in there with little knocks and little niggles, just gives them the opportunity to recover and get over that. So, but you've got to get over this one today, you know. And as I said, West Ham going well, decent start to the season for them. Good win in Europe in midweek, you know, went to Germany and won. So their confidence will be high. So yeah, it's all set up for what could be a real intrigue and an interesting game.
West Ham were 2-1 winners in Freiburg in Germany on Thursday night, top of their Europa League group as it stands after 2 matches. They have made 5 changes to that side, and they go with goalkeeper Alphonse Areola, who's replaced Lucas Fabianski this season as their number 1. In defence, Vladimir Sufal, Kurt Zuma, Naif, Aged and Emerson as the back 4, with Thomas Soucek and Edson Alvarez, the Mexican international, one of their summer arrivals, sitting in midfield. Jared Bowen, their top scorer with 5 goals, though he's never scored against Newcastle, will play on the right. James Ward-Prowse, who has created 6 goals and scored 2 himself since joining from Southampton, and Lucas Paquetá, who got their opening goal in Germany the other night, behind Michael Antonio, who has returned following a hip injury. That is how West Ham line up. Their bench is Lucas Fabianski, the keeper, Pablo Fornals, Mohamed Kudus, the Ghanaian international winger, summer signing from Ajax for almost 40 million. Maxwell Cornet, Danny Ings, Angelo Ogbonna, Saeed Benrahma, Tilo Kehrer and Divin Mubama, an 18-year-old forward from their academy who's got a handful of senior appearances. Newcastle, 1 change, Anderson in on the left in place of the suspended Anthony Gordon, and Callum Wilson back on the bench. Ando, finally for the moment on Callum Wilson, very good to see him back. They will always be cautious with Wilson because of his injury history. When he's fit, he's fantastic, but Eddie Howe often talks about managing workload with Wilson, so the fact that he's on the bench will mean that he's okay, and if they need him they can use him, because they would not take a risk with Callum Wilson.
I think the fact that his record against West Ham is so good as well, you know, that if possible you would want him. Obviously he doesn't want to take a chance and risk him starting from the off. Isak got a knock the other night. There was a little bit of blood around the head injury. Don't know how serious that was. Don't know whether there was any stitches, but he came out second half. It didn't look like it was too bad a one, but they're 2 important players for us, you know, and you've got to manage the workload for both of them. But you're right in what you say about Wilson. You know, we know what he's been like throughout his career injury-wise. It's not as if when he gets an injury it's a week or 2, it's usually a long-term one. So you've got to protect him, you've got to wrap him up in cotton wool. And look, if there was any doubt about him today at all, I don't think he'd be on the bench. So he's obviously, they've obviously made sure that he's 100%.
You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle live from the London Stadium. It's a 2 o'clock kickoff against West Ham. It was moved not for television coverage, but because of West Ham's involvement in the Europa League on Thursday night, put back a day, and maybe that extra day will be useful for Newcastle following the huge effort against Paris Saint-Germain in midweek. And before kick-off today, we've had lots of requests through the week to hear again our commentary highlights from the PSG match. We are going to play some of those moments, the goals again, in about half an hour's time. So we hope you enjoy them if you haven't heard them, or if you did hear them at the time, we hope you'll like reliving what was a special occasion live on BBC Radio Newcastle. But as part of our build-up to this one, we're joined now by a member of the North East's written media, and Kieran Kelly, who is a Newcastle United writer at the Chronicle, and a fellow countryman of Ando's has joined us. Hi, Kieran.
That's the only reason I'm on, I think.
Yeah, we want to talk about the rugby last night.
Different show, maybe.
You don't want to talk about the Irish squad for the international break. Jeff Hendrick's not in it, is he?
No, it's a new era.
I'll tell you what, that was a shock.
Kieran, at the press conferences that Newcastle United hold pre-match with Eddie Howe, all of the media are in one room together. You normally end up going last, don't you? And then you just catch him with a slightly awkward question. That tends to be your approach, doesn't it? Right at the end.
I'm a bit worried people have noticed. I think it's a lack of seniority. That's why they pick me to go last. I do have my hand up earlier sometimes, but yeah, I think he's long cottoned on to that. I think maybe at first I might have disarmed him, but I think he's too smart now these days.
He's ready for you.
Yeah, exactly.
This match here, point I made a second ago, they have an extra day, which is probably to their liking, isn't it, rather than playing on Saturday, because it was such a huge effort, and with the pressures on the squad through the injuries and the workload.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's quite telling. He's only made the one change. He's essentially asking those players to go to the well for him again, and with it being the final game before the international break, I think they have to go for this one if they can sign off with a high. I mean, it's funny. We think of before the last international break, they had 3 straight defeats, and we were talking about different issues then. Eddie Howe was getting different questions, and now you look at the record since then. 6 unbeaten, I think, 5 clean sheets, conceded 1 goal. I think they've scored 16. They're really, really hitting form, and this will be a really good test for them. I think it's a very different West Ham side to the one they hammered, no pun intended, a few months ago. Last season, they're really getting the balance right between managing Europe and managing the Premier League, and that's what Newcastle have to do, and they did that so well. You think of that emotion and physical effort at AC Milan, their first Champions League game in 20 years. They came back a few days later and hammered Sheffield United. I don't think it'll be an 8-0 today, but it's another chance for them to show that, as David Moyes said, he called them one of the best teams in Europe. I think to back that up, you have to do it every 3 or 4 days in different competitions. Another chance to do that today.
That's interesting, Ando, isn't it? Because last season West Ham found it difficult in the Premier League, and they finished 14th, only 6 points clear of relegation, won the Europa Conference League. But David Moyes was under pressure because of their league form this year, and we're only in the first week of October. They have improved in the league, and as Kieran's saying there, they've had this experience. It's the 3rd year in Europe in a row of managing playing Sunday and Thursday, so they are seemingly understanding what it's all about and getting it right. But for Newcastle, it's new, even though they have a slightly different week and schedule, with the Champions League being Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, it's something different. It's a learning process. It's a learning process for Eddie Howe as well, because it's something completely new to him as well. Last season it was mainly weekend to weekend, with the odd cup game thrown in, and of course we got knocked out of the FA Cup early, so there wasn't those midweek games either. So it's a learning curve for him, and he's got the structure, his training system now around it as well, which is again is a learning curve. What we do, what we don't do, how far I can push players, when I need to rest them. Is there certain ones I need to take out of sessions and make sure they get plenty of rest, and one thing and another. So it's a learning curve for everybody, but it's one of those you'd rather be in it than not be in it, that's for sure. And you would say up to now they've handled things remarkably well. The only thing is we're starting to pick up 1 or 2 little niggly soft tissue injuries that we didn't pick up last season. Now I think that was always bound to happen because of the amount of games that we're playing and the intensity of those games as well. But again, that's a learning curve, and we've said right from the start of the season, when we knew these Champions League games were going to come along, he was going to need all this squad. He was going to have to use all the squad, and you look at it and you hit the nail on the head. You look at what's on the bench at the moment. Wilson's the only real recognised forward player. All the rest, as you rightly say, have probably played at fullback at some stage. So Look, it is what it is. I suppose from the pleasing point from Eddie Howe's point of view is that after this, he's got a 2-week break. You know, go, as Kieran said earlier, give me one more, everything that you've got, and we've got a fortnight off. You can have a few days off next week. We can assess everybody, make sure everybody's okay. Anybody who's got one or two little niggles, we can make sure we get them up and get them right for a fortnight's time. So yeah, it's, look, and as I say, you'd sooner be in it than not in it, because Wednesday night, that's what you want to see. That's what football's all about. You know, you want that special, you want those special games, you want that special atmosphere as well. So long may it continue.
Yeah, Kieran, he's so meticulous, isn't he, in his preparation, Eddie Howe, and he clearly likes being on the training pitch. He's not able to do that as much this season. As Ando was talking about there, this is new for him and his staff, because yes, he's had midweek football in the past, but never European football with the travel, and it is different. So I wonder how you think they will work with that and get around that, because the other thing is, and something we've talked about a lot, is that they can't train perhaps with the intensity that they would last season, but they're still trying to play that way, of course, because that is what they are.
Yeah, it's cliche, but it's part of their DNA now. I mean, if we think back to that Brighton game and how weird it was to see Newcastle play that way, to be bossed up the park, really, weren't they? And you almost go in to away games now, not just home games, knowing that Newcastle are going to try and stamp their authority on the game. They're going to try and take the game to the opposition wherever they go. And I think, yeah, like you say, 3-game weeks are becoming the norm for them. And I think it can work one of two ways. You know, you can get a lot of rhythm from that. You know, if you're playing every few days, if you ask the players want to play games. They'd rather be playing 3 games a week than having, 1 game a week, loads of training. And I think the seeds have kind of been sown from the past 18 months, really, of each player in this team knows their job. So we've seen Jamal Lascelles come in out of the cold, really. He's had to wait so long for his chance, but you would not have known, he's only made 5 starts in 2023. Look what he did against Kylian Mbappe. I think the squad are just so well drilled now from, as I said, even before this season, that they know their roles in the team if they're called upon. And I think that work that's been going on for so long has put them in really good stead.
And what about the change today, Kieran, with Elliot Anderson coming in, a player that we've all been impressed by? He had a spectacular summer in the pre-season games. He was probably Newcastle's best player. There was a bit of competition maybe from others, but he was excellent, and he looks at home now in the Premier League, still waiting for a first senior goal, but unless Eddie Howe has got something surprising for us at kick-off time, I think he'll be on the left of the front three.
Yeah, it's kind of the position he's almost made his name in a way. We forget that he's almost had to retrain to be a central midfielder in this team, to almost get his chance in this team, because I remember, I think it was the Crystal Palace home game last season, he came on the wing and he was absolutely electric, and he's really good in that position. I think he loves to take on the defender, he loves to drop the shoulder. I think you'll see that aspect from him, and you know what you're going to get with him. He's going to give Byrne protection as well. He's a very honest lad. He wants to help the team as well. So we're looking at this now. It's not a surprise to see Elliot Anderson start in a Premier League game, and I think that's probably shows you how far he's come.
It's his 10th senior start in all competitions today. That's the one change for Newcastle. Gordon suspended, Anderson in, Callum Wilson back on the bench. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle, and we've got Kieran Kelly from the Chronicle with us for the next couple of minutes. Final couple of things I want to put to you, Kieran, and firstly, it's an anniversary this weekend. Yesterday, in fact, marked 2 years since the takeover, and Eddie Howe, speaking ahead of the game, says he's keen for the club's progress to continue.
Well, hopefully upwards and in a real positive direction. I think the 2 years that the owners have been incredible for the football club so far. I think they've had a plan. They've tried to implement that plan. I think they've tried to give stability to the football club. Yeah, they've just been very consistent, very level, and I think that really helps when you're internally working at the club to try and make good decisions. So full credit to everyone involved. And yeah, I think the future looks bright, but I think that depends on so many things to continue to work well and go well, and there's no guarantee in football. You have to continually every day, progress things forward. I know that's the wish, but it's not as easy as money doesn't guarantee it. It's good decisions, I think, is the key.
Well, in 2 years since the ownership changed, they haven't got much wrong on the football field, have they? And the progress, Kieran, has been so impressive, but the pace of the progress as well, to go from where they were in October 2021 and that match against Wolves that we talk about a lot to beating Paris Saint-Germain. You couldn't have dreamt that they would go so far so quickly, and they're going to continue to try to progress at that same rate, you would think.
Yeah, I mean, the whole timescale thing, I don't think anyone would have imagined in 2 years that they'd be in this position, as you said. I mean, we were there at Molineux that day, going back 2 years ago, nearly 2 years to the day from that PSG game, and the hopelessness that was in the air, you know, wasn't a surprise that Newcastle were well beaten 2-1 that day. Fans just left so despairing, and now they come to stadiums around the country, around Europe now, with hope and with knowing that their team are going to give their all and are going to give every team in this league a game. And I think the big thing for me with the ownership is they've just been sensible. They've made sensible decisions. You look at when Chelsea were taking over, the money they've spent, the decisions they've made, it just highlights how you can get it so wrong if you don't go down the right path, and it can set you back with financial fair play years and years. And I think Newcastle, they could have gone down the sexy, glamorous route with signings, with sporting directors, with managers even. They've gone for kind of proven Premier League experience to kind of give them that foundation, and I think that's really set them on their way.
Would you see a draw today, Kieran, as a good result?
Absolutely, yeah. I look at West Ham, I look at Ward-Prowse and set piece is going to be absolutely huge today. Newcastle are very good at defending for the most part, but I think they're going to be tested. I look at Jared Bowen's form. I know he's never scored against Newcastle. They've got threats, but equally Newcastle, you look at what Isak can do on his day. I think there are goals in this for sure. I think a 2-2 is what I'm going to go for.
All right. And that,
I think that's a brave shout, considering we don't concede an awful lot of goals in recent games. But yeah, look, I think it'll be tight as well. You know, I know we came back and we went to Sheffield United and put 8 past them, but I think when you look back at that game and analyse it, it wasn't as if we opened Sheffield United up and went bang, 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 bang. But you look at the mistakes that they made, and in bad areas of the pitch, presented us with an awful lot as well. And they, whether people accept this or not, they down tools as well. You know, they just chucked it in. It could have been 10. It probably should have been 10. You know, but they did. They down tools, and they threw the towel in, which was would have been really disappointing for their gaffer. And the evidence of what we've seen, they're going to have a long, hard winter ahead of them. You know, if they want to stay in the Premier League. But I think this will be a tough one today, because I think West Ham is similar to ourselves. Okay, they're not in the Champions League, but you know, they're in Europe. They keep getting results in Europe. They've gone away from home and got a good win in Germany. So their confidence is bound to be high as well, you know, and they'll fancy their chances here. And the one thing I don't think this lot will do, they won't try and play out from the back against you.
Well, they got caught doing that here last season.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll do that. I think they'll go long. And it'll be interesting to see how we actually cope with that, because the last team who did that against us, and I don't know whether you remember this, was Leeds at home, and that 0-0. And they didn't play out from the back. They kept going long, and all of a sudden we're turning around going, well, what do we do now? We're so used to everybody playing out from the back, and we play that high press and people go bang. But all of a sudden, if the ball keeps going over your head all the time, you think, well, what position do I take up? Where should I be now? You know, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes today.
We'll bring you commentary from 2 here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Kieran Kelly from the Chronicle, thank you.
Cheers, Kieran.
For joining us. Nice to see you. Newcastle, Pope, Trippier, Lascelles, Cher, Byrne, Bruno, Longstaff, Tonali, Almiron, Anderson, who replaces the suspended Gordon, and Isak. Back on the bench today, Callum Wilson. More build-up from the London Stadium on the way. But now let's go back to the BBC Radio Newcastle studio and join Colin White.
Matthew, thank you very much indeed, and John and Kieran as well. We'll be back with Razor and Ananda very shortly. Elsewhere today, then, as far as the football is concerned, there are two other 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. Brighton against Liverpool, Wolves against Aston Villa, Arsenal Manchester City kicks off at 4:30. One game in the Scottish Premiership that kicked off at 12 o'clock. St Mirren against Rangers. Rangers are a goal and a man up. Ryan Strain was sent off for St Mirren after half an hour. James Tavernier converted the resultant penalty, but they are about 65 minutes through that one, and Rangers still leading by 1-0. In the Women's Super League, a couple of games that kicked off early as well. Manchester City are 1-0 up on Chelsea. Chloe Kelly scored after 7 minutes, but then Alex Greenwood sent off for a second yellow card, and a somewhat controversial second yellow card, 7 minutes before half-time, because her second yellow card was for time wasting as she was taking a free kick, and she didn't really waste an awful lot of time, to be honest, but the referee not having any of it. So Manchester City 1-0 up on Chelsea at half-time, but down to 10 at West Ham in the other game that kicked off early. That kicked off at 12 o'clock. They lead 2-0 away at Brighton. In the Women's Championship, Durham are away at Charlton. That one also kicked off at 12 o'clock. They've got about 25 minutes left. It is goalless. Durham, about 5 minutes ago, did have a goal ruled out, but it's still 0-0. Sunderland are away at Birmingham at 2 o'clock. That's Sunderland women, because Sunderland's men lost 4-0 against Middlesbrough in the Championship at the Stadium of Light yesterday afternoon. There was a red card there as well. Black Cats midfielder Dan Neil sent off for a second yellow card late in the first half. It was also Borough's biggest ever away win over Sunderland. Here is Sunderland's head coach, Tony Mowbray.
Yeah, listen, Dan's had a good season. Dan's a young player, getting better every game, and he's a pretty experienced player now with the games he's played for us over the last year and a bit. But yeah, listen, I don't understand the logic. It's not. I'm not coming here to bash the referee. I just found it really, really, really ridiculous, the fact in the referees meeting, which the managers have to go to these days, he's talking about he's going to empathetically manage this game, and you know, a derby, 45,000 people, and he gives a red card for gesticulating at him. It seems pretty harsh to me, but there you go.
And it's a fortnight before Sunderland play again, away to Stoke on the 21st. Gateshead also played and lost here on BBC Radio Newcastle yesterday. They were beaten 2-0 by Altrincham at the International Stadium in the National League. Player manager Mike Williamson, he wasn't happy with referees either, but he did also acknowledge that his team simply hadn't been good enough.
We weren't as fluid as we normally are, and again that was one thing that was frustrated, that our reaction in transition wasn't as good. It broke down on us more times than we would have liked. But, like you say, taking everything into consideration, we've just got to look at what we can do better, and that's not one of our best performances.
It was a fairly disappointing afternoon all round for our non-league teams, actually. In National League North, there were goalless draws for both Blyth Spartans and South Shields. Blyth were at Banbury United. South Shields were at home to Hereford. In the NPL East Division as well, Dunstan drew 1-1 at Pontefract Collieries, but only after conceding an equaliser in injury time. Consett lost 2-1 at home to Ossett United, but only because they conceded that winner in injury time as well. Ashington lost 4-1 to Stockton, and in the FA Trophy qualifying round, third qualifying round as well, Morpeth beaten 4-1 at home by FC United of Manchester. It was their first half that did for Morpeth, really. They were 4-1 down at half-time as well as at full-time. But our other live commentary this afternoon, available on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app, is the Newcastle Falcons' final group match in the Premiership Rugby Cup. It's a 2:15 kickoff. Dean Gray and Tamara Taylor will be your commentary team. But first of all, good afternoon, Dean.
Good afternoon, Colin. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Now, in terms of on the field, there is nothing riding on this, because even though Leicester lost yesterday at Bedford, they got their 4-try bonus point, which was enough to just put them out of Falcons' reach. So is this all now about preparing for Bath next weekend?
Well, you would have thought so, but Newcastle have rung the changes and made, I think, 12 changes to the starting 15 that's going to take the field against Caldy today. So there is a bit of experience coming off the bench later on in the game, but you would expect Newcastle, to be honest, to be a wee bit better prepared than Caldy, who have won one game in the Premiership Cup and actually gave Sale, with a reasonably strong Sale side, a decent run out. But these guys are semi-pros, so a lot of them are back at work on Monday morning. They can't progress either. So I think talking to the chap next to me from Radio Manchester, would guess, or Radio Liverpool, I'm not quite certain. He went through the side with me, and they've made the changes as well from what might be their starting lineup to give some of the guys a run out, I think. So it could be a really entertaining afternoon's rugby, Colin. Two young sides having a go at each other. Both sides like to play open, expansive rugby, so I'm looking forward to this.
Yes, as well you should. Dean, thank you very much for the moment then. So a reminder that Dean Gray and Tamara Taylor, your commentary team this afternoon, a 2:15 kickoff. And you can listen to that one and a bit of build-up as well from about 2 o'clock live on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app. As we speak, there is an absolute belter of a game going on in the World Cup. It's Japan against Argentina. It is winner takes all, and it is 29-27. Well, it was when I started that sentence, and Argentina have scored another try, and it is a hat-trick for the Falcon, Mateo Carreras. So they now lead by 34 points to 27. Still a good 12 minutes remaining in this one. It has seed and sword, and it is 34-27 to Argentina. They've got a conversion about to take as well. So about 10 minutes left in that one. Yeah, they can't both go through. If it does end in a draw, then Argentina would go through, but Japan have got plenty still to play for in the final 10 minutes of that one. The other two games today, Tonga against Romania at 4:45. That doesn't have anything riding on it. Fiji against Portugal does, though. The England head coach Steve Borthwick, we'll come back to Fiji in a minute. The England head coach Steve Borthwick says they will take learnings from their very unconvincing 18-17 win over Samoa at the World Cup yesterday, which ensured that England finished top of the pool. They are now likely to face Fiji in the last 8. Fiji need just a point from that game against Portugal, and if they do that, they also knock Australia out in the process. And on England today as well, Sam Underhill has been added to the England squad as a replacement for Jack Willis. Other local fixtures across the weekend then included a couple in basketball. So Newcastle Eagles took on Leicester Riders on Friday night, but they were beaten 92-85. They were beaten. The Eagles were leading by a point going into the final quarter as well, but lost it by 8. They are in action again today at 3 o'clock this afternoon. They're away at Sheffield Sharks. And in ice hockey's North Division 1, Whitley Warriors, looking to bounce back from a couple of defeats last weekend, are away to Widnes Wild. They face off at 5:30. At the Cricket World Cup, the hosts India are taking on Australia. Australia have just completed their innings. Well, they didn't quite complete it. They were all out for 199 in the final over, which isn't the greatest of totals. They were at one stage 140 for 5, so to be all out for 199. Not a particularly solid innings from them. India will begin their reply shortly. And finally, after winning his 3rd Formula 1 Drivers' Championship in a row yesterday, Max Verstappen back on track for the feature race in Qatar later on today. His 2nd place finish in yesterday's sprint race was enough, especially after Sergio Perez crashed out. And he's also on pole for today's main race, which takes place at 6 o'clock, but taking place at 2 o'clock. At the London Stadium will be West Ham against Newcastle United. Full commentary and the rest of the build-up coming with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson in just a tick.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We're talking about kids' TV shows and your issue with them, all right? Joan in Whitley Bay is on the phone.
Oh, I've got a big issue with Mr. Ben. A grown man, and he goes into a changing room, and he comes out as a character. He goes off and has an adventure as that character. Very interesting as that is. And then he comes back, and back to the office, presumably. What a weirdo. I would personally arrest him, but never mind. I just watch it.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport Northeast.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Newcastle United and West Ham's players going through their warm-ups on the London Stadium pitch. Newcastle's lads in the shade. The West Ham players in the hot sun, and it is like a summer's day. It's 25 degrees. I'm wearing shorts. It's that hot, and I would expect that some of the away supporters who will be in their usual position, the lower and upper sections to the right near the corner and to the right of the goal as we look, might well be doing the same. Plenty of black and white proudly on show as usual. I know this is not one of your favourite football venues, Ando, not least because you don't really see it as a football venue, and perhaps to illustrate that point, the lower tier of this, well, it's a bowl, isn't it? So not really this stand, but this side of the London Stadium. We're in the top part, well back from the dugouts and the technical area, with the director's box in the middle section below, but the lower tier, all those seats, all of that can be removed, as it can behind the 2 goals, and then they can put athletics in and put the running track back, which is just we say it every time we come here, but it's quite hard to comprehend. I mean, this is hosting Premier League football, and then they dismantle it and it becomes not a football ground again. I mean, West Ham are doing well at home now, so maybe some supporters who don't enjoy this or don't feel like it's home may be okay with it in that sense, but yeah, it's not your favourite.
No, it's. I mean, you're a million miles away from the pitch as well. You know, where I'd hate to have to run it. You know, to the centre circle. It's a long. I mean, and even the distance from the dugouts to the pitch is huge.
Well, if you're on the bench, by the time you get to the
I tell you what, nobody's going to hear you off that bench.
But the walk or jog.
Yeah. By the time you got there, you forgot what you were going to say.
Well, something could have changed.
Yeah.
The ball could be in the other net.
Yeah.
By that point, it's a big venue. It takes a while to get around as well. But Newcastle have a good record here. 4 wins out of 6, 1 draw, 1 defeat. The match they lost was under Rafa Benitez, and it was in March 2019. Last season's game here. 5-1 victory, 2 for Wilson, who's back on the bench today, 2 for Joelinton, who is not in the squad. And Isak got the other after a goalkeeping mistake, and he lobbed it in from outside the penalty area. And if they can keep that good record against West Ham going, Newcastle, and win, they will go above the Hammers and move from 8th up to 7th. They could actually today finish the weekend as high as 5th. But for that to happen, Newcastle need to win, and they need both Aston Villa, who are at Wolves, and Brighton, who host Liverpool, to lose their matches as well. And those 2 games that I've just mentioned also kick off at 2 like this one. So we'll keep you across the scores here on BBC Radio Newcastle. A reminder of the 2 teams, with more from Eddie Howe on the way before kick-off. West Ham 5 changes from the 2-1 win in Freiburg in the Europa League. Alphonse Areola in goal, Vladimir Soufal, Kurt Zouma, Nayef Aguerd and Emerson as the back 4. Edson Alvarez and Thomas Souček, who's got 3 goals this season in central midfield. Jared Bowen, James Ward-Prowse, despite good form for West Ham, left out of the England squad. And Lucas Paquetá, Bruno Guimaraes' big mate. And Michail Antonio returns up front. The West Ham bench is Lucas Fabianski, the keeper, Pablo Fornals, Mohamed Kudus, Maxwell Cornet, Danny Ings, Angelo Ogbonna, Saïd Benrahma, Thilo Kehrer and Divin Mubama. The West Ham 5 changes are Areola, Zouma, Emerson, Souček and Antonio for Fabianski, Fornals, Kudus, Kehrer and the defender Konstantinos Mavropanos, who is not in the matchday squad. And Newcastle United, Pope in goal, Trippier, Lascelles, Cher and Byrne, Longstaff, Bruno, Tonali, Almiron, Anderson, who's in for the suspended Gordon, and Isak, and a bench of Dubravka, Dummett, Wilson, Ritchie, Target, Manquillo, Hall, Livramento and Murphy. Now, today is about taking on West Ham and getting another 3 Premier League points and continuing the good run, but this week has been mainly about what they did in the Champions League, that special night at St James's Park. A brilliant performance and a stunning result, the like of which we've not seen since their last time in the Champions League, or maybe we haven't even seen anything quite like what they did to Paris Saint-Germain, to Mbappe, Dembele and Hakimi, and their top players and their expensively assembled squad dismantled by a brilliant Newcastle United on a night that we will never forget. And we brought you live commentary on Wednesday from St James's Park. John Anderson with us as always, and we were joined by the former Magpies coach and manager John Carver as well. And since Wednesday we've had lots of requests to hear the commentary of the goals and the key moments, so ahead of more build-up live from the London Stadium, we are now on BBC Radio Newcastle going to relive those memorable moments from the win over Paris Saint-Germain.
It's been a long time coming. It's been a long wait. There will be fans here who don't remember the last time, but now at St James's Park, the Champions League is back. And once again, for Newcastle United, it is time. Iconic music that we've waited 20 years to hear, and boy, that hit hard. The ball is rolled back to Marquinhos in the penalty box. The Paris Saint-Germain captain given away. Alexander Isak, what a save! Almiron following it! Yes! Miguel Almiron! Miguel Almiron has scored Newcastle United's first Champions League goal for 20 years, and St James's Park is electrified as Almiron slams the ball into the back of the net at the Lees' end. After Paris Saint-Germain gave it away, Isak had the shot, well saved by Donnarumma, but Almiron with his left from the right side of the penalty box. First time a cross goal and into the far corner. And a moment we've been waiting 2 decades for. Miguel Almiron has delivered it to that St James's Park soundtrack. It's Newcastle United 1, Paris Saint-Germain 0.
Well, Marquinhos, he's not a young player, he's an experienced international player. What he's thinking of, he gives it away, and to be fair to the big keeper, he's made an absolutely great save. It's a fabulous save. But Almiron's first to react, and he just smashes it home. Great start.
You could sense it, John. You could sense it growing into the game. I spoke a little bit earlier about it. We had a few passes together. We're growing in confidence, and it's all come from that high press as it happens. We've got energy up there. You can see the energy on the pitch. It's being translated from the fans onto the pitch. It's fantastic.
Trippier lifts it in, headed down by Lascelles, and then Donnarumma with a huge save. It's still in play. Another save. Bruno with the shot, then the cross, and headed down, and is it in? The referee looks at his watch and says,
it's offside.
It's offside. It's offside. The header from Dan Burn at the back post is what had St James's Park on its feet. Referee puts his finger to his earpiece, and we're still waiting.
How long does it take?
Paris Saint-Germain think it's going to be their free kick. That's what they're setting up for. That was the decision that was given. The referee still in communication with VAR, telling players to wait.
I think it's a goal.
I think it's a goal as well.
Unless they're going to give a foul against Byrne for claiming.
Referee is going to have a look. Goal. He says it's a goal! And Dan Burn, of all people, has scored in the Champions League at St James's Park. He is mobbed by his teammates as Paris Saint-Germain players are yellow carded for their protestations from Blythe all the way to the big stage. And the biggest goal, the biggest moment of the big man's career. 42 minutes, it's Newcastle United 2, Paris Saint-Germain 0.
I'm amazed it's taken so long to come to that conclusion. It looks a mile over the line.
Listen, how proud will he be feeling? His family, his friends, his close friends, the Geordie boys going in the Champions League at the Lees' end.
Share on to Almiron, who gets turned. Trippier on the outside. In the final third now, Almiron to Kieran Trippier. Longstaff with a run. The ball has found him. Longstaff, it's in! Sean Longstaff has made it 3. Oh, and you can barely believe what you're watching. But Newcastle United have hit the mighty Paris Saint-Germain with another goal, and early in the second half they have taken it on another step, extended their lead. Trippier's angled through ball, and Longstaff, instead of squaring it, just hit it, and in off Donnarumma. Sean Longstaff at the Gallagher end, the second Geordie to score tonight after Dan Byrne from Blythe. Longstaff from North Shields has done likewise, and it's Newcastle United 3, Paris Saint-Germain 0.
They give the ball away against Paris Saint-Germain, and Mbappe just lets Trippier run. He doesn't track him, and he plays the great run again by Longstaff, and he's been doing that since coming back into the side, getting some great little positions.
And let's not forget the role Almiron played in it, because again he came off the touchline, he went inside in that space, in that pocket, got turned with it, and played a great ball. So, you know, what a goal, 3-0. Reminds me of Barcelona when we went 3-0 up against them.
Yeah, I hope the comeback isn't the same, though.
No, my nose won't take it.
Dembele back to Zaire Emery, closed down by Bruno, he's clipped it into the middle, the header into the back of the net, and the flag stays down, and the first Paris Saint-Germain meaningful attack in the second half is finished off by the left back Lucas Hernandez. Paris Saint-Germain playing it out from the back, short ball into midfield. Oh, brilliant from Cher, and now Murphy could take on the shot. Fabian Cher with... Oh! That is some way to seal it. Fabian Cher from distance has beaten Gianluigi Donnarumma and put it into the top corner to give us one of those special St James's Park European nights. They've done it against Barcelona, they've done it against Juventus in the past, but now this new team is writing its own story, and they have beaten the mighty Paris Saint-Germain, and Fabian Cher has stuck one into the top corner at the Gallagher end to make it 4-1. What a night. It's all over now. Champions League, they are here.
Well, it's a great strike, and he slips as well as he hits it. He loses his foot, and it just curls, it bends. And as big as the keeper is, he's getting absolutely nowhere near it.
This really puts us on the map, let me tell you. After what I saw in Milan and what I've seen tonight, and I'm not going to get carried away with it.
Bring on Madrid.
Dortmund next.
Oh, they're not in our group, but
Luis Enrique, the PSG manager, said yesterday Newcastle were the team in pot 4 where the lowest ranked European sides are that nobody wanted, and you can see why, because Newcastle United have delivered one of the greatest nights in St James's Park history, one of the most stunning results this club has ever recorded. They have beaten Paris Saint-Germain, one of the favourites for the Champions League. They've come to Tyneside and they've been walloped by 4 goals to 1.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And today's match away to West Ham on the way very shortly. But we hope you enjoyed that look back at Wednesday night. We'll never forget it, and will we? And blessed to be there to witness something so special.
Yeah, look at it. It was one of those special nights. You know, you hark back to the Barcelona game, the Asprilla hat-trick, Gillespie's runs down that right-hand side and cross, and he on the night he was exceptional as well. You go back to beating Manchester United, that momentous night at St James's as well. You know, so yeah, it ranks up there with them, that's for sure. You know, I think people will say it's the greatest night ever. You know, I think Paris Saint-Germain came and tried to play and just couldn't live with the intensity and the pressure that they were put under. You know, and I said this on Wednesday night as well. Paris Saint-Germain will probably win the French league again this season, but they never get tested, and every time they get into the Champions League, they fall flat on their face, because it's a totally different level that they're playing against, the intensity that they play against, the quality that they play against, and it's something that they're not used to playing against week in, week out in that French league.
It was important. Newcastle celebrated what they did on Wednesday, but Eddie Howe soon started thinking about West Ham.
I think for the players, for me, it's slightly different. I think they can, and naturally, I think as a player, I did when I played well in the rare times that I did. You sort of live with that feeling for a period of time. I think when you're managing, I think your focus goes almost immediately to the next match and what you have to do to help the team, to help the players get to their optimum level again.
And with West Ham this weekend, the match was put back to the Sunday rather than the Saturday. Given your busy schedule in recent times, how important do you think it is having that extra day to prepare and get ready for the trip to London?
Yeah, it's nice having that extra day. Look, whenever we're told to play, we'll play, and we'll get on with it. And I think that the busy schedule is a reward really for all the hard work we've given. But I think if we can, especially with the few injuries we've got, recover the players as well as we can, because we're going to need all the energy we can for this game. It's going to be very difficult.
And West Ham, you've already mentioned how tough it'll be, and they're a club that's been able to balance Europe and the Premier League in recent years. This season, domestically though, they have improved from last year. Yeah. What differences, what changes have you noticed in West Ham? They lost a big player in the summer, but they also recruited a few.
Yeah, they did. They lost, obviously, Declan Rice, who was so important for them. He was sort of the heartbeat of the team. Gave them real stability in the middle of the pitch, but I think they've replaced him really well. It's always a challenge when you get sort of a big fee for a player and what you do with that money, but been very smart. The players that have come in, I think, have settled immediately, and yeah, they've done really well this season. They've had some really tough fixtures as well, so I think the start's been really impressive. I think they're an obvious threat from set plays with James Ward-Prowse's delivery and everything that he brings. So that's why for us, a case of refocusing and not being distracted or affected anyway by the performance on Wednesday. It's going to be a mental challenge again for us, much like it was for us after the Milan game to Sheffield United. Players dealt with that week really well, and this is another test for us.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Here are the two teams emerging from the tunnel with machines blowing bubbles at the players. The West Ham fans sing one of their famous songs. Plenty of noise coming from the away section to our right hand side as well, with a giant electronic screen separating the upper and lower tier of the visiting part of the London Stadium. Newcastle United in black and white stripes, black shorts and white socks today. West Ham in claret and blue, light blue on the sleeves, and claret and blue hooped socks. Areola, the home goalkeeper, in green, Pope in light blue, and it's a luminous yellow shirt and black shorts and socks for the referee and his assistants. Peter Banks from Merseyside is the man with the whistle today. The last time he refereed a Newcastle game, they were also playing West Ham. It was the 1-1 draw at home in February. Eddie Smart and Nick Greenhalgh are the assistants. Andy Madley is the VAR, with assistance from Simon Long and Michael Salisbury, fourth official today. West Ham, Areola in goal, Soufal, Zuma, Aged and Emerson, Alvarez and Souček in midfield, Bowen, Ward-Prowse and Lucas Paquetá, with Antonio up front, and a bench for David Moyes' team, who are a point better off than Newcastle after 7 matches. Fabianski the keeper, Fornals, Kudus, Cornet, Ings, Ogbonna, Benrahma, Kera and Mubama. And Jamal Lascelles, the Newcastle captain, goes to the centre circle. There's one mascot in black and white and a whole team of West Ham mascots. They're all having their photo taken with the skippers and the officials. Newcastle, Pope in goal. Trippier, Lascelles starting consecutive Premier League matches for the first time since January to February last year. Cher and Byrne, the other players in the back four. Dan Byrne's got 2 goals in his last 3 appearances. Bruno, Longstaff and Tonali in midfield. Almiron, Anderson and Isak. Then a bench of Dubravka, Dummett, Wilson, Ritchie, Targett, Manquillo, Hall, Livramento and Murphy. So Wilson back on the bench after a hamstring issue, but no Joe Linton for Newcastle today. And as they line up, John Anderson, Elliot Anderson is on the left side of that front 3 as we were expecting.
Yeah, that's where we thought he'd come in and would just be like for like. Look, he's a different type of player to Gordon, there's no doubt about it. He's not as pacey, but he's got great ability on the ball. He's got great awareness. He can pick a pass. Is it his natural position? Probably not, but he's very, very capable. And as I said earlier, I think he's somebody who's got a huge future.
We are underway. West Ham have kicked off. BBC Radio Newcastle, NUFC TV. Free kick for the Magpies on the touchline in their half of the pitch. They are kicking towards the goal to our left. We have the same position as the television camera angle, so the away fans are close to the goal. Newcastle are defending in the first half, and they could move from 8th up to 5th today. If they don't win, then they will stay in 8th position in the international break. Trippier has switched the play, full-back to full-back. Byrne has it on the floor, back to Cher, closed down by Antonio, and a ball down the wing which Tonali chased, and Zuma got across and put out. Tonali turns and applauds Fabian Cher for the pass, and the steward has to kick the ball back towards Dan Byrne. He's now going to take a throw near to halfway, gets it back from Bruno, and then inside to the Brazilian. Good ball by Byrne, and Bruno moving it on sharply back to Lascelles. Trippier got Almiron short, puts his foot on the ball inside to Lascelles, middle of Newcastle's half. Byrne to Anderson, Soufal at his back, and West Ham win the ball. Jared Bowen on a run now down the right wing, still with Bowen. Bruno comes across, makes an interception, and comes away with the ball. A superb pass out to Trippier, who heads it down calmly and smartly into Pope's hands. He picks it up. West Ham players leave the box, and it's an underarm throw with 2 minutes on the clock and 0-0 to Fabian Cher, coming forwards into midfield. Isak's dropped in, receives it. He's got space to turn, played off to Byrne. It's a sharp enough start from Newcastle. Isak down the left wing, hooked back to Anderson. The space is on the far side, and it's with Bruno in the middle of midfield. Trippier wants it, and curled around out to Kieran Trippier, right touchline, 20 yards into West Ham territory. Back to Lascelles near the centre circle. Wide to Trippier again, and then clipped forwards for Longstaff, headed back to Almiron, and helped backwards to Trippier again, looking for a forward option. It's Almiron, and then the run here from Newcastle. It's Anderson popping up on the right side. He's turned infield away from the touchline and gets a throw.
Yeah, bright enough start. You know, I think we expect to have more of the ball here today than usual away from home, because the way that West Ham play, they're quite happy to let you have the ball, and then they try and counter-attack on you.
Cher on halfway, this near left side. Anderson back to Byrne. Forward ball intercepted by West Ham, then Newcastle get it back. Byrne with a short ball to Bruno. and he's played it inside. Signed that new contract yesterday, as expected. Another 5 years for Bruno at St James's Park, and he looks already in the mood today. Isak, very deep position, gets it, starts to run. Tried to take on players, dispossessed, but back with Longstaff. And then Trippier sends a cross in, looking for Anderson, who got underneath the ball with a header. And over the top of
the easiest, not the easiest under pressure as well. Did well in the end to get something on it, actually.
He came in behind Vladimir Sufal, the Czech international fullback, but couldn't get above the header. 0-0. Trippier heads it to Longstaff. That's a foul, and an easy free kick for Peter Banks to give, and no West Ham complaints. So much activity in this ground. People leaving, people moving, people trying to get to their seats, which isn't necessarily the fastest process. There's a lot of people here not really watching the game, isn't it? It's so much going on. On the pitch, free kick, 40 yards out, right hand side. Trippier with flat, some curl but not a lot of height.
Yeah, it was a flat ball.
A header from West Ham.
Comfortable one to defend, win a throw in, 15 yards inside the West Ham half.
Trippier himself takes it into the Newcastle half. Lascelles is there. They've reset, all back in their positions. Cher coming up to the halfway line, has to play it to Byrne. He goes back to Pope, comes into the D to collect. One touch, then a pass to Lascelles, out to Trippier, comes back in off the touchline, gives it to the goalkeeper once more. The goal conceded against Paris Saint-Germain ended their run of 5 clean sheets in all competitions. Cher to Longstaff, he's got a bit of space deep in midfield. Tonali involved for the first time. Anderson to take on Sufal, comes inside. Bruno with the ball 35 yards from the West Ham goal, switched over to Trippier, headed into the area. Almiron flicks on, but it's going to come through to goalkeeper Areola.
Yeah, Trippier just always available. It's always the outlet, isn't it? As soon as Bruno picks it up on this side, just looks for him, looks for that switch.
Tonali penalised for a trip on Bowen. It's near to the touchline, a few yards back from halfway. Eddie House come a long way back in the technical area to speak to Jason Tindall. Quick ball forwards, long ball looking for Lucas Paquetá. Nick Pope catches, throws it out overarm to Trippier. Acres of space to drive on into, and he does. Isak wanting it. Tonali there, he's let it run, but it didn't reach Anderson. Sufal intercepts. Bowen with Byrne close by. Newcastle throw. Bowen's ball back to Sufal, went out.
Good pressure.
Quickly taken throw by Byrne. Bruno back to Cher. They've had a lot of the ball in the opening 8 minutes. Newcastle
Expected it, yeah. As I said earlier, you expect to have plenty of the ball here, the way that West Ham set up.
And there's one hoisted into the box, but there's no one in black and white there. Nayef Aguerd towards halfway, and Michail Antonio, the West Ham striker, played back and then lifted forwards into the box. Pope's out of his goal. The cut back and tapped in. West Ham's first attack, and Thomas Souček opens the scoring. Newcastle got it wrong when West Ham played it forwards, and it was taken around Nick Pope, who seemed to lose the flight of the ball, and squared for Thomas Souček to stab it in from close range. 9 minutes gone. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 0.
Well, I mean, we've been solid. Was it one goal we've conceded in 5 games, but that's poor defending, you would have to say. It's laid back, and it's just a run or a ball over the top.
that doesn't get tracked. Where the goalkeeper's going, do not know, and from that moment on we're in all sorts of bother. As you say, it's their first attack, and after 8 minutes they find themselves a goal up.
It was set up by Emerson, the left back, who made the long run forwards, and it's his first touch, and Pope is waiting for the ball to come down. The first touch from Emerson just takes the keeper completely out of it.
Him out of the game, yeah. Probably should have stayed, Pope. You know, hindsight's a wonderful thing.
And they'd had a lot of the ball. There was absolutely no noise from the home fans, and then one pass forwards, they get in, and it's 1-0. Possession for Newcastle. Lascelles up to Isak, takes it nicely, he's having his shirt pulled, goes out to the right wing, plays it back to Trippier, inside to Bruno, away from Bowen, laid off to Longstaff. He's gone for the big switch, and it's behind Byrne. West Ham's ball. It's a goal that they will feel. All goals are preventable, but this one particularly so.
Yeah, it was a poor goal to give away from a defensive point of view when you consider how solid we've been in previous games.
Sufar with the throw towards Bowen, who got it behind Dan Byrne, but chested it out, and goal kick. Sharon, Lascelles are close to the keeper, near to the 6-yard box. And long ball forwards, Isak trying to get around Zuma, away into midfield. Bruno there, back to Lascelles, and Trippier, foot on the ball. Back to Lascelles, middle of Newcastle's half of the pitch. Longstaff out to the left side, Share, and Byrne. Anderson's down the line, and the 20-year-old gets it back to Byrne. Share gives him an angle close to the corner of the United box, the Newcastle United box. Whenever we say United, we always mean Newcastle. 11 minutes, 1-0 to West Ham. To Bruno, starting to carry it. They get 2 on him, and the home side win back the ball. Naif Aged looking for Antonio on the far left side again, but he has miscontrolled, and Newcastle have a throw. Sean Longstaff deep in midfield to Lascelles, right of centre. BBC Radio Newcastle. Longstaff, Almiron's come in off the right flank. Anderson does likewise from the left. Bruno with it, short ball to Longstaff. Pressure from James Ward-Prowse. Keeping possession, back to Pope. A lot of folded arms in the away end, watching on. Tonali towards Byrne, brought it inside, and then they've lost it, and Edson Alvarez for West Ham cut out at the edge of the area by Share, and Almiron could turn and run. Helped out wide to Trippier, getting away from Lucas Paquetá. He's turned him a couple of times, did really well, Trippier. Longstaff into Bruno, front of the centre circle. Tonali here, left of centre. Anderson now with a chance to run and cross, maybe. Comes inside, Bruno, he's got a runner, it's Trippier, trying to head it back inside. Areola catches.
Yeah, good play though. Got in there again, once again, didn't he? Likes to get forward.
Trippier was down on the floor with West Ham waiting to see if he was okay, and then they play it back to Areola and start again from the back. Trippier is fine, he's in position now. Lascelles rises above Antonio to get the ball headed away, but only a few yards. And then in midfield, nicely played, Lucas Paquetá. And the fullback, Soufal. Inside, Paquetá and Ward-Prowse involved. Now Emerson, who set up the goal, receives it from Antonio. Ward-Prowse on the left, back to Emerson. Straight at Trippier. Almiron into Longstaff, and Newcastle trying to play quickly. It's moved across to Anderson, back 10 yards to Byrne, and Share at the edge of the area. They are 1-0 down, despite some decent football, but they haven't. Newcastle tested Areola. Longstaff sandwiched by Antonio and Souček. Free kick. Over halfway, Newcastle go. Miguel Almiron, whose goal against Burnley, nominated for September's goal of the month. Plays it back to Bruno in front of the halfway line. Trippier gets it. They come across now to Tonali, 10 yards outside the penalty area. Byrne for Anderson. Carried back into a deeper midfield position. And then Bruno on to Anderson. Via Almiron. And that's behind from Elliot Anderson's ball. I think he was expecting a run from Trippier in off the touchline.
It was a difficult one. Needed to get it to feet. But he tried to dink one over the top. Was always going away, always running out for a goal kick.
Three players on the edge of West Ham's box: Anderson, Isak and Almiron, and they bypass them, go into midfield. Alvarez on, the Mexican international, and then Newcastle regain possession, then they lose it. And there's a nice flick from, it was either Paquetá or Emerson. Peter Banks has brought it back for a free kick, and then he's yellow carded. Bruno seems to have been yellow carded. It might have been two bookings there.
Was it Lascelles?
It was Bruno with a bit of a swipe with the hand down the back of Emerson.
Was, yeah.
But is that a yellow card offence?
He's away from him, isn't he? Yeah, it stopped him. It was one of them tactical ones. If it was the other way around, you'd be saying it was yellow.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of contact. Obviously he's tried to stop him, we know that's the intention, but there'll be more physical stuff than that goes unchecked. Newcastle have cleared the free kick. Zuma beats Isak in the air. Anderson to Bruno, that's going backwards. Then Share, good header across to Lascelles, under pressure from Antonio. Trippier back through for Lascelles, nice 1-2, then the skipper muscled off the ball, and West Ham floating it into the area looking for Bowen, but Nick Pope claims. Rolled out quickly to Tonali, steps over the ball. Anderson coming in off the left wing, inside to Bruno. Lots of room for the Brazilian. Likewise Trippier. Newcastle 1-0 down. Isak with a layoff to Bruno. Longstaff making the run to the right, Tonali to the left. Bruno on it again, it's all coming through him, and now Almiron. Back inside to Bruno. Stabbed 5 yards to Tonali, that ball back to Bruno.
Oh, he could be in trouble.
Referee is letting it go. He's given the free kick to West Ham, and players in home colours go to Peter Banks, and he's telling them to get away. He might be letting Bruno Guimaraes off with this one, having just yellow carded him. He's committed another foul, but it was a short ball back to him from Tonali that allowed West Ham to steal possession. Bruno gets away with only a talking to. It'll probably be his last chance.
He's a lucky boy.
Well, if that's a yellow card.
Yeah, but if he hadn't have booked him, he'd have given them a yellow card.
Exactly.
Needs to be careful.
You see what I mean? That is objectively worse and more of a cautionable offence than the first one, in my view. And he doesn't get it because he's already had one. West Ham have wasted the free kick. Byrne slides in, and that'll be a Newcastle throw off Bowen near to the West Ham technical area, so behind halfway. Anderson drops it at the feet of Byrne. With the squad the way it is, they've got to be so careful not to lose any more players. It is the final match for 2 weeks before they come back and play Crystal Palace at St James's, but don't want to be losing anybody to suspension with other injuries. Tonali, he's combined well with Byrne there. That's effective play down the left from Sandro Tonali. Isak pulled out wide, there's nobody in the middle. Bruno from central midfield to Trippier. It's a good ball. Trippier hangs up the cross. Anderson, he's flicked it away, and it's going for a West Ham throw, but Anderson adjudged to have fouled Soufal as he tried in vain to keep it in. Free kick there is the way of David Moyes' side, near to the corner, and French international Alphonse Areola is the player who's going to take it well out of his goal. Then Brighton 1-0 up on Liverpool. Simona Dingra has scored for Brighton. Remember, Newcastle need to win, and they need Brighton and Aston Villa to lose in order to get up as high as 5th. West Ham from the left side, middle of their half, back to the keeper, clipped up to Bowen on halfway, and he's helped it on away from Cher to Antonio. He's gone for the through ball back to Bowen, and it arrives eventually. Now they've got support from the left-hand side from Emerson. It's cleared. Almiron couldn't hold it in midfield. And Lucas Paquetá bringing it into the centre from the left wing. Soufal on his chest, down the line he goes. It's a good cross sent in, but Trippier casually controls, plays it short to Bruno. Now Almiron receives it from Longstaff. He's found the feet of Isak, helped on to Tonali, back to Isak, chance to run, 3 defenders, and Isak the only player in black and white there. Brilliant feat to hold on to possession. More defenders back than attackers, but Newcastle still on the move. Tonali, 25 yards out, left of centre, into Bruno. Move to Almiron, brings Trippier into the attack, fires it straight at the keeper at the near post.
It's a poor ball. Good play, nice and patient, worked it. Delivery's got to be better. He's under no pressure.
So was the goalkeeper there with that throw. And he's thrown it straight to Dan Byrne, 5 yards behind the halfway line.
Strange one.
So they have the ball back, and they're in West Ham's half, but losing 1-0. Thomas Soucek with the goal. Trippier, foot on it, down the line to an offside. Sean Longstaff.
Frustrating.
Midway through the first half, John Anderson, what would be your assessment at this stage?
Had all the ball. They've only had one attack, West Ham. They've scored from it. You know, that's the way they play. It's been successful for them this season.
Areola, long ball upfield, far side, and there's a foul on West Ham player. Lucas Paquetá is on his back.
The Cells
rubbing his left cheek. Cells obviously caught him when they went up for the ball. It was hanging in the air. He's already got his left wrist strapped. Purcell's hand caught him around the cheek and the ear. And that for Peter Banks means free kick for the Hammers. And they are a threat from set pieces with some height, but also the delivery from Ward-Prowse. But this is almost 35 yards out on the left. He's whipped it and curled it with his right foot so successfully into such a dangerous area, and Dan Burn has headed it behind. That's exactly, from an attacking team's point of view, how you'd want a free kick from a long way back delivered.
Yeah, he's just whipped it in, a lot of pace on it. You can't take any chances. It's not a type of ball that you can leave either. You've got to go and attack it.
It's a sort of ball that sometimes you see when it does get left, it bounces and then up into the net. But Dan Burn dealt with it. Newcastle 1-0 down on BBC Radio Newcastle, and a corner kick far left side of the West Ham attack. And it's swinging in under the crossbar. Pope importantly got a hand to it. Almiron's been caught by Edson Alvarez.
Oh, he's given a free kick for a foul on the keeper.
The whistle went after Almiron had headed it away and then been whacked on the back of the head. But
I don't see any foul there, but
Newcastle getting a throw in meanwhile. Longstaff slid in and it went out off that player in claret and blue. Trippier to Bruno. That's a trip from Thomas Souček, the goal scorer. And Bruno, 68th Newcastle appearance, 11 goals for the club. Had an impact in the opening stages. And the West Ham goal out of nowhere. And no Newcastle response yet. And they haven't created a goal-scoring chance. Isak, that's a quick spin away from West Ham in midfield, but then his pass is deflected. And the home side have possession once more. Cher has come to clear, slice the clearance. He might have played it off one boot and onto the other there, actually. And it's gone out on halfway, far side of the pitch. It's their first match in London this season. Last season in the capital, in the Premier League, they were unbeaten, Newcastle, in 7 games. There's a chip into the box, but Pope has come to get it with Antonio chasing him down. Then a collision between Antonio and Cher. They basically they were slowing down as Pope was coming, and both fell over the top of the goalkeeper.
yeah, I mean, there's nothing sinister in it. It's a ball over the top. Cher's blocked him off, waiting for his keeper to come, and then his momentum just takes him into Antonio. There's nothing in that at all.
We're playing again. Cher to Longstaff. Deep in central midfield. That is a progressive pass on to Anderson. And Ward-Prowse looked like he'd pinched it, but Anderson held on to it. Isak left wing, just outside the area. Tonali, oh, lovely ball through for Anderson. Twisting and turning. And still with it, Elliot Anderson. Back to Tonali. He's carrying it out towards the left corner of the area. And Anderson again. Tonali wide. Takes the touch.
Oh,
it's clipped it in.
That's poor.
There's no one there. It's a really good move up the pitch. Couple of smart passes in that move, but then the cross. Even if there'd been someone in there, you would have needed someone arriving late around the back, and no one made that run.
No, they were nice and patient, and then all of a sudden he's just whipped one in, but got too much on it. Always going behind.
Header on by Souček. He's got 4 goals in 6 games. Czech international. 29th minute at the London Stadium. Longstaff to Almiron, given away, played straight at Emerson, and then West Ham lose it to Newcastle. Sandro Tonali with a chance to take them up the pitch, and he's doing so. And this is Almiron, corner of the area, turns inside, has a go for goal. Ooh, and that's not a bad effort from Almiron. Hands on the top of his head. He feels that was close. It might have been bending away rather than curling back in towards the top corner. But a nice spin. And Areola didn't dive, but he had a look. It's off target from Almiron, but it's Newcastle's first shot, and it's not a million miles away from the angle.
It was high and wide, wasn't it? Keeper, I think the keeper always knew it wasn't going to trouble him.
Antonio on halfway, left side for West Ham, who have Lucas Paquetá down. They've clipped it forwards. The ball has stayed in. Referee has stopped the play. Lucas Paquetá challenged with Trippier.
Bit of nudge in the back, wasn't it?
At the small of the back, Trippier's arm lent into the Brazilian midfielder. And because play continued, Nick Pope had it when the match stopped. The referee has picked it up, given it back to Newcastle's goalkeeper. And they're playing it up from the back. Isak's on the left at the moment. It's a jinking run from their top scorer, who has 5 goals. Hasn't had an opportunity to add to that today, yet. Bruno to share. I mean, they're not... You wouldn't say they're playing badly, Newcastle. They haven't created anything. They've had the Almiron shot, that's about it. Or what about this? Lascelles, big run up from the back. Enterprising run up through the thirds, and about 30 yards from the West Ham goal. He's been clattered, and free kick is the decision. Well, it's what Fabian Schär does. Lascelles did it, saw some space.
Not too sure he knew where he was going.
He just went on the charge. Lucas Paquetá stopped him, illegally so.
Yeah, just dangled the leg, didn't he?
Oh, when the Mags go marching in, sing the away supporters. Their team looking to get back into the match, a goal down.
Almiron showing the imaginary card as well.
There's no booking for Lucas Paquetá for the foul, and Trippier, as you'd expect, with the free kick into the middle of the box, flicked on, and Areola gets down, but there was no touch from the keeper. And Dan Burn, I think, was the player near post. He made the run in between 2 defenders, and that has dropped narrowly wide of Areola's right hand post. That is close.
Yeah, it is close. What, foot and a bit wide. Good header, good free kick, better delivery.
From the goal kick, Lascelles away, and Emerson, who's played every match this season for West Ham at left back. Aaron Cresswell is injured. Set up the goal. And he's got a throw to take. Callum Wilson sent out to warm up for Newcastle. He's back on the bench today, Wilson. The one change to the team is Anderson for the suspended Gordon. So it's Pope, Trippier, Lascelles, Schär and Burn. Longstaff, Bruno, Tonali, Almiron, Anderson and Isak. And Anderson's playing at centre forward now, and Isak's gone to the left, and it's been that way for a good few minutes.
Yeah, it's
trying to get
the
Isak
change
in the
about.
game.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at the possession stats, but Newcastle have certainly had a lot more of the ball.
Expected them to have more of the ball. They've had 73% of the ball.
Thank you. Moved quickly into midfield. Then they want a free kick. Then they concede one. And Almiron with the foul. But Bruno has gone straight to the referee and asked why he didn't get a free kick. Tonali and Longstaff involved. Bruno irritated by
some of the decisions there. Yeah, Bowen went over Almiron's knee, close to the centre circle. Is there a foul on Bruno?
Didn't think so.
Free kick about to be taken by Kurt Zouma. He scored in this fixture last season, Newcastle's 5-1 win. Lucas Paquetá down off the ball again. He spends a lot of time on the floor, doesn't he?
Likes to roll around.
Yeah, he's back up straight away. Wasn't getting anything from referee Peter Banks there. Burn to Isak. Oh, what feet from Isak. Magical away from Soufal. Then chopped down by Antonio. He says he got the ball. Referee says free kick and books.
Great
Mikel
feet.
Antonio.
Fabulous feet.
Don't know if he got anything on the ball there. He's cut across him.
Maybe got a little bit, but he's took the man as well, hasn't he?
Free kick just ahead of halfway, played back. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. If you want to make a comment on the match, we'll try to read some out at half-time. Tweet at BBC Newcastle. On WhatsApp, put BBC at the start, and the number for that, 08000 321 333. Isak again on the left. Soufal wary of what he can do. It's played back this time. Cher. Anderson coming short. West Ham pushing right up to halfway. Burn to Tonali. Carried forwards, then inside to Bruno. All three on the far side. Look at that. Loads of room for Almiron, but it doesn't go. It's back to Lascelles and Trippier, who's tucked in a little bit. Almost as an extra midfielder. Almiron still tight to the touchline, but they're coming down the other side of the pitch. Bruno up to Tonali, laid off towards Burn. Isak's got it, and Isak's going with it, and found Burn. He tried to return it to Isak, but gets tackled, makes a block on the clearance, throw near the corner flag.
Yeah, they're quite prepared to let us have it, aren't they? You know, even in midfield, you know, they're not getting tight, they're just dropping off and saying, well, you can have it there.
West Ham lead 1-0. Lucas Paquetá flicks on, Thomas Souček away. That's some excellent defending from Fabian Cher. Difficult ball that was dropping from quite a height. He's thrown himself towards it, tackled Lucas Paquetá and stopped the attack by conceding a throw. 37th minute. Lucas Paquetá's ball headed on by Emerson. Lascelles volleys away, and Anderson trying to chase. There's three defenders back, one of them Zouma to Ward-Prowse. He gives it to his goalkeeper, Areola, forwards, or in between the Newcastle midfield.
You've got to go tight.
Lucas Paquetá gets it, slips it through for Antonio, who stumbles in the box. He's taken it out wide. Offside flag.
Oh, how late
Antonio.
was that? How late was that?
He kept going, Antonio. Oh, he's not offside.
He's not offside. Oh, dear, oh dear.
Thank you for your efforts today.
Well, that's a decision that Newcastle will be pleased to get. Having said that, they'd been able to escort him away from goal, and it looked like they had the situation controlled. Cher, good ball to Longstaff, helps it on over halfway. Almiron, big first touch, and then good pace to get Newcastle high up in the West Ham half. Trippier wins a throw.
Finding plenty of space in midfield. Nobody's picking them up. Got to make better use of it.
Trippier throws it to Almiron.
back to Schär. Every West Ham player behind the ball. Newcastle are 1-0 down. Fabian Schär now, it's getting tight as he gets into the final third, but it's played to Byrne. Now Tonali clipped into the middle and cleared out, and it's gone for a throw rather than corner, but it was the defender Zuma in front of the goalkeeper who was just about to
pick it up, the goalkeeper.
Byrne to Isak from the throw, and back again, and Byrne's given it to Isak and then played it on to the big defender. That's a good cross. Oh, the header, Areola coming and catches Anderson with the header. Don't know if he got a call from the player behind him. If he'd left it, then there might have been something on for either Almiron or Trippier at the back, but a comfortable catch. And it remains 1-0 to West Ham. Meanwhile, Liverpool through Mo Salah are level 1-1 with Brighton on the south coast. And it's 0-0 between Wolves and Aston Villa. Also a 2 o'clock kickoff. Short back pass from Zuma to Aguerd. And the Moroccan international has cleared it. Lucas Paquetá, Fabian Schär cutting out a through ball towards Antonio. Only as far as James Ward-Prowse into the box. Then wide, left-hand side to full-back Emerson. They're going backwards now. Edson Alvarez, Naif Aguerd gives it to his goalkeeper, standing outside the penalty box. Areola, high ball towards Bowen. He's helped it on away from Byrne. Isak there, and he's rolled it to the feet of Nick Pope. And onwards and forwards, Newcastle go. Trippier, middle of their half, back into the centre to Schär, and ball that goes a good 30 yards forwards to Tonali, in off the left wing. Isak still out wide, and Anderson at centre forward. Bruno Guimaraes, could he hit it? He's played it to Longstaff. Bruno again, floated across the box, and goal kick. Hasn't happened for Newcastle in the final third. Almiron curled one over the angle, and Byrne narrowly wide from a header from a free kick, but
haven't really done enough, have we? You know, the final ball, yeah. Haven't asked enough questions. We've had plenty of the ball, especially in those midfield areas as well. You know, West Ham just dropping off and saying, go on, then you can have it there.
42 minutes played on BBC Radio Newcastle. Header forwards from Byrne. Isak rises. It's there to be won again. It's Ward-Prowse, and then an overhead kick from Alvarez. United have the ball back. Lascelles to Longstaff. Bruno ahead of Almiron, who's got it along halfway. He's on the left side now, Almiron. Byrne in field. It's behind Bruno. Lascelles plays it on to the Brazilian. More space on the far side. It goes out to Trippier. They've got a man down the line, then one inside. Almiron wanting it from Bruno. Newcastle still with possession. Schär. Every player is in the West Ham half. Every West Ham player behind the ball. Almiron played back to Trippier. Out wide right is Longstaff. In towards Anderson, away by Alvarez. Antonio goes around Trippier, and a free kick is given. Dropped a shoulder cut inside, trying to get away. A lot of fans heading in for half-time now. It's a diagonal ball to switch the play to this near side. Soufal back to Zuma. And he's gone for a big switch with the left. Lucas Paquetá with Trippier at his back. He's found a pass to Emerson, and then Ward-Prowse with a cross outside of the right boot, straight at Pope. Ran to the edge of the box, wanted a quick one forwards. There wasn't anything on. It's released it now to Trippier. Pushed forwards to Longstaff. Tackled by Alvarez. No foul. and it's in the possession of West Ham. Newcastle are 1-0 down at the London Stadium. Zuma hung up towards the left wing. Lascelles clears over his shoulder, flicked back by Lucas Paquetá. Anderson attempted to tackle Alvarez. The midfielder played it back to the keeper, then almost played into trouble by a risky ball up from the back. He slid it on, and West Ham are attacking down the right wing. Soufal with the cross. One Newcastle header. Now Tonali. Good clearance. That'll help them get up the pitch. Zuma forwards again and out. 30 seconds till we get the numbers board. Take the fourth official that long to get to the side of the pitch, so he's gone for his numbers board now. Lascelles takes a few steps forwards with the ball out of the penalty box. Trippier inside to Longstaff. Almiron on halfway. It's back to Trippier, then inside to Cher. Brought under control. Back to Byrne. He's had to give it to Nick Pope. Minimum of 2 additional minutes at the end of the first half, and West Ham with their 1-0 lead. Trippier. It's a short ball, but he's got to it first and played it at an angle to Tonali, left of centre. Bruno to Isak. Here's his chance to run and take on defenders. It's played to Bruno. Oh, it's all tight. Bruno forced away from the goal. Inside to Trippier, middle of West Ham's half. Almiron gets it on the right wing and comes in towards the box. This is Bruno. Might have a go here. Through ball which is cut out. It's Anderson who's got it. Now Isak. Good tackle by Lucas Paquetá, and he's spun and gone down, and the referee says play on. Newcastle trying to get an equaliser in first half, added on time. Trippier through. Almiron couldn't take it. And West Ham away, and what about this for a run down the left wing? It's Aged, the centre half. Knocked it around one Newcastle player, went the other side, and Ward-Prowse in the area. That's a goal kick. Trippier defended it well. Activity at both ends of the field. Lucas Paquetá, that was ridiculous. Trying to win a free kick, so theatrical.
They love a bit of it though, don't they? It's a Brazilian, you know.
Never getting it. We play on. Last chance, 20 seconds of the 2 minutes to go. Almiron is 15 yards up from halfway. Bruno's got it. Anderson, it's a misplaced ball. And foul by Tonali near the centre circle, and that'll probably be it for the first half. And it is it for the first half. Peter Banks blows his whistle. Newcastle are 1-0 down to West Ham. And a goal that came early. Bit of a mess at the back. Simple tap in for Thomas Souček. Despite Newcastle, John Anderson having the majority of the ball and the majority of the play. Not really many clear-cut chances. And West Ham with the advantage.
No, it hasn't been a classic. The intensity hasn't been there either. Difficult to do it week in, week out, game in, game out, especially after the emotions of Wednesday night. We've had loads of the ball. West Ham just dropping off and saying, go on, then you can have it in there. And giving us plenty of room in midfield and getting plenty of claret and blue shorts behind the ball, making it difficult for us to go places. But we haven't created a great deal. Had the Almiron effort that was keeper always felt was going wide, and it was. Had the Bourne header, which was a good header, you know, only a foot wide, but they've only had one shot on target. They've scored from it, you know, and from a defensive point of view, as solid as we've been, it was a poor goal to give away. You know, it's just a ball over the top, a runner, goalkeeper gets caught in no man's land, and we're in trouble straight away. But we need to be quicker in what we do. We need to be pacier in what we do. You know, I always speak about sides playing against us and they give us time to set because they don't move the ball quick enough, and that's what we're doing a little bit this afternoon. We're not moving the ball quick enough. We're giving West Ham plenty of time to get set and see the ball in front of them.
They've got Callum Wilson back from injury and on the bench. They might well need him in the second 45, but they'll have to create more chances, whatever, because they need to get back into the match. We'll speak to you soon for the second half live on BBC Radio Newcastle. At the break, it's West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 0.
Meet Jill from Alnwick.
I'm a 43-year-old mum of one.
And a colostomy bag.
This is Colin, my stoma bag.
Early one morning, Jill set off from Dover and headed to France.
Come on, Jill, let's go! Woohoo!
It would take her 14 hours to cross the world's busiest shipping lane.
Terrified.
But she wasn't on a boat, she was in the water.
Never swum more than 2 miles in my whole life. Scared of the open water.
When she reached Europe, Jill became the first person with a stoma to swim solo across the English Channel.
Just because you've got a stoma, it doesn't mean that your life is over.
Follow her journey now on BBC Sounds.
And yes, you can do that. You can also listen to us on Total Sport Monday night at 6 o'clock. That's on BBC Sounds as well. But this afternoon, West Ham are leading Newcastle United by 1-0 at half-time. We'll be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson very shortly. Elsewhere in the Premier League today, a couple of other games that kicked off at 2 o'clock. Liverpool have come from behind to lead 2-1 at Brighton. Simon Adingra had given Brighton the lead, but Mo Salah with 2 in the last 5 minutes of that first half, the second of which was from the penalty spot, gives Liverpool a 2-1 lead at the break. Wolves against Aston Villa is goalless. Earlier in the Scottish Premiership, Rangers won 3-0 at 10-man St Mirren. James Tavernier, formerly of Newcastle and Gateshead, scoring 2 of Rangers' 3. In the Women's Super League, a couple of early kickoffs, including Manchester City women against Chelsea, and it finished 1-1 in the end, but boy was it eventful before that. Chloe Kelly gave Man City the lead after 7 minutes. Alex Greenwood then sent off for a second bookable offence 7 minutes before half-time. Manchester City holding on, and then Lorem Hemp was sent off for a second yellow card as well, so they played the last 10 minutes or so, well, 15 minutes as it turned out, with injury time, with 9 players, and Chelsea equalised through Guro Reiten in the 96th minute. So Manchester City won, Chelsea won in the Super League. West Ham won 2-0 at Brighton. In the game that kicked off at 2 o'clock, and they've just about got to half-time, Spurs comfortable 3-0 leaders over Bristol City. In the Championship, Durham were away at Charlton Athletic this afternoon, kicked off at 12 o'clock, and they drew 1-1. Sarah Robson gave Durham the lead in the 85th minute, and then in the 100th minute, the 10th minute of injury time, they conceded a penalty, and Charlton scored it, and it finished 1-1. Sunderland lead Birmingham City away from home at half-time. Mary McAteer after 18 minutes. Elsewhere in the Championship, Reading are on the verge of beating Lewis. That one's got about 5 minutes left. They lead by 1-0. And then the other two that kicked off at 2 o'clock, Crystal Palace 1-0 up at Blackburn, and Southampton 1-0 up at Watford. Sunderland's men, though, lost 4-0 against Middlesbrough in the Championship at the Stadium of Light yesterday afternoon. Dan Neil in Sunderland's midfield was sent off for a second yellow card late on in the first half. It was also Middlesbrough's biggest ever away win over Sunderland as well. So here is their head coach, Tony Mowbray, speaking to our Sunderland commentator, Nick Barnes.
Tony, the sending off, I think, is clearly the catalyst that changed the game, and I guess it proves to you just how pivotal Dan Neil is to your team.
Yeah, listen, Dan's had a good season. Dan's a young player, getting better every game, and he's a pretty experienced player now with the games he's played for us over the last year and a bit. But yeah, listen, I don't understand the logic. I'm not coming here to bash the referee. I just found it really, really, really ridiculous, the fact in the referees meeting, which the managers have to go to these days, he's talking about he's going to empathetically manage this game, and wow. You know, a derby, 45,000 people, and he gives a red card for gesticulating at him. It seems pretty harsh to me. But there you go.
Second half then, I mean, your back's against the wall. I mean, where'd you go from there?
Played against a good team. You could see they're a good team. Listen, I've always been a good team. I've said all along that Middlesbrough is a team, obviously, that I look out for. The data was always saying they're a good team with the ball. They're better than a lot of teams we've played with the ball this season. And yeah, they can give you problems. Yeah, I thought first half was a really good game. I think we probably had the most threatening moments in the game, and we felt pretty confident that we would go on and win the football match. But yeah, there you go. Listen, they're good when you play against a football team with the ball and you've got a man down. it's really difficult, you know. They pick the right pass. I just would have. I see it as a learning curve. I've just told them what I think in the dressing room. Not a shout, just an education, I think, of how you play, regardless of what shape or formation or who the players are. You have to give a little bit more when you're down to 10 men.
Yeah, and it's a fortnight before Sunderland play again. They're away to Stoke 2 weeks, well, 2 weeks yesterday, but in almost a fortnight's time. Gateshead also played and lost here on BBC Radio Newcastle yesterday. They were beaten 2-0 by Altrincham at the International Stadium in the National League. Player manager Mike Williamson, well, he wasn't particularly happy about referees either. I had a chat with him after the game. What are you more disappointed with, your own performance or the officials' performance?
Our own performance, because we didn't get to levels we wanted to, and we usually do. I mean, you can reflect on the chances and the decisions that went against us, but ultimately you've just got to look at what we can control, which the officials' performance today you couldn't control. But yeah, we're waiting to go and speak to them, just to try and get a little bit of clarity on what happened.
Well, specifically on what decisions in particular do you want to talk about?
Well, initially when I think everyone saw it as a Stonewall penalty, and the fourth was on the sideline saying, yeah, I think that's a penalty, but I can't give it. And then when in the second goal, Tinks goes down, the guy handballs it, slides off the pitch. The fourth carries on refereeing the game. No one knows what's going on. They give a free kick, take it early. After their players just thrown the ball away, and they go and score off the back of it. So I don't understand how that can happen when, I mean, yeah, you can debate whether it was a foul or not. It was clearly not a foul on either. So and their players handballed it and slid it out and then threw the ball away, got another ball, no one knew what was going on, he got his hand on and played their striker through, and they went through and scored. So yeah, little things like that, not on the overall performance of just struggling, but you know, it's life. At this level, they're not full-time, they're not part-time. He pulled his calf on Tuesday, apparently, so he drove 300 miles here and then his calf went again, and this is what we're having to deal with, but that's football.
I know you say the game's gone, but I will ask you one more about it, because you just never really got going at any point. We'd maybe have a 3-minute spell where you thought that's the kind of football we're used to playing, but it didn't translate into anything, and it didn't happen often enough. Is that fair?
No, I think that it was a difficult afternoon. I think it was more than 3-minute spells that we controlled the game. I think in terms of chances created, I mean, the keeper's pulled off a worldie save from Ed, and goals change games. So I think that, yeah, we weren't as fluid as we normally are. And again, that was one thing that was frustrated, that our reaction in transition wasn't as good. It broke down on us more times than we would have liked. But, like you say, taking everything into consideration, we've just got to look at what we can do better.
So a fairly disappointing afternoon for Gateshead. Actually, a reasonably disappointing afternoon all round for our biggest non-league teams yesterday. There were also goalless draws in National League North for Blythe Spartans away at Banbury United, which maybe isn't that too bad a result. But South Shields also drawing 0-0 at home to Hereford in the NPL East Division. Dunstan drew 1-1 at Pontefract Collieries, but they conceded that equaliser late in injury time. Consett conceded a goal in injury time as well at home to Ossett United, and that meant they lost by 2-1. Ashington beaten a little bit more convincingly 4-1 by Stockton, and in the FA Trophy third qualifying round as well, Morpeth beaten by that same 4-1 scoreline at home by FC United of Manchester, and that had been the half-time score as well. So it was very much the first 45 that did for Morpeth yesterday afternoon. But this afternoon, our other live commentary, which you can listen to on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app, is the Newcastle Falcons final group match in the Premiership Rugby Cup. It was a 2:15 kickoff. Dean Gray and Tamara Taylor on commentary duty. We can interrupt said commentary quickly for a brief update as we get towards the end of the first half, Dean.
Yeah, Colin, your timing's pretty good. 38 minutes gone, Newcastle leading 21-8. Bright start, try by Ian Stevens after 2 or 3 minutes on the clock, converted, which gave them a 7-0. The game then became very bitty. Cody came back in the game with a try by Ted Stagg, and then the conversion was missed. A penalty by Kilcourse gave them a lead. After 20 minutes gone of 8-7, Newcastle since then have bagged another couple of tries by Ben Douglas and Ollie Fletcher, both converted by Louis Johnson. Score here in a really entertaining game in glorious sunshine is Newcastle Falcons 21, Cowley 8. And we're about to watch another try, so even proves that score, Colin, as George Mathoke scores on the right-hand side.
Brilliant, thank you very much, Dean. We'll let you recap for everybody else who was listening on the BBC Sport website and app, but if you do want to listen to second half commentary, that is where to do it. At the World Cup today, earlier on, a hat-trick from the Falcon, Mateo Carreras, took Argentina into a World Cup quarter-final with Wales. They beat Japan 39-27 in an absolute belter in Pool D. It was winner takes all, and Argentina it is who go through. Tonga face Romania in a dead rubber at 4:45, and then Fiji need just a single point against Portugal at 8 o'clock to go through to play England in the quarterfinals and also knock out Australia in the process. At the Cricket World Cup, the hosts India are taking on Australia in Chennai today. They dismissed Australia for what on the face of it was a relatively low total of 199 in the final of their 50 overs, except that when India began their response, they ended up, very briefly, after less than 2 overs, 2 for 3. They lost 3 wickets in the opening 2 overs. So the fact that they are now 38 for 3 represents something of a recovery, but they've still got an awful long way to go. So they are 162 behind, but still plenty of overs left. But 38 for 3 as they chase 200 to beat Australia. And after winning his 3rd Formula 1 Drivers' Championship in a row yesterday, Max Verstappen is back on the track in Qatar later. He finished 2nd in yesterday's sprint race to seal the title, but actually he'd been given the title effectively midway through that race when Sergio Perez, who was his only competitor, his only rival at this stage for the Drivers' Championship, crashed out. He had to finish well ahead of Verstappen, and obviously in failing to finish the race, he was never going to do that. So Verstappen was champion. He is champion. He's also on pole position for today's main race, which gets going at 6 o'clock. Just before we head back to the London Stadium, then a recap of the other Premier League scores this afternoon. Liverpool are 2-1 up at Brighton at half-time. They've come back from a goal down, Mo Salah scoring twice towards the end of that first half. Wolves against Aston Villa is goalless. Arsenal will take on Manchester City at 4:30, but for now it is time for us to go back to the London Stadium, where Newcastle are a goal down at West Ham at half-time, but Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson are back with full second half commentary in just a moment.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Played back and then lifted forwards into the box. Pope's out of his goal. The cut back and tapped in. West Ham's first attack. Thomas Souček opens the scoring. Newcastle got it wrong when West Ham played it forwards, and it was taken around Nick Pope, who seemed to lose the flight of the ball, and squared for Thomas Souček to stab it in from close range. 9 minutes gone. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 0.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Newcastle a goal down to West Ham then after 45 minutes here on BBC Radio Newcastle, following the commentary on this match at the later time of 4 o'clock. The great Simon Logan will be here with fantastic 80s a couple of hours later than normal. Fantastic 80s with Simon at 4, and Newcastle and West Ham are preparing for the second half. The West Ham subs are out there, not the outfield players who are starting. Newcastle have come out first from the dressing room even before the referee. Doesn't look like there's going to be any changes, so it's Pope, Trippier, Lascelles, Schär and Byrne, with Longstaff, Bruno and Tonali in midfield, Almiron, Anderson and Isak as the front three, but they swapped positions, they switched it around for a time in the first half, with Isak coming out to the left and Anderson going into the centre, as they try to get back into the match with an equaliser. They've got a bench that's comprising mainly full-backs and wide players. Dubravka, Dummett, Wilson back from injury, Ritchie, Target, Manquillo, Hall, Livramento and Murphy. No changes for West Ham either. Areola in goal, Soufal, Zuma, Aguerd and Emerson, Souček and Alvarez, Bowen, Ward-Prowse, Lucas Paquetá and Antonio up front, and the home side subs: Fabianski the keeper, Fornals, Kudus, Cornet, Ings, Ogbonna, Benrahma, Kera, Lubama. 1-0 down on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. Newcastle have kicked off for the second half. They start with an attack down the right wing. Almiron's ball to Longstaff doesn't reach him because he's collided with Emerson, and a free kick for West Ham. Newcastle kicking towards the goal to our right, close to the away supporters. Black and white stripes, black shorts and white socks against claret and blue West Ham. Lascelles comfortable header to Trippier on his chest and then on the floor. Almiron on the touchline, a clipped pass towards halfway, but he can't find Tonali. Then Alvarez ball intercepted by Tonali. Tidally played back down the line to Trippier. Byrne pulling away into space, far left side. Lascelles with it, over to Cher in front of the penalty area. Now it's come for Byrne, and Anderson making a run down the left wing, and Tonali trying to support him through the middle, but the ball's gone out of play.
Yeah, pro ball down the line. Anderson just looking to get in behind the full-back.
A minute and 20 seconds gone in the second half. I don't know what we're waiting for. Referee is telling West Ham to hold on before they take the throw. And there's no information about a VAR check, and I'm not sure what it would be for. Now they take the throw. It's back in play. Isak trying to win it. Get it. Back to Areola from inside the 6-yard box. It's towards Trippier. He's beaten in the air by Lucas Paquetá. Then he comes around the other side and wins possession back. Kieran Trippier. That's excellent work. Doesn't like the physical side of the game, does he, Lucas Paquetá? At all.
He's a flick player, isn't he? Decent on the ball. Doesn't like doing the defensive side of it either.
At the minute, looks like Thomas Souček has got the only goal. He's a bit further forwards, close to Antonio, with Ward-Prowse alongside Edson Alvarez in the West Ham midfield. Trippier on the ball. Almiron let it run, didn't reach Longstaff. Brought away. Then Tonali onto a loose ball into midfield. Bruno with a clip to Isak in the area, and he's trying to get around the defender. And the referee's blown the whistle for a free kick to West Ham, and Alexander Isak is furious. Don't know what Isak did wrong. I guess he got a hold of Soufal, maybe. The defender's got a hold of Isak's shirt.
Looked like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. He's gone with the defender on this occasion. Didn't look a great deal in it.
Byrne header from the free kick, and out down the line for a throw. Peter Banks, the referee, telling West Ham to get on with it, and they get on with it and give the ball to Newcastle. Isak could have rolled in Almiron. It's back to Longstaff. He's been tackled by Ward-Prowse. There's plenty of black and white back, but West Ham move it along the floor left side in Magpies half of the field. Emerson involved with Ward-Prowse. Good football, and the full-back carrying it and leaving it for Souček, and Bowen down the right wing, back again, and then into the box looking for Jared Bowen, and put behind by Fabian Cher.
Yeah, good play, West Ham, good defending. Cher read the situation.
How long does it take people to get back into their seats here? Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, they're still coming back. 5 minutes of the second half has been played. It's a huge sporting arena behind the stands, concourse areas. West Ham corner kick. Edson Alvarez diving header, untracked, unchecked, wide of goal.
Oh, what a big chance. I thought Pope saved it, but the referee's given a goal kick.
No one
Picked him up, no.
Never mind pick him up. He's headed it across goal to the right. Pope down, stretching, didn't get there. Goal kick. From West Ham's perspective, it's a good set piece. Didn't end in a goal, but they almost doubled their lead. Burns gone on beyond, and then Anderson on halfway into the feet of Bruno. We go square to Tonali. It's clipped out to Trippier near to the touchline. Back inside to Tonali, 35 yards from the goal. Almiron inside to Bruno, then wide to Trippier, level with the edge of the penalty area. Bruno again, short layoff to Tonali. Then Trippier scooped up inside to Almiron. He could head towards goal here. Tackle comes in. Newcastle still have the ball. It's a good passing, but it's really tight. There's no space. And back they go to Lascelles in front of halfway. Almiron for Bruno. Tonali there. Trippier on the line once again. Inside to Bruno. Laid off to Tonali. He's now at the right of the midfield three, Tonali. Longstaff at the left. It's another tactical switch from Eddie Howe. Anderson in off the left wing. Then a layoff to Bruno. Now back with Tonali, and Bruno again, but forced backwards Newcastle. Lascelles under pressure. He's found the pass to Trippier. It's a good ball. Almiron. Anderson wants it far side. Almiron goes on a run towards the goal line. Can't keep it in, and didn't want to use his right foot. Tried to turn. Went behind.
He's running at 100 miles an hour, isn't he? Very difficult to stop it and then keep control of him there as well. Decided to have a run, but he, as I say, running at 100 miles an hour.
Surely they've been better off in that situation, just trying to cross it with his right foot. He got away from defenders with the run. From the goal kick, Lascelles header back to Trippier. Tonali down the right side into the middle. Chest control from Almiron. Clearance from West Ham. Share on his chest now to Bruno in front of the centre circle. Longstaff with runners and a through ball looking for Isak, but the goalkeeper's there sliding along his penalty area. Areola and
too straight. Got to be a bit of an angle on it. Keepers always favour it. Oh!
Share with a foul in the back.
He's saying, "What have I done?"
Antonio
just cleaned him out.
He's flat on the floor, Mikel Antonio. Now he moves, gets up. Jacob Murphy and Callum Wilson warming up. 54 minutes played on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yeah,
still West Ham leading 1-0.
We've come out, we started the second half exactly the same way. We slow, methodical. It needs to be quicker, it needs to be faster.
Yeah, and the best example of that was that passage before the Almiron run when he took it over the line and out. Tonali, Almiron, Trippier. Short passes, Bruno involved, but West Ham comfortable, able to defend it. Then Newcastle defender West Ham attack. Almiron blocked off by Alvarez, the Mexican midfielder. Taps hands with Almiron, and free kick back of the centre circle. It's 1-0 to Wolves against Aston Villa. Hwang Hee-chan has scored the goal. West Midlands derby. Tonali to Trippier. 3 West Ham shirts there. build-up play from Newcastle much slower than we're used to seeing. Two teams that played in Europe in midweek. Trippier, that's quicker, and it's Almiron looking for options in the middle. The cross, which was right-footed, is cleared back out to this near side by Vladimir Soufal, and Newcastle with it again. Lascelles, it's a roar from the away end, that attack. Bruno to Cher. We know what he can do when he comes forwards. He's passed it out to Anderson on the left wing. Bruno sidesteps Antonio. Lascelles to Trippier. 3 in the box. Square to Bruno behind the D. Still in possession, Bruno. Isak in the area, gets turned, clips it up. Longstaff trying to head it down. Areola.
Oh, what a save! What a save that is!
In fact, it was Dan Burn in the middle who had the header. Burn there, come up from fullback. Areola makes a big save. Then West Ham think they're on the counter-attack, but Peter Banks has brought it back for a free kick. Isak hanging up the cross and the header down. Areola busy for the first time today, really, and nobody in black and white could get anything on the rebound. It was Burn at the back stick, the header down, and Longstaff was closest to it from the save from the keeper, near to Burn in the middle, but couldn't react.
Oh, what a save. Great header. I mean, he's done everything right. Got up, bang, headed it down. Strong hand.
Trippier with a free kick from in midfield. Alexander Isak's in and scores! And Isak is in and scores his 6th goal of the season. The free kick from deep from Trippier was headed down, and all alone in the penalty area, Isak took a touch and lifted it high into the net. In the 57th minute, the equaliser has arrived. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 1.
I think he could. This will be checked.
Oh, yeah, I think he might be offside.
This will be checked.
Ball. Well, VAR is Andy Madley. He will have a look, and he's doing so right now. We can see that I don't know if there's a wider shot that shows the point of contact from the kick, from the free kick, but Isak may be offside from the first ball that was played in. Wasn't when it came back to him, because there's a defender on the far side keeping him on. He's finished it well enough.
Was he not offside from the original free kick?
That's what I'm saying, yeah, not when it came down to him, not when he controlled the ball. So it might have been off from the first ball. And referee's picked the ball up, he's got it under his arm. Newcastle and West Ham are waiting. BBC Radio Newcastle.
This is a joke.
It'll be 1-1. So I mean, clear and obvious. It just feels like it isn't a thing anymore. It's not clear. It's a goal. It is a goal for Alexander Isak and for Newcastle United, who have levelled it up in London. And they were looking at Fabian Cher being the player potentially offside in that. That's what it said on the VAR graphics, but it didn't touch Cher, it came off Alvarez.
It's a poor header from Alvarez. It's an awful header from Alvarez.
Cher was behind him, and there was Isak, free in the middle, one touch, clipped it up past Areola. 1-1, and they needed that.
Yeah, you wondered where it was coming from. Go on and win this now.
Aston Villa have equalised at Wolves. Pau Torres, the defender. Newcastle, a ball from Anderson ahead of Burn, but he'll get there in the corner. Far side of the pitch, and it's a throw. Having been warming up, he might need to leave it like this for a bit. They've taken the throw back in play. Bruno outside the box. It's gone for a... I don't know if that was a shot or an overhit through ball, but it's a goal kick either way.
Yeah, but it was a shot. It was poor, wasn't it?
Trippier first to the ball in front of Lucas Paquetá. Header down the line, volleyed forwards by
He
Nayef
didn't even
Aguirre.
look at it, Paquetá.
Then Trippier slipped as he challenges with Paquetá again, and the Brazilians got the ball forwards to Antonio. Souček to Bowen on the West Ham right. Left-footed cross sent in, headed away in front of Pope by Cher, and then Anderson clears to halfway. Forwards again from West Ham. Cher header into midfield. Almiron chests it, and has he lost it? Referee was going to give a free kick, but he lets play go on because Newcastle are away with an advantage over the halfway line. Longstaff on the outside of Anderson. Nobody in the box. Anderson comes inside, then goes back on the outside of Ward-Prowse, then shifts it inside onto his right. It's good feet from Elliot Anderson, as we're so used to seeing now. He has the ball again, 5 yards outside the area. Back to Bruno, central position. Hung up for Trippier. Put back in towards
Yes!
Isak, and Isak with another tap in. This time at the back post from Trippier's ball back over. And they've turned it around inside minutes. Isak with both goals, and it's West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 2.
Well, it's Paquetá again. He turns off, doesn't want to track Trippier, doesn't want to get close to him. Great little ball played in, and saying that by Trippier, but Paquetá just doesn't want to know.
Well onside Trippier.
Yeah, oh yeah, no doubt about this, not at all.
62 minutes on the London Stadium clock, and Newcastle United have come from a goal down to lead by 2 goals to 1, and Alexander Isak now has 7 for the season, and a left-footed tap in, one-touch finish, back stick. There's some West Ham complaints thinking there should be an offside in this. We've seen it back a few times.
There's nothing to check.
No.
Get on with the game, will you?
Referee points at the centre spot to signal
what were
it's
they
a
checking?
goal.
There was nothing to check. Dear, oh dear.
I know. He'd scored in 3 in a row, Isak, before failing to hit the net against Paris Saint-Germain, but he's been among the goals today, all right. 2 for him, and what a turnaround. They needed to do it, but I don't know if we saw it coming at half-time necessarily. But this is good. West Ham with a throw, the second throw on the left wing. And that racket from our right-hand side is from the 3,000 or so away fans. Home supporters have gone quiet, stunned by the comeback. Anderson, left side of central midfield, lovely control and layoff, then a ball into Byrne in space on halfway. He's gone back to Cher. It's a bit of a short pass, but then into midfield to Bruno, on to Almiron, and the space is there and the confidence is high, and Newcastle playing some good stuff as Longstaff makes a run into the box. Back to Bruno. 2-1 up now, having been 1 down. Almiron, level with the last defender. Takes control of the ball. Bruno, flat cross. Zuma clearance. Tonali on his thigh. Middle of West Ham's half, back to Lascelles. Home fans upset by what's happening. Starting to sound frustrated. Bruno, they've got a man totally free, left wing. It's Anderson. Bruno's overplayed and lost it. Lascelles, good win. Important from Lascelles to get the ball back there and stop West Ham charging up the pitch. Trippier. Anderson completely free again. They brought him in. Down on the floor in the penalty area. Back to Isak looking for his hat-trick. Can't get a shot away. Anderson, corner of the box. Isak out wide with him. He's turning and then carrying it back. Elliot Anderson holding on to the ball superbly. Lascelles now 40 yards out. Forwards to Trippier. Isak's there. Anderson coming in at the back post as well. Goal kick.
Yeah, chance just drops for him, doesn't it? Doesn't get none. It's a fresh air, I think.
misses it.
BBC Radio Newcastle, 66 minutes. And they're 2-1 in front, and West Ham have lost the ball to Tonali in midfield. Bruno to Almiron, Trippier with him, just outside the area. Anderson wanting it. It's Tonali, and then back out wide to Almiron. Longstaff's taken up the position left side, and then they went back to Bruno, and the through ball was cut out. And Tonali all over Edson Alvarez, and Almiron pinches it back, but the whistle has gone. But Tonali's tackle from behind on Alvarez. That switch in the midfield, I think it might have helped. I mean, Tonali, I don't think was bad in the first half. He had some good moments, but Longstaff's gone to the left, Tonali's gone to the right of Bruno. And Almiron's going to get a yellow card for delaying the West Ham free kick.
Silly.
Antonio with a header on. That's up by Fabian Schär, and it's gone square. It's 30 yards from Newcastle's goal. Forwards from West Ham. Lascelles rises. Trippier, that foul on Trippier by Antonio.
Tell you what, we're getting all the 50-50s.
Home supporters jumping out of their seats near us, angry at the referee. I think you would be surprised if any referee didn't give a free kick for that.
Yeah.
As frustrating as it is when decisions go against you. Peter Banks, the man in the middle today. Newcastle still with Pope, Trippier, Lascelles, Schär, Byrne, Tonali, Bruno, Longstaff, Almiron.
Just seen
Anderson with Isak up front.
The first goal again. The free kick that was given. They're both at it.
Two 2-1 to Eddie Howe's team, looking for a fourth win, fifth win in the Premier League this season, and fourth in this block of games. And they would go above West Ham with it, could go as high as fifth. They need two results to go for them. Byrne back to Pope, closed down by Jared Bowen, who will be back on England duty over the next couple of weeks. Trippier to Almiron, they're controlling the ball nicely. Oh, Tonali, lovely, onto Almiron, got in a bit of a tangle, then got turned, found Tonali again, and it's one back by West Ham on the right side, but it was decent play down the wing from their own penalty area by Newcastle. Bowen on, away from Byrne. Thomas Souček is there, the gigantic midfielder, 6'4". And Antonio released, flag stays down, near to the corner, wants a free kick, flag stays down again, gets nothing. There's a run through the middle here, and it's Dan Byrne up from the back as Isak tries to carry it. Newcastle throw in on halfway, far side of the pitch. 69 minutes on the clock, West Ham are going to make a change. West Ham are trying to play, but it's been brought back for the throw, and it is Newcastle's throw, isn't it? He's been yellow carded there.
Yeah, for having too much of a go at the referee.
How many yellow cards would you get for your commentary when you have a go at the referee? You'd be off. Early bath every week.
I think he's done all right, the referee,
so far.
Yeah.
20 minutes to go. BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport back on tomorrow and every weekday evening. You can phone in to talk about Newcastle and Sunderland, hear the latest from both clubs. Tomorrow, a reaction to the weekend's matches. And if you miss the show, it's available on BBC Sounds anytime. Bruno to Isak, who was potentially offside, then got back in, then looking for Anderson. West Ham have given it away after they cut out the through ball. Bruno in the area, Almiron with him. Here's Elliot Anderson. Oh, he's got it stuck under his feet. Bruno played it back to him at the back of the penalty box, and his control wasn't quite there. Free kick now for West Ham. Newcastle United still with Wilson, Murphy and now Targett warming up, and West Ham give the ball away to Anderson from the free kick, but he's been dispossessed by Lucas Paquetá, then fouled the Brazilian. We are near the centre circle with this piece of play. Double West Ham change any moment. Kurt Zuma going forwards for the free kick. It's going to be James Ward-Prowse, as you would expect, who'll take it. Newcastle defensive line a couple of yards up from the penalty box. Ward-Prowse goes square and Soufal hangs it up in there. Pope is coming and makes the catch. West Ham 1, Newcastle 2. They were 1 down at the break. Throw out to Trippier from the goalkeeper into Bruno. Takes a touch back to Trippier. Then on down the line to Bruno. Could go inside to Longstaff or Tonali. It's with the Italian, then Longstaff to Bruno, then pushed inside to Sharon, finding the players in space, making West Ham work. That's a good ball moved on to Byrne, and through, and Isak's in. This for the hat-trick. Isak around the keeper and sent wide, and he's hit the post. He's hit the post, and then it's gone out off the defender for a corner. So close to a first treble in black and white.
Great ball down Bourne. What a pick out this is. Should score, really.
Oh, he's hit the post. It's come back and hit Nayef again and gone for the corner.
Brilliant. Great play down Bourne.
He's having the time of his life at the moment, Dan Byrne. 73rd minute. Trippier's corner. It's a good one, and it's punched clear, and it's well punched clear by Areola. Longstaff back in there, looking for Byrne, and headed behind. Is that another corner? Yes, it is. This time on the near right-hand side. And Trippier comes back across.
They look really leggy, West Ham.
And Newcastle don't. But when you're 2-1 up and looking for goal number 3, perhaps you wouldn't. Now then, Trippier. Corner kick could be an outswinger. Tonali's gone into the middle. Almiron's come out of the box next to the D. Plenty of runners. Swung in there. Byrne into the ground and half away. Oh, then Almiron missed his control and West Ham clip it forwards. And a foot race here. Antonio but beaten to the ball by Longstaff. Back to Pope.
It's a poor ball.
And Trippier is there to receive it.
Yeah, it's a poor ball.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly targeted.
No.
It was just
Longstaff's
forwards.
always favourites, yeah.
Now a kick forwards from Pope, which is stopped by West Ham on halfway. Then they've given it away to Newcastle. Lovely turn. Oh, that's brilliant from Anderson. You've enjoyed his performance today, Elliot Anderson.
It's been far better second half. A little bit sloppy first half, as they all were.
West Ham double change. Mikel Antonio going off, just back from injury today, replaced by Saïd Benrahma, the Algerian forward, yet to score this season. 15 minutes to go. And Thomas Souček, who
got the opening goal today, is replaced by the Ghanaian winger Mohamed Kudus, yet to start a Premier League match. A young winger signed from Ajax, 38 million. Well, they signed 2 players from Ajax in the summer, Kudus and Edson Alvarez. Lucas Paquetá's gone to centre forward, Benrahma to the left, Kudus behind him, behind Paquetá, and Bowen on the right wing. Superb crossfield ball. What a pass that was from Newcastle United to get Trippier into the play on the right, and he's come back with it to Lascelles. Now Cher, BBC Radio Newcastle. Cher, another crossfield ball. Almiron onto his chest. Laid off to Tonali, first time back to Trippier on the halfway line. No activity on Newcastle's bench at the moment. Lascelles, that's a bit risky.
Dear, oh dear.
Tonali manages to shovel it back to Pope. Lifted it up with his left boot away from 2 West Ham players. Cher now into Tonali, he's got a man on. Benrahma, forwards to Bruno, then through towards Isak. He was almost in behind West Ham defenders again. He's got 2, and he's hit the post as he looked for the hat-trick. Forwards it goes from Areola. Anderson might have been a foul. Referee lets West Ham play on. Benrahma to Lucas Paquetá. Emerson now up from the back. He's got it again. Emerson, edge of the area, down under a challenge. There's 2 players in black and white down, and Emerson on the floor. And it's the home team that have got the decision, and a free kick. And with James Ward-Prowse on the pitch, this is not where you want to be giving fouls away. Longstaff on Emerson.
Yeah, free kick.
Now this will have the home fans hoping, whereas Newcastle seem pretty comfortable with a 2-1 lead, and you hope they don't regret their big Isak chance to make it a 2-goal cushion. 12 minutes of normal time left. Ward-Prowse has picked up the ball. The referee's put down the vanishing spray. It's left of centre, but it's probably closer to the corner of the box than the centre point. It's coming infield. I suppose it all depends where they actually put the ball down for the free kick. The wall is brought back. Everybody is defending.
Big wall.
And Pope's got to get his bit right. The wall needs to be firm and strong. Byrne is in it. Lascelles, Isak and Longstaff. Trippier 2. They've got to watch Mohamed Kudus as well, and they are watching him. Almiron's gone to the far side of the box to check. There's a yellow card now for Sean Longstaff. Didn't get booked for the foul, but he's booked for something else. Don't know if it's encroachment or dissent. Now Ward-Prowse is behind the ball, a couple of yards back from the edge of the area. He's square onto it. He could just roll it to Benrahma, or he could try to hit the target. 2-1 Newcastle. Ward-Prowse goes for goal, and it's over the top.
Big wall to get it up and down. Big wall.
Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall, both dressed all in black today, put their hands above their heads and applaud Newcastle for that defensive setup. 10 minutes to go, John Anderson. How do you see it?
Just keep doing what they're doing. Might get another one. West Ham will be.
Brighton 2-2 with Liverpool. Defender Lewis Dunk has equalised. There's a West Ham header from Kurt Zouma. And the ball is with Mohamed Kudus in central midfield. Zouma to Soufal.
Down the line to Kudus, back to Zuma. He's let it run and then played it with his left from the far side to the feet of the goalkeeper. Aged, now Ward-Prowse trying to come forwards through midfield with it. Edson Alvarez, linked to Newcastle before he moved to West Ham. Edson Alvarez. This is Mohamed Kudus getting the better of Tonali, in off the left. Alvarez to Ward-Prowse. Pushed over to the far side, and Soufal. Bowen comes in off the touchline, back to Ward-Prowse with it. 9 minutes of the 90 left to play. And the ball chipped into the Newcastle box by Vladimir Soufal. And there was no one there for West Ham, and Nick Pope gathers.
Yeah, it was poor ball, wasn't it? Not too sure who he was looking for, but it was nowhere near a claret and blue short.
Lascelles to Trippier. And it's back to Lascelles under pressure, near to the corner of the penalty box, and it's out of play. There's going to be a change now in black and white, with Jacob Murphy coming on for Miguel Almiron.
Worked hard again today, hasn't he?
It's been a typical Almiron performance, hasn't it? A straight swap. There's Lascelles rising to head it forwards. And it comes off the side of his head, goes out on halfway. He's there battling with Lucas Paquetá. Said Benrahma stopped by Trippier. Tonali gets involved, then West Ham through Lucas Paquetá. Play it to the edge of the area, burn away just, and then Cher stabs it into midfield. West Ham looking for an equaliser. Mohamed Kudus, 30 yards from Nick Pope's goal. BBC Radio Newcastle. It's a ball looking for Soufal, headed into the middle. They could have let it go.
Nobody gambled on it.
And it's headed clear back out to the far side. West Ham on that wing, still trying to create something. Byrne blocks the cross from Bowen. Then it's a corner kick, another cross blocked, but behind. Isak comes jogging back. Zuma strides forwards. They're attacking the goal to our left-hand side. Livramento among the Newcastle players warming up. Toward Prowse, out-swinging corner, headed away. Back to the far side in the corner of the box. Bowen playing it to Soufal. Takes a touch, hangs it up, looking for Naif Aguerd. Tonali gets in the way. It beats both of them, and it's Emerson near to the corner. Now Benrahma to Lucas Paquetá, scooped up into the penalty box, and Pope comes.
That's a nothing ball. Nothing ball.
Anderson's made a run to stretch the play. It's gone to halfway, far side, but it's rolled out short to Cher. Now it's played up to Anderson, takes it inside with the first touch, but the ball is given back to West Ham. Then Mohamed Kudus does well under pressure to find Ward-Prowse in front of the halfway line, right of centre. Zuma closed down by Murphy. Aguerd coming up from left centre back to Emerson. Looks like they put Murphy at centre forward and Isak at right wing. And I don't think it's just a temporary change. It seems to be something they've done deliberately. Callum Wilson getting ready to come on. Mohamed Kudus trying to attack, cuts it back from the touchline on the right. Newcastle with one clearance, then they need to get the ball away, and it's well played. Elliot Anderson in the corner, turning and out of Soufal. And Isak won't get the hat-trick. He could have had the hat-trick.
Should have had the hat-trick.
Went around the keeper, but just a bit too wide, hit the outside of the post. And it hit a defender and went for a corner kick. 2 goals, first one survived a VAR check for offside. Second one a tap in from Trippier's ball back across. So simple, both of them.
Yeah.
One with the right foot, one with the left.
Really poor defending.
Murphy's back on the right wing, Wilson in the centre. 86th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. Away by Bruno. Wilson trying to take it down on the turn. It's got away from him. Aguerd back to the goalkeeper, standing in the D, and played out short to Aguerd, and he has to go back to Areola. Oh, and he slipped, but he's managed somehow to get the ball out to the left side.
Don't panic, Razor.
No, he slipped as he hit it. Did you see that? And you had Murphy and Wilson edge of the box.
Cher slipped when he hit a shot and flew in.
But Cher did it intentionally, the goalkeeper there. He's trying to get it forwards. And
no,
he's
not. He went to play it out here.
I think he slipped and it came off his heel.
No.
West Ham's ball. Header on from Lucas Paquetá. Cher with a clearance. Wilson battling with Aguerd. Wilson needs to be careful not to foul. They were both competing well, and the defender clears it as far as Tonali. Murphy comes in off the right wing into the box for Longstaff's run. Angled ball towards the midfielder, but away for a throw, and this is not bad. 3 minutes to play. Newcastle lead 2-1, and well, they'll have a throw 20 yards from the West Ham goal. Got Anderson in the box on the near side. It's Trippier to Murphy. His touch takes him back out wide when it just went out. It's ball for the home team. Only one defeat in 8, home and away, against West Ham. It was at St James's Park opening weekend 2 seasons ago. A good recent record, looking to continue that, looking to climb the Premier League table here. 2-1 up, having been a goal down at half-time. Anderson intercepts a ball over to the far side with a header. Then Areola, oh, that's missed out a couple of players for both teams, and Lascelles is able to send it back up the pitch, fortunately. Soufal towards Kudus, still in the West Ham half. Good balance, under pressure, brings it inside, passes it to Alvarez, and Emerson now on the left touchline. Gets a return ball from Alvarez. He's behind the halfway line, and Naif Aguerd, match winner the other night, the defender. Over to the far side, and Soufal galloping forwards, cuts it back. Kudus edge of the area. No. Corner. Mohamed Kudus, the substitute, has beaten Nick Pope low down at the keeper's left-hand side, and in the 89th minute, it's West Ham United 2, Newcastle United 2.
Oh, it's a good hit, to be fair, but once he's got away down that right side, it's a good little pick out. And to be fair to the boy, he's been lively since he's come on. It's a good hit with his left foot. Nick Pope, no chance. Just flies by him, doesn't it? Soufal gets away down that right side.
Tonali got across to him, but he's kind of hasn't put his leg out,
doesn't he?
Yeah. On the half turn, Tonali maybe should have blocked the shot, but that is a late leveller for West Ham, to possibly deny Newcastle a victory. And they will kick off with the ball at the feet of Jacob Murphy, with 20 seconds of normal time on the clock, and we'll find out how much is going to be added to the end of the match. West Ham might believe they can go and win it. Newcastle cannot be losing it from this position. 2-2, but very disappointing, so close. to 3 points, a minimum of 6 additional minutes, and it's Mohamed Kudus again, a couple of turns to excite the home supporters. Played to the left side of central midfield to Alvarez. Emerson back to Aguerd on halfway, square to Zuma. Kudus down the line to Bowen, taking on his man Jared Bowen. Danger here! Oh, just wide! And there was a player at the back post. In fact, there were two, Alvarez and Benrahma, and both of them missed it. But the referee has given a corner.
It's made a difference since coming on, this young boy.
Wow. Bowen shot. Pope got something on it, a save, and it's prevented the ball from being tapped in by either Benrahma or Alvarez. Corner on the right, left from Ward-Prowse. Pope with a good punch, but back out to James Ward-Prowse. Takes a touch, fires it in again. Pope with another punch, and Bruno away. Newcastle can push up, but they can't really attack because West Ham have got the ball. We're into the second minute of the minimum 6 on BBC Radio Newcastle, and it's 2-2. Murphy makes a block, it's a throw on the far side. Into the final third for West Ham, offside against Jared Bowen. That Alexander Isak chance to make it 3-1 was their big opportunity. Elliot Anderson replaced by Matt Targett. It's Anderson's 40th appearance at senior level, and Targett goes on late like he did on Wednesday against Paris Saint-Germain. They've pushed Byrne forwards for the free kick from Pope. Targett behind him. A third of the minimum 6 minutes. Byrne rises to help on, volleyed away by Soufal. Cher back up the pitch. Alvarez at the stretch to clear it. Lascelles away. Alvarez on his chest, and then a ball forwards. Trippier on the turn, heads it back to Pope. They could still win it, Newcastle, but West Ham, having equalised late, have the momentum. 2-2 the score. Pope puts the ball down, walks it forwards, middle of Newcastle's half, aiming it towards Wilson, who is adjudged to have fouled Zuma. They would stay 8th with this. It would be a first draw of the season, a point behind West Ham. All three of the Premier League 2 o'clock kickoffs are level. 2-2 here. Brighton, Liverpool 2 apiece. Wolves, Aston Villa 1-1. Arsenal, Man City follows at 4:30. Byrne trying to head it away. It's gone up. West Ham played into the box, but Cher has got to the ball before Bowen. And then it's been won back by West Ham. Bowen on it. Ward-Prowse lifting it in there. Pope's coming.
Poor.
Catches. 2 minutes left.
That's poor, thankfully.
Wasteful ball put in there. Pope puts it down, and again comes into the middle of Newcastle's half. A long ball. Wilson engages with Zuma and might be away here. Wilson, he's gone down.
Free kick,
referee's given it the other way as Longstaff got onto the ball the other side, close to the edge of the penalty area. Two balls forwards. Wilson and Zuma twice. Decision goes West Ham's way on each occasion. Just over a minute remaining. Areola with a long ball forwards. No foul for Cher's challenge on Lucas Paquetá. Emerson plays a 1-2. Murphy
gets an important boot onto the ball. Bruno to Trippier, inside to Murphy. Now the opportunity, maybe, just maybe. Tonali on the right side. Not the best first touch, but he's still got it and kept it in. And the assistant says that's a foul on Tonali from Alvarez. David Moyes is almost on his knees in frustration, hands over his face. Free kick.
Oh, talk
very soft.
Yeah. Dear, oh dear.
It looks like they've thrown away the chance to win it, but they might have one last opportunity to claim the 3 points. It's 2-2. Trippier, ball is a little bit further in from where the incident took place. The 6 minutes, the minimum period of time, is almost up and over, and it is now, so this is surely going to be the last piece of play. Tonali currently offside as Trippier, diagonal ball towards Lascelles, headed up, middle of the box. Oh, it's come down from Murphy. He's put it back in. West Ham say high foot. Referee agrees. And it's not going to be much longer for us in this match. 2-2 final score, Brighton-Liverpool. It's 2-2 here. They need a ball. You
can't even get a ball
now
here.
They've got 3 on the pitch.
Dear.
3 balls on the pitch.
Oh.
That's not where the foul took place.
That's not where it took place.
That's a good 10 yards back. Well, they better not score from this.
No, blow now. Blow now.
Referee does blow the final whistle. A point apiece. A 2-2 draw at the London Stadium, but they looked like they were going to win and finish this brilliant run with another victory, Newcastle. But they couldn't quite do it as Mohamed Kudus found space at the edge of the area and lashed a shot into the bottom corner. It's a really powerful strike, but no one picked him up and the block didn't come in on the shot. 2-1 up through a double from Alexander Isak, who missed a big chance to make it 3-1 when he went round the keeper and hit the post. And that's after West Ham led 1-0 at the break. So they come away with something, John Anderson, but they will be disappointed.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, they were poor first half, there's no doubt about it. We weren't great. Second half, we upped it a little bit, got in front. Isak had a chance to get his hat-trick, really should have done it, which would have killed the game off. And then it's a poor second goal to give away. I mean, both goals, to be fair. I mean, all 4 goals, I suppose, if you're looking at it from a defensive point of view, wasn't great. But okay, to come away from home, get a point, you can't have too many complaints. You know, it's been a tough old week for us. And if you had have offered me a point beforehand, I probably would have taken it. So, but to get yourself in the position that we were in, 2-1 up, going into the last minute, you know, of the game and not being able to hold on, that's the disappointing thing about it. But as I say, if you had have offered us a point beforehand, I would have taken it.
And it's disappointing not to win because of those circumstances. And for Newcastle now, it's always a disappointment when they don't win. But after, as you say, the week that they've had and the run they've had, with the squad stretched and some big players missing, although they got Wilson on towards the end today, it was really good that they didn't lose. And from the last international break before Brighton, after 3 defeats in a row and only 1 win, they've really turned things around. They're in 8th position in the table, so everything looks a lot healthier ahead of coming back with a match against Crystal Palace in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, look, you get a rest, you get a breather, you get your big players fully fit. Those that got little niggles and whatnot, gives them a full fortnight to be able to recover, and then we go again against Palace.
And Newcastle 2-2 with West Ham today. If you want reaction, you can find it on our Twitter page at BBC Newcastle or on BBC Sounds. Total Sport back tomorrow at 6, the North East only football phone in. 6 till 8 Monday to Friday, the latest from Newcastle and Sunderland. You can listen anywhere in the world or catch up any time on
BBC sounds. They were 1-0 down at half-time through Souček's goal. 2 from Isak turned it around, but Kudus with a late equaliser at the London Stadium. West Ham 2, Newcastle 2.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.